This was a rare epic level dark beast in the world, a succubus. But just when I planned to train it into legendary level talent, it threw itself into a rich second generation's arms in front of everyone. I just smiled with scorn at this. Since it can't be tamed, then I'll change to another one. So without hesitation, I made a contract with a disabled silver-haired angel. Everyone seeing this laughed at me as a stupid fool, but I wasn't panicked at all, because I had also awakened a beast training system that could see through all beasts' training paths. When a ray of sky-holy light destroyed 10,000 beasts, everyone was shocked to discover that the beasts beside me were each more terrifying than the last. Right now my heart was complicated. The most urgent thing at hand was that I must quickly contract a beast, no matter what talent it had. Without a beast, I couldn't even join the school selection in 10 days. If that succubus hadn't betrayed me, 10 days would be enough for me to collect materials and complete the first training. Even if I couldn't take first place in the school test, I could still smoothly enter the top 10. But now. I clenched my fists tight, forcing myself to calm down. Luckily I still had cold 20 million in my pocket. This huge sum was enough for me to buy an excellent talent beast at the beast trading house. Though it couldn't compare to the epic talent succubus, I had no other choice now. Soon I arrived at the beast trading house. In the spacious hall, dozens of beasts with different forms were trapped in special energy cages. My gaze swept across them, and their attribute panels automatically appeared. Dark Snake, excellent talent, 3 stars, Spirit Cat, excellent talent, 1 star. The prices of these beasts were generally between 500,000 to 1 million. The higher the talent, the more expensive the price. I finally stopped in front of a wolf-type beast. This was a grey wolf with the highest talent I'd seen so far, excellent talent, 3 stars. Looking at these beasts with only 1 skill each, I couldn't help but frown slightly. Though excellent level beasts were already a good choice, compared to the epic level succubus, the gap was really too big. What's more, I had 20 million funds in my hands, I could completely pursue a higher limit. Excuse me, does the beast trading company have any other beasts? I stopped a staff member and asked without giving up. Hello customer, what's displayed here is all the beasts our company has this year. Excellent talent. I stared at that grey wolf. 3-star talent was already rare in ordinary beast tamer's eyes, but after seeing the epic level succubus's panel, this talent beast had no attraction at all in my eyes. And training such a beast to the succubus's level would probably cost more than 20 million. But just as I turned around in disappointment, the staff member suddenly called out to me, "Wait! Brother, we have them, we have them!" I spun around so fast that the staff member stepped back half a step without thinking. Where? It's like this, we only display the newest beasts we got each year, and beasts from previous years that didn't sell will be managed together at the logistics department. Just don't get your hopes up too high, customer. After all, those beasts are all defective products that others picked over and left behind. Hearing this news, the hope that had just ignited in my heart died again. Defective products that others picked over and left behind, how could they possibly still have beasts with good talent? But holding to the principle of, since I'm already here, after hesitating for a moment, I still decided to go look at the logistics department. But you'd better hurry. Any later and they'll be sent for destruction. At the logistics department, a silver-haired girl curled up in the corner. Around her, several beasts with different forms also quietly waited for fate's judgment. Time's up. A young man in uniform pushed through the door. Today is Spiritual Abyss City's Beast Summoning Day, and also these beasts' doomsday. Let's go. Just as the man was about to lead the way, urgent footsteps came from far to near. Wait. I rushed into the room out of breath, my gaze sweeping the room and instantly being drawn to that silver figure. Then the attribute interface instantly popped up, Angel Leoli, Epic 9-star talent, skills, Holy Light Judgment, Heaven's Wings, Sacred Chant. Seeing this, my pupils suddenly contracted. An Epic 9-star talent beast. This was the highest talent beast I'd ever seen, just 1 step away from legendary level. An epic level beast generally only had 2 skills, but Leoli actually had a full 3 skills. However, my gaze unconsciously moved to her back, where there should have been a pair of holy wings, but now was completely empty. Fortunately, the system thoughtfully gave a repair plan, 1 angel feather, 3 radiant stars, 1 holy spirit stone. And the beast trading house happened to have all 3 of these materials. Suddenly my heart began beating violently. It's her. This is the beast I'm looking for. As long as I heal her injuries, her talent will completely crush that succubus. I took a deep breath and slowly walked to the staff member. Hello, I want to buy that angel. How much money? Hearing these words, Leoli's pupils suddenly contracted. She slowly raised her head, her eyes reflecting that figure standing in the light. Is he talking about me? For over 300 days and nights, she had curled up in this dark corner, hoping countless times, disappointed countless times, until finally she became numb and didn't even dare dream that someone would look at her one more time. But now, this strange human was actually pointing at herself. My action of picking a beast from the defective products area left the staff member stunned for a moment. You mean that angel beast? Yes, how much money? I repeated again. Hello customer, for just 10,000 dragon coins, you can take this beast away. Hearing this, I paid quickly and simply. Soon we both arrived at the contract room. Leoli stood at the edge of the contract magic circle, silver hair falling down, covering her slightly trembling shoulders. Does he really want to contract a beast like me? Leoli bit her lower lip tight, her eyes covered with a layer of mist. I'm sorry, I can't make a contract with you. I'm an incomplete beast. Her voice carried a crying tone, like a wronged little beast. I, who was preparing the contract magic circle, looked up in surprise. Seeing Leoli full of tear marks, I finally realized I had ignored the beast's feelings. Don't look down on yourself. You are a very excellent beast. I looked firmly at Leoli, trying to pass some hope to this desperate little girl. No, I'm not. Leoli lost emotional control and covered her face. I can't even do the most basic leveling up. I stepped forward and held her trembling shoulders with both hands. I know your problem. But I have a way to solve this. Really, really? Leoli suddenly froze, her tear-filled eyes looking up. If I wasn't confident, why would I choose you? Xing pointed at the calendar on the wall. 10 days from now is the assessment, no one would joke about their future. Just after Xing finished speaking, a knock on the door sounded. The staff delivered the materials he had just ordered, almost spending all of his 20 million. I've brought the materials. Want to give it a try? Hearing this, the little angel's body trembled slightly, and her heartbeat suddenly quickened. Although she knew the chances of recovering from the injury were almost non-existent. But, what if? Under Xing's encouraging gaze, Leoli followed the instructions, using the 3 materials one by one. The next moment, a rich purple light suddenly emerged from the wound on Leoli's body. This light was deeper than what he saw when summoning the succubus at the altar, almost solidifying, as if it wanted to swallow the entire room. What was even more astonishing was, within the swirling purple light, a faint golden glow was visible. This is... Xing's pupils shrank, and before he could think further, the golden light spread like wildfire. Golden, legendary potential. How is that possible? Xing's breath caught. The materials provided by the system were clearly only for healing injuries. Why would they trigger a potential evolution? Unless Leoli's injury was the very shackles limiting her potential. While his mind raced, the golden light had completely enveloped the room. The wound on Leoli's back slowly spread a pure white wing. White as snow, unstained by dust. The wings gently folded, softly wrapping around Leoli, eventually forming into a massive cocoon of light. Boom! An invisible wave suddenly erupted, piercing through the roof and soaring into the sky. At the Lord's mansion in the city, the Lord of Wei Yuan, Xia Xiuzhang, leaned on a sandalwood chair, lightly tapping the edge of his cup, enjoying the rare peaceful time. On days without interdimensional invasions, even the tea fragrance was exceptionally clear. But the next second, crack! The blue porcelain teacup suddenly slipped from his fingers, shattering on the stone floor. Xia Xiuzhang was unaware. His pupils shrank suddenly, and he stood up abruptly, gazing out of the window. Just now, he felt a vast, abyss-like aura descending from the sky, enveloping the entire Lin Yuan city. The aura was sacred and majestic, as though a divine being glanced down, but it vanished in an instant. Someone. Xia Xiuzhang's voice became sharp. Immediately investigate all the rifts in the nearby interdimensional spaces. The guards hurriedly obeyed, and Xia Xiuzhang's brow furrowed deeper. There were only 2 possibilities for such a world-altering phenomenon. Either the interdimensional barrier had loosened, and the aura of a terrifying existence leaked out. Or, the legendary beast with legendary potential was born. As for the legendary beast, how could that be? Xia Xiuzhang self-mockingly shook his head, directly dismissing the second guess. In this small border town of Lin Yuan, even an epic-level beast would be highly valued, let alone a legendary one? What he didn't know was, inside the contract room of the beast tamer trading house, Xing stared blankly at the light screen before him, his throat instinctively moving. Sacred Angel, Leoli. Status, uncontracted. Potential, legendary 1 star. Level, 0 stage. Skills, Judgment, increased damage to demon-type creatures, divine protection, immunity to 1 lethal attack, Seraph form, all attributes increased by 200%, final chant, after use, the angel enters a dormant period. Training suggestions, use light crystals, Holy Spirit essence. Legendary level. It really happened. Xing took a deep breath, trying to calm his rapidly beating heart. Legendary level and epic level are completely 2 different concepts. But the next second, a thought poured down like cold water. Would a legendary angel really be willing to become my beast? After all, just recently, he had gone through the betrayal of the succubus. However, swish! A silver-white figure suddenly knelt on one knee, her wings unfurled, scattering delicate light under the lamp. Leoli lifted her head, her clear amber-colored pupils. It was a kind of unwavering determination, without the slightest disguise. Holy Angel Leoli, I request to become your beast. When that firm voice rang out, Xing suddenly felt something in his chest melt. He slowly curled his lips, and a smile spread little by little from the corner of his eyes. He felt incredibly relieved. Yes. In this world, not all beasts are cold-hearted and selfish like that succubus. The girl on one knee raised her head, her pure white wings glowing like pearls under the light, and her golden eyes were full of determination, mixed with a bit of cautious hope. Looking at the girl waiting nervously for his answer, he took a deep breath and solemnly reached out his hand. Leoli, welcome to be my first beast. As Xing's words fell, a crystal-clear teardrop quietly slid down the girl's snow-white cheek. At this moment, she had waited for far too long. For so many days and nights, she curled up in the cold corner of the shop, with voices echoing in her ears, defective, useless trash, a failure with broken wings. And now, she finally waited long enough. All that pain she licked in silence, all that despair no one knew about. At this moment, all became the most precious gifts. So it turns out, the gods really will show mercy to an angel forgotten by the world. Chapter 5 Newbie Trial. By the time the two of them finished forming their contract and returned home from the beast shop, it was already dusk. Xing pushed open the door, and a familiar figure made him freeze in place. Sis? Hearing his voice, Gu Chanxian turned her head, and her chestnut ponytail drew a beautiful arc in the air. Little Xing is back, she waved with a smile, come eat dinner. Ever since Gu Chanxian was admitted to the National Academy, the siblings hadn't seen each other for half a year. At the dinner table. Sis, why did you suddenly come back? Took on a mission from Abyss City, happened to pass by, so I came to see you. Her gaze fell on Leoli, who was sitting upright, and a hint of curiosity flashed in her eyes, this is your beast. At this moment, the little girl straightened her back, hands properly placed on her knees. Hearing Gu Chanxian's question, she suddenly bowed in a perfect 90-degree angle, her forehead bang hitting the table. Greetings, respected sister. Gu Chanxian was stunned for a second, then burst into laughter at the adorable reaction, no need to be so stiff. From now on, we're family. Only then did Leoli lift her head, her little face turning bright red, nodding again and again like a pecking chick. As the laughter faded, Gu Chanxian's expression gradually turned serious. She put down her chopsticks and looked straight into Xing's eyes. Little Xing, you must grab the chance in tomorrow's newbie trial space. The military isolated a safe zone inside the alternate space, the highest monsters there are only level 5, it's the best chance for beginners. And the newbie trial can only be entered once. It's the only buffer the military gives. Xing nodded silently. Once entering the real alternate space, even a commander-level beastmaster might encounter danger. The levels of this world are Awakened, Extraordinary, Commander, King. Each large level is further divided into 10 small stages. Right now, he was only standing at the very bottom level, Awakened, so he needed to be extremely cautious. Seizing every opportunity to grow quickly was his most important task right now. That meal ended quickly with Gu Chanxian's repeated reminders. With a mission on hand, Gu Chanxian didn't stay long. This time, she only took a few hours leave to come back and check on him. And seeing that her little brother was safe and sound, she was relieved. In a blink, it was the next day. The entrance to the newbie trial space was extremely lively. Countless students were gathered here, either looking for teams or looking for strong people to carry them. Even though it was a newbie trial space, a careless move could still cost one's life. So, for commoners, teaming up was the best option. Looking for one damage-type beast, our team needs one more. Any experts willing to carry me? I have a healing-type beast. I'm also a sweet girl with 36D. After entering the trial space, I promised to be obedient. What the hell? A humanoid beast. Where did this boss come from? Quick, ask to team up. A humanoid beast means strong power. Xing walked in with Leoli, and instantly caught many people's eyes. But soon, people understood the identity of this humanoid beast. Isn't that Xing? Didn't he sell his summoned humanoid beast to the Chen family? Where did this humanoid beast come from now? I remember now. This beast was summoned from the altar last year. I think she was useless. He made a contract with a beast that can't level up at all. Did he just give up? Now, no one dared to team up with him. They all moved a little away from him. Having a useless beast in the team is like looking for death, isn't it? Now Xing was actually happy about this. There were many people at the entrance of the rookie trial. People like him who came late couldn't squeeze in. But now, the crowd moved away by itself. The road ahead was wide open. Under everyone's gaze, Gu Xing calmly walked to the entrance. He really is a strange guy. Looking at him, he doesn't plan to team up. He wants to go into the trial space alone? Isn't that just suicide? Gu Xing completely ignored their whispers. Just as he planned to register with Leoli to enter the trial space. Suddenly, a weird sarcastic voice came from behind. Yo, isn't this that guy? Chen Ziming slowly walked over with a succubus in his arms, pretending to think while rubbing his temple. Gu. Gu, what again? The succubus in his arms understood right away, and spoke in a sweet voice. Master, his name is Gu Xing. Right. Gu Xing. Chen Ziming slapped his forehead in exaggeration, his eyes full of contempt. Speaking of which, I have to thank you. If you didn't generously give up, how could I have made a contract with such a great beast? As he said this, he grabbed hard at the succubus's waist with his right hand. Master. The succubus let out a soft moan. Though she rolled her eyes secretly, she quickly put on a flattering smile. Only by following a genius like you can I show my real worth. People around also joined in. He's just a commoner. How can he compare to young Master Chen? An epic-level beast can only shine in young Master Chen's hands. Besides, now he's contracted with a useless beast. He's even more no match for young Master Chen. Right, for this trial, young Master Chen will surely win first place easily. The rookie trial space was a special training ground made by the army with lots of money. Its value was far more than just a leveling place. All the monsters inside had special marks. When a trial person killed them, points were added automatically. Outside the trial space, the army set up high-tech monitors to track everyone's point changes in real time. This system didn't just record the final score. It also used point speed to judge fighting talent and growth power. All the info collected in the end would go into the system and be used to judge the final exam results. But Gu Xing just looked at Chen Ziming and the others show with a calm face, even with a slight hidden smile on his lips. When a person's power is way above others, he stays calm when mocked. Only weak ones get angry from being mocked. Clearly, Gu Xing, who had a legendary beast, was not weak. However, beside him, the little girl was shaking with anger. Her silver teeth clenched, her pink fists tight, her knuckles white. She looked like she would rush up and argue any second. Leoli. Gu Xing reached out in time and stopped her. The most important thing now is the rookie trial. Don't let them mess up your mindset. Leoli looked up into Gu Xing's eyes, calm like still water. The burning anger in her chest slowly cooled down. She took a deep breath and nodded heavily. But deep inside, she secretly swore that next time, she would give it her all. She must let these people understand that her master is the number one. The true number one. Chapter 6, Elite Stage 2 Magical Beast, Instant Kill. Leaving the entrance, he and Leoli passed through a blue light gate, and the scene before their eyes suddenly changed. At this moment, they were inside a huge forest, the sky was gray, fog covered all around, cold and lonely. Although all the students entered the same secret realm, as long as they didn't enter at the same time, they would be randomly placed in some part of this space. Gu Xing took out a timer and set it to 4 hours. The rookie trial space had a time limit of 4 hours, once the time hit 0, they would be teleported out. Time was short and the mission was heavy. They had to find the magical beast as fast as possible, kill it, and quickly raise Leoli's level. At this time, Leoli spread her wings, floating in the air, her small face full of seriousness, completely unlike her usual unreliability. Master, don't worry, with me here, nothing will go wrong for you. Beast masters in the awakening stage were no different from ordinary people. In this space, a single mistake could cost them their lives. This situation would only improve after reaching the transcendent realm. At that time, a beastmaster's physical body would be greatly enhanced, and they could also form a contract with a second beast. Besides that, when a beastmaster broke through to the transcendent realm, they would awaken their own unique innate ability. This was the true key that separated the strong from the weak. Because of this, the transcendent realm was recognized as the most important dividing line on the path of a beastmaster's cultivation. A powerful innate ability could often allow a beastmaster with average talent to undergo an amazing transformation. Unfortunately, this cultivation path was far crueler than imagined. Too many beastmasters were stuck in the awakening stage their whole lives. Just then, a sudden cracking sound of a branch breaking came from the deep fog. Master, be careful, a monster is coming. Leoli's wings suddenly spread wide, and with a flash, she blocked in front of Gu Xing. The fog slowly parted, and a magical beast about 2 meters tall slowly stepped forward. It looked like a wild bull, but its whole body was pitch black, and its beastly eyes as big as copper bells glowed with a bloodthirsty red light. Savage Bone Bull, Demon. Potential, Elite 1 star. Level, Stage 2. Strength, 22. Constitution, 21. Spirit, 11. Speed, 17. Skill, Savage Bull Charge. Seeing the stats of the Savage Bone Bull, Xing's brows couldn't help but tighten. To run into an Elite Stage 2 magical beast right after entering the rookie trial space, this luck could not be called good. To an ordinary 5-person civilian team, this would almost be a disaster. However, with Leoli's legendary class beast power, taking down this beast should not be a big problem. Leoli. Leave it to me, master. The little girl's eyes burned with hot battle intent, her slim body giving off a terrifying aura. She had waited too long for this moment. Judgment. With a clear shout, dazzling golden flames rose from Leoli's palm, and in an instant condensed into a giant two-handed sword burning with holy fire. This was the natural battle instinct of the angel race, a legacy engraved in their bloodline. The savage bone bull was enraged by this sudden force. Its thick hooves scraped the ground, white mist puffed from its nostrils, and its copper bell-like eyes locked tightly on the tiny stage 0 being in front of it. Moo! With a deafening roar, the savage bone bull activated its signature skill, Savage Charge, rushing forward like a runaway war chariot. But Leoli didn't move a bit, not until the bull charged right in front of her. Swish! A perfect arc of golden light sliced through the fog. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The savage bone bull maintained its charging stance, yet collapsed thunderously behind Leoli, its huge body cleanly split in half. Judgment, skill causes increased damage to demon-type creatures. With the terrifying attributes of the legendary Beastmaster, this battle was decided in the blink of an eye. Immediately after, a deep blue light rose from the corpse of the bone bull, merging into Leoli's forehead. Xing saw this and immediately checked Leoli's information. Sacred Angel, Leoli. Qualification, Legend 1 star. Level, 1st tier. Strength, 35. Constitution, 34. Spirit, 34. Speed, 37. Skills, Judgment, increases damage to demon creatures, Divine Protection, immunizes one fatal attack, Saraphim form, all attributes increase by 200%, final aria, after use, the angel enters a dormant period. Training recommendation, Light Crystal, Sacred Spirit Marrow, Angelic Sacred Blood. Just by killing a 2nd tier bone bull, Leoli's level instantly broke through to the 1st tier. At the same time, Xing felt a buzz in his mind as his mental power surged like a tidal wave, and his 5 senses instantly became extraordinarily sharp. A Beastmaster's level depends on the beast's level, and at this moment, his level rose to Awakening Tier 1. Then, Xing focused on Leoli's attributes. It was at this point that he realized how terrifying a beast with legendary qualifications could be. Leoli, who had just broken through the 1st tier, had attributes that completely crushed the 2nd tier bone bull. What was even more terrifying was that this gap would grow exponentially with each level increase. Master. Master. Xing looked up at the sound and saw Leoli standing next to the bone bull's corpse, her delicate fingers trembling slightly. When she turned around, crystal clear tears were rolling down her cheeks. Did you see it? Her voice choked, but it also carried an unprecedented shine. I really am not useless. Xing could understand how Leoli felt at this moment. For the past year, she had lived under the ridicule of others, but now, she had finally shattered all doubts with her strength. He quickly stepped forward and gently pulled this delicate figure into his embrace. You have never been useless, you are an angel soaring in the 9 heavens. Leoli buried her face deeply into her master's chest, her slender fingers gripping his clothes tightly. All the accumulated grievances and unwillingness now turned into hot tears, soaking Xing's clothes. Time seemed to slow down at this moment. When Leoli finally lifted her head, the crystal-clear tear stains had not yet dried, but the confusion and timidity in her eyes were completely gone. In their place was a determined light, as tough as tempered steel. At this moment, the once timid girl had truly completed her transformation. Master, I'm fine now. Leoli wiped the tear stains at the corner of her eyes. Let's hurry and level up. Xing nodded. With Leoli's current strength, ordinary 3rd-tier beasts were no match for her. Even 4th-tier beasts could only barely pose some threat. And when she broke through to the 2nd tier, even some 5th-tier beasts would no longer be her opponents. Therefore, at this moment, what limited their leveling speed was not the beast's strength, but in this trial space shrouded in thick mist, how to quickly and accurately find the traces of the beasts. The entire rookie trial space covered dozens of square kilometers, with beasts evenly distributed within. What was even more troublesome was that those high-level beasts that could provide rich experience were few and far between. Chapter 7, Seraphim Form, Unleashed. At the same time, in the monitoring room of the trial space, the person in charge, Sufom, stared at the central fluorescent screen, his brows furrowing tighter and tighter. The screen displayed the real-time scores of all the trial participants, along with the potential ratings calculated by the system based on their scores. This year's students from Lin Yuan City are at this level? He shook his head in disappointment, except for Chen Ziming who barely reached A grade, the others are not even close to B grade. Just as he was about to shift his gaze, his peripheral vision suddenly caught an abnormal data. Gu Xing. The score behind this name was skyrocketing at an almost terrifying speed. 200, 500, 2000. Finally, in full view of everyone, it directly broke the 5,000 barrier. This. Su Feng's pupils suddenly contracted. You should know that other students' scores are only a few hundred points, even Chen Ziming only has a little over 2,000 points. But this student, whose name was hardly known, his score had already reached 5,000. How could this be possible? Su Feng suddenly slammed the table and stood up. Why is his score increasing so terrifyingly fast? A staff member next to him cautiously said. Could it be that he's taking advantage of the situation? If there were two beast hordes fighting, and he just happened to be nearby. Clearly, this explanation couldn't convince Su Feng. Absurd! Su Feng directly interrupted sternly, bring me Gu Xing's file. The staff member didn't dare to delay, immediately fetching Gu Xing's file and handing it to Su Feng. After reviewing the file, Su Feng's frown deepened. Gu Xing had contracted a beast deemed crippled, so how could he have achieved such dazzling results? But the next moment, as if he thought of something, his pupils contracted. Could it be that the angel beast has recovered? When the angel-type beast first appeared, it had caused a huge stir in Lingyuan City. Su Feng had naturally heard of it, but after hearing about its flaw of inability to level up, he stopped paying attention. Now, the terrifying potential displayed by Gu Xing was clearly related to this beast. The beast, which had been judged crippled, was very likely fully recovered. On the screen, Gu Xing's score was still climbing. In the potential ratings section, it had already jumped to an S level. Su Feng's hand trembled involuntarily. A talent of this level, this had already surpassed his decision-making authority. Quick! He turned around and shouted to his assistant, immediately notify the city lord. Sacred Angel, Leoli. Talent, Legendary 1 star. Level, Awakening Tier 3. Strength, 98. Physique, 96. Spirit, 94. Speed, 107. Skills, Judgment, increases damage to demon creatures, divine protection, immunity to one fatal attack, Seraph form, 200% boost to all attributes, final chant, after use, the angel enters a dormant phase. After 3 hours of upgrading, Leoli's level successfully reached Awakening Tier 3, very close to Awakening Tier 4. Leoli's attributes were nearly 3 times that of an ordinary Tier 3 beast. Next to him, golden arcs of light flashed, and several elite Tier 3 demon beasts surrounding Leoli were split in half. The next moment, Gu Xing's body shook, and his mental power in his mind rose again. This also meant that Leoli's level had reached Awakening Tier 4. There are still not enough monsters here. Gu Xing made a strange remark. However, for him, if there were more monsters, perhaps now, he and Leoli's level would have reached Awakening Tier 5. After all, for Leoli now, dealing with these low-tier monsters was completely effortless. After defeating the enemy, Leoli shook her wings. Confirming that no enemy blood was on her, she slowly walked to Gu Xing's side. Master, just now in battle, I felt a huge creature in the east. If my senses are correct, it should be a Tier 5 awakened demon beast. Upon hearing this, Gu Xing immediately became alert. In the past 3 hours, he and Leoli hadn't encountered a single Tier 5 awakened beast. Now, they had finally found one. Leoli, let's go, kill it. A Tier 5 awakened beast was enough for Leoli's level to increase by a large margin. Following Leoli's guidance, the two of them quietly approached. Sure enough, it was a Tier 5 awakened demon beast, and its quality was quite high. Bloodthirsty Tiger, Demon. Talent, Excellent 9 stars. Level, Awakening Tier 5. Strength, 71. Physique, 74. Spirit, 52. Speed, 69. Skills, Blood Fury Bite, Fierce Tiger Pounce. Looking at the excellent Tier 5 demon beast, Gu Xing couldn't help but click his tongue. Compared to those elite tier low-level monsters, this demon beast's attributes were much stronger. Moreover, due to the transformation, the strength of demon beasts of the same level was generally stronger than that of contracted beasts. This was also one of the reasons why upgrading in the alternate space was so difficult. But for now, facing this awakened 5th-tier beast, Gu Xing's confidence did not waver. With the attributes of Leoli breaking the 100 mark, facing this awakened 5th-tier beast, it would only take at most 2 swords. Just as Gu Xing and Leoli quietly approached, they found that someone else had beaten them to it. No, wait. Rather than saying they beat them to it, it was more accurate to say that the beast had found its prey. In the deep valley below, the bloodthirsty tiger was leading 3 awakened 4th-tier beasts, driving a 5-person team into a desperate situation. Among this team, the strongest was only a 3rd-tier beastmaster, and all of them had pale faces. Captain! Captain! One of the team members trembled as they looked at the young woman in the middle of the group, their voice filled with despair. Shin Ruoshua bit her lip, her knuckles turning white from the pressure. Facing a lineup of 1/5 tier and 3/4 tier beasts, this rookie team had no hope of even escaping. At this moment, the beasts had yet to strike, simply enjoying the thrill of watching their prey struggle to survive. Listen up. We might not make it out of this valley, but even if we die, we must rip off a piece of their flesh. Concentrate all beast masters and attack the 4th tier beast on the left. Even if we can't kill it, we must heavily injure it. Understood. The 4 gritted their teeth, their voices full of the fear of death. The bloodthirsty tiger's crimson tongue licked its fangs, as if it had grown bored of this cat-and-mouse game. Roar! With an ear-piercing roar, the 4 beasts simultaneously sprang into action. With the sharp sound of claws tearing through the air, Shin Ruoshua could even smell the stench of blood. Death, so close. And seeing this scene, Xing no longer hesitated and immediately commanded Leoli to strike. After all, he must obtain the experience from these beasts. Leoli, activate Saraphim form. At this moment, the situation was urgent, and only Leoli's Saraphim form with double the attributes could control the situation. The moment Leoli received Xing's command, she unlocked the restraints on her body. In an instant, the world seemed to change color. Chapter 8, The Student with S-Level Potential. The crimson holy flame suddenly erupted, evaporating the gray mist within a 100-meter radius, even distorting the air from the heat. Under Xing's astonished gaze, a stunning figure slowly rose from the flames. The 4 wings burning with holy flame fully unfolded, each feather glowing with brilliant golden divine patterns. Leoli's originally clear eyes had now turned into burning golden vertical pupils, like a flame empress emerging from a myth. Under this divine pressure, the air in the entire valley seemed to freeze. Woo! The 3 awakened 4th tier beasts let out a sorrowful whine, terrified, burying their heads deep into the earth. And though the bloodthirsty tiger was an awakened 5th tier beast, facing Leoli's divine pressure, its condition didn't improve much. Its pounce was suddenly halted, and its massive body strangely hovered in midair. Its crimson beast eyes contracted sharply, reflecting the figure that made its soul shudder. Captain! Captain, is this a beast master? The youngest member of the team mumbled, their voice trembling. Shin Ruoshua unconsciously clenched her hands, her knuckles turning white from the force. She opened her mouth, her throat dry and aching with the words. It should be. Though even she couldn't accept this answer. But in the rookie trial space, there were only them, the new beastmasters, and the beasts. That divine figure was clearly not one of the beasts. So the only remaining possibility was that absurd one. She is a beastmaster. A beastmaster of a new beastmaster. Under the horrified gaze of the others, Leoli's golden vertical pupils coldly swept over the beasts prostrating on the ground. She casually swung the holy sword in her hand. 3 red sword auras cut through the air, and the 3 awakened 4th tier beasts didn't even have time to scream before. The enormous body split neatly in half. At the cut, holy flames ignited, instantly burning the remains to ashes. Roar! The bloodthirsty tiger let out a desperate roar, its whole body bursting with its final ferocity. Leoli simply raised her sword gently. Sizzle! The trail of the holy sword left a searing afterimage in the air. The bloodthirsty tiger's proud, hard body was as fragile as thin paper in the face of the legendary beastmaster's power. Its pupils froze in terror, but its body slowly slid down the smooth cut. Voo! A ball of deep blue light, about the size of a basketball, rose from the bloodthirsty tiger's remains, slowly sinking into Leoli's brow. When the last trace of the holy flame disappeared into the air, the golden divine patterns around her body receded like a tide, and the 4 burning wings scattered into sparks. The figure that had been floating in midair gently landed, but her steps were noticeably a bit unsteady. Although the Saraphim form greatly enhanced her attributes, the consumption was also extremely terrifying. With Leoli's awakened 4th tier level, she could only hold on for about 30 seconds at full power. After confirming there was no danger, Leoli slightly tilted her head and looked towards the shadow not far away. Shin Ruoshua and the others unconsciously held their breath, their gazes following Leoli's movements. What kind of beastmaster could possess such a powerful beast? However, when the familiar figure stepped out from the shadow, everyone froze. Xing? Shin Ruoshua's pupils suddenly contracted, her voice involuntarily rising by 8 degrees. As the class leader of Beastmaster Class 3, she, of course, knew this usually low-profile student. Not long ago, she had heard that this student had his beast taken away, and she had been quite angry at that. But now, Shin Ruoshua's gaze shifted back and forth between Xing and Leoli, her brain almost stopping in operation. When Xing approached, she finally realized that the people Leoli had saved were actually some familiar faces. Yo, class leader, what a coincidence! Coincidence, coincidence! Shin Ruoshua answered mechanically. A student who was usually inconspicuous, but now standing next to him was a legendary beastmaster who could instantly kill a 5th-tier monster. The sense of incongruity was so strong that her temples throbbed. Xing politely nodded, signaling Leoli to leave. There was less than half an hour left. He had to make the most of the last bit of time to raise Leoli's level to the awakened 5th tier. Leoli obediently followed, not forgetting to slightly bow to the others before leaving. This gesture made the team members collectively gasp. As soon as Xing's figure disappeared into the mist, the team members immediately erupted. Holy shit! Class leader, did you see that? When the Beastmaster bowed, I almost kneeled. Wasn't Xing's beast taken from him? Why do I feel like he's stronger now? Seriously, I feel like the epic level beast Chen Ziming took is nothing compared to this one. Then, what if we run into Xing during the assessment in 10 days? One member weakly spoke. Just surrender. The 5 of them spoke in unison. The city lord's mansion. Xiaoxiu stood respectfully to the side, his gaze somewhat uneasy. In front of him stood a middle-aged man in a dark blue Zhongshan suit, standing with his hands behind his back. Though the man's mouth curled into a faint smile, it cast an invisible pressure over the entire hall. He was the head of the entire southern military district, the real top leader, Wei Yuan. Wei, Commander, why did you personally come? Wei Yuan turned around, his gaze lingering on Xiaoxiu for a moment. This former soldier who had once crawled and fought under his command was now the lord of a city. I just came from Lanyang City. They have a potential A-level talent this year, not bad. Though he said that, Xiaoxiu keenly noticed that a hint of disappointment flashed in Wei Yuan's eyes. As the highest authority of the southern military district, Wei Yuan personally toured each city this time, clearly wanting to find the truly top-tier talent. Clearly, he has come up empty-handed so far. Chief Wei, the situation in Ling Yuan City this year may be no different from Lanyang City. Before the trial began, he had ordered a detailed review of all the participants' information. Aside from that playboy from the Chun family who contracted an epic-level succubus, the beast-mastering qualifications of the others are hard to talk about. Wei Yuan sighed lightly, his disappointment hard to conceal between his brows. Forget it, beastmaster summoning ultimately depends on fate. You can't force it. He adjusted his collar and said, I'll go check other cities. I'll see you off. Xiaoxiu was about to escort him, but the city lord's assistant stumbled in. What is the meaning of this? Xiaoxiu's face darkened, feeling embarrassed in front of his superior. How have I taught you? In tough situations, you must remain calm. Only then did the assistant notice the big figure in the hall, immediately breaking out in cold sweat. But he couldn't care much, his voice trembling with excitement. Lord! We have an S-rank potential student in Ling Yuan City. What? Xiaoxiu's voice suddenly rose, echoing through the quiet city lord's manor. Even Wei Yuan, who had appeared calm moments ago, suddenly turned around, casting a look of surprise. Chapter 9, Potential Rating, SSS. Inside the city lord's manor, the air seemed to freeze for a moment. It is known that in the entire southern war zone, there are only a few dozen geniuses who can receive an S-rank potential rating. And a small border city like Ling Yuan hasn't seen such a talent in years. Chief Wei, should we go take a look? Seeing that Wei Yuan was clearly interested, Xiaoxiu tentatively suggested. A flash of brilliance passed through Wei Yuan's deep eyes. He adjusted his Zhongshan suit's collar and said in a low voice. Let's go. The city lord's assistant naturally didn't dare to slack off, immediately bowing to lead the way. However, what the few didn't know was that, in the monitoring room, the situation had already exploded. This is impossible. This score, is it a cheat? Why did the score increase so much in an instant? Did he destroy the monster's lair? This score, is it really possible for a rookie beast master to achieve this? Could the equipment have malfunctioned? Su Feng stared intensely at the monitoring screen, his coffee cup already tipped over, and the brown liquid dripped onto his shiny leather shoes without him noticing. The glaring number on the screen felt like a heavy blow to his heart. First place, Xing 25,000 points. While second place, Chen Ziming, was still stuck at the pitiful 3,000 points. Even more suffocating was that Xing's score was still rising at an incredible speed. The highest record in the past 10 years was only 3,500 points. Su Feng muttered, his throat involuntarily moving. His gaze slowly moved to the potential rating bar, and his pupils immediately shrank. Potential rating, SSS. The 3 golden words shone brightly on the screen, stabbing into the eyes painfully. In the trial space. The white, crystal-clear wings were stained with the blood of monsters, and the pile of corpses beneath her feet formed a small mountain. The suffocating stench of blood filled the air, and the thick blood even formed tiny streams on the ground. Master, they've become smarter. Leoli stood with her sword, guarding Xing behind her. Her breath was slightly hurried, but her grip on the sword remained as steady as a rock. Gu Xing narrowed his eyes and looked toward the entrance of the valley. Dozens of different types of monsters had formed an unprecedented alliance, baring their teeth and blocking all the escape routes. Although most of them were low-level monsters of the second and third ranks, the sight of dozens of them together was still quite imposing. Looks like they've been scared by our killing spree. In the past half hour, he and Leoli had been almost frenzied in their slaughter. In the end, the remaining monsters had no choice but to unite and lure them into this valley. Gu Xing raised his hand to glance at the timer. Remaining time, 3 o'clock. Only 3 minutes remained. Perfect, now we don't need to go looking for them. Leoli. Understood. After this period of battle, the tacit understanding between the two rapidly improved. Now, without Gu Xing speaking, Leoli could already judge Gu Xing's thoughts. Seraphim form, unleash. Golden patterns instantly spread across Leoli's entire body, and 4 dazzling wings of light broke out from her back. Judgment. The blinding white light swept through the valley like a tidal wave, and wherever it passed, the howls of magical beasts echoed one after another. When the head of the last 5th-level magic wolf flew high into the air, dazzling golden light suddenly erupted from around Leoli. Awakening 5th level, achieved. Gu Xing immediately checked Leoli's various attributes. Holy Angel, Leoli. Qualification, Legendary 1 star. Level, Awakening 5th level. Strength, 148. Physique, 150. Spirit, 142. Speed, 153. Skills, Judgment, increases damage to demon creatures, Divine Blessing, immune to 1 lethal attack, Seraphim form, all attributes increase by 200%, final aria, after use, the angel enters a slumber period. Training advice, use light crystals, sacred spirit bone fluid, angelic sacred blood to improve beast mastery qualification. The terrifying nature of the little angel's legendary qualification finally began to show itself. Although her level was only awakening 5th level, Leoli's attribute values already crushed those of ordinary awakening 7th and 8th level beast masters. Gu Xing stared at the cultivation advice section on the system interface. He had a premonition that as long as he found the 3 materials, light crystals, sacred spirit bone fluid, and angelic sacred blood, Leoli's qualification would undergo a tremendous leap. However, the largest beast master business in Yuan City doesn't even have any news about these 3 materials. Gu Xing smiled wryly and shook his head. He had previously checked the information. At the top auction in Longsha Kingdom, a broken light crystal had been auctioned for a sky-high price of millions. But the light crystal that Leoli needed had to be a complete whole. As for sacred spirit bone fluid and angelic sacred blood, even the Beast Master Association's ancient texts in Longsha Kingdom had only vague records. Training a legendary level qualification really isn't something ordinary people can reach. Gu Xing sighed lightly. Even though he had the golden finger and clearly knew the evolution path, he could only sigh helplessly at this moment. However, Gu Xing didn't dwell on it. When the boat reaches the bridge, it will naturally straighten. One day, I will definitely be able to collect the materials and complete Leoli's first cultivation. At this moment, the restless energy around Leoli finally calmed down. She instinctively wanted to approach Gu Xing, but as soon as she took a step, she froze. Her pure white wings were stained with dark red blood, and her skirt was still dripping with sticky liquid. Ugh! The little angel wrinkled her delicate nose and looked at herself with distaste. With a soft hum, red gold holy flames ignited at her fingertips, flowing over her body like water. Those filthy bloodstains turned into green smoke and disappeared the moment they touched the flames, leaving not a trace behind. After confirming that every feather had been restored to its pure state, Leoli finally nodded in satisfaction and lightly walked towards Gu Xing. Master, should we leave now? Leoli gently tugged at Gu Xing's sleeve, her small face frowning as she looked around. This valley, soaked in blood, really made one not want to stay for long. Gu Xing glanced at the timer, and just as the numbers reached 0. The next moment, a solemn mechanical voice echoed throughout the trial space. The rookie trial is now officially over, please everyone prepare to exit. In 10 seconds, everyone in this space will be teleported back to Yuan City. Countdown begins now. Hold on to me. Gu Xing naturally held Leoli's small hand. 10. 9. 3. 2. 1. The dazzling white light engulfed the entire world. When Gu Xing opened his eyes, he saw the familiar outline of the square in Yuan City. Before he could fully adapt to the dizziness after teleportation, he noticed that the surroundings were already surrounded by excited staff members. The leader, Su Feng, quickly stepped forward. The usually stern and serious trial leader was now smiling brightly. Gu Xing, your performance in the rookie trial was truly astonishing. The lord of the city specifically asked to see you. Gu Xing was stunned for a moment, then quickly realized it must be because his performance in the rookie trial space had caught the attention of the city lord. He had expected this result earlier, so he didn't refuse. Alright. Chapter 10, The Frenzied Qin Zimming. When Gu Xing's figure disappeared at the end of the square, the other participants were gradually teleported back. When Chen Zimming appeared in the center of the square, holding the succubus in his arms, he was immediately surrounded by a group of flattering students, unable to move. Young Master Chen, you must be the first in this trial, right? An epic level beast tamer, you're a cut above the rest. I guess young Master Chen scored at least 3,000 points. Such a result would have been the undisputed first place in previous years. 3,000 points? Doesn't that mean the potential rating will be close to S rank? We are witnessing history here. Chen Zimming listened to the flattery, his mouth nearly splitting into a grin. He tightly hugged the succubus in his arms, his fingers restlessly rubbing her waist. He had always been the notorious playboy in Lin Yuan City. But ever since he contracted this epic-level beast, not only had he shaken off the reputation of being a useless playboy, but wherever he went, he was showered with praise. Thinking of this, he felt even more satisfied with the succubus in his arms. Mayor, he whispered in her ear, his voice low, tonight, I'll reward you well, and tomorrow I'll take you to the other world to level up. Upon hearing this, the succubus immediately blushed, her long eyelashes fluttering downwards. I'll listen to Brother Zimming. Her coy and hesitant manner made Chen Zimming feel hot all over, wanting to take her home immediately. But seeing the still unreleased leaderboard, he suppressed his impulse. After all, this was his glorious moment, reaching the top under the gaze of thousands. How could he miss it? It should be noted that Chen Zimming had worked hard for this trial. Not only did he rely on the succubus's power, but he secretly spent a large sum of money hiring a 5-person team. This team was responsible for severely injuring the magical beasts to the brink of death, leaving the final strike to him. At this moment, Chen Zimming felt the power of his newly awakened 4th-tier abilities and smugly curled his lips. This trick, though dishonorable, had indeed produced remarkable results. His level soared, and his points skyrocketed. Look! The leaderboard is out. With an exclamation, the entire square erupted into excitement. Everyone's gaze immediately focused on the large screen in the center of the square. The leaderboard began to slowly reveal the names, starting from the lowest. 187th place, Zhang Wei, 85 points, potential rating D. 163rd place, Li Na, 112 points, potential rating D. Cheers and sighs erupted from the crowd intermittently. When the leaderboard reached the top 10, the atmosphere in the square became even more tense. The top 10 were announced in a special way, each name lingering with special sound effects. 10th place, Wang Hao, 890 points, potential rating B. 9th place, Lu Feng, 902 points, potential rating B. In the center of the square, Chen Zimming proudly held the succubus in his arms, a confident smile on his face. Around him, sycophantic compliments rang out endlessly. Young Master Chen is definitely going to be first this time. Obviously, who else but young Master Chen has the ability to take first place? Chen Zimming reveled in the admiration, his fingers idly twirling the succubus's hair, already imagining the moment when he would receive the city lord's praise. However, am I seeing this wrong? Why is young Master Chen's name in second place? This voice was like a thunderclap, instantly shattering Chen Zimming's dreams. He jerked his head around, staring at the glaring data on the light screen. Second place, Chen Zimming, 4,100 points, potential rating A. This is impossible. Chen Zimming's eyes nearly popped out, his voice cracking. Second place. How could he be second? He had 4,100 points, a score that had already made history in Lin Yuan City. How could he still be second? Chen Zimming's eyes were bloodshot, staring dead at the big screen in the center of the square. Who was it? Who took his first place? And the succubus in Chen Zimming's arms was also completely stiff. She had been watching the rankings, only to see the placement of her former master whom she had abandoned. But from the last place up to second place, she never found that familiar name. This situation made her heart sink to the bottom. In the next moment, a terrible guess made her feel like she had fallen into an ice cave. Could it be that Gu Xing is first? The succubus immediately shook her head, trying to throw this absurd possibility out of her mind. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That person only made a contract with a crippled angel. How could she possibly lose to such a defective product? But often, the more you fear something, the more it happens. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the first place was slowly revealed. First place, Gu Xing, score 44300, potential rating SSS. The moment this ranking was revealed, it was like a bomb had been dropped into the square. Oh my god. Gu Xing's score is 44,003? Tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, it's really 5 digits. SSS level potential? This guy's a walking cheat code. In the middle of all the shocked voices, Chen Ziming stood frozen like he had been struck by lightning. He stared hard at those two numbers. 44,300 versus 4,100. A whole 10 times the difference. How was this possible? Chen Ziming's eyes were blood red, and his veins bulged as his fingers gripped the staff member's shoulder tightly. Cheating. This is definitely cheating. His voice was hoarse like sandpaper scraping. 40,000 points? What kind of joke is this? The staff calmly brushed off his hand, their voice frighteningly flat. This score was personally verified by the city lord. Young Master Chen, are you questioning the judgment of the city lord? This sentence was like a bucket of ice water dumped over his head. Chen Ziming staggered back 2 steps, a buzzing in his ears. The gazes around him were like countless sharp knives, stabbing into him, making his whole body tremble. Heh, he. He suddenly laughed like a madman, his fingernails digging deep into his palm. I get it now. That poor loser must have used the 20 million my dad gave him to hire people to boost his score. Chen Ziming had completely lost his mind by now, his handsome face twisted in rage, the veins on his forehead pulsing with his rapid breath. The thought of that poor kid he once stomped under his feet using Chen family money to humiliate him lit a fire in his chest that almost burned him to ashes. Gu Xing. You think using my family's money will let you beat me? He suddenly grabbed the succubus's wrist, so hard it was like he'd crush her slender bones. The succubus let out a painful gasp but didn't dare struggle, only stumbling along as he dragged her. Now. Right now. Chen Ziming's eyes were blood red, like a wild beast gone mad. I want to hire the top demon hunting teams. 10 isn't enough, then 20. At the academy test in 10 days, I'll make that trash kneel in front of me and beg for mercy. His voice echoed across the square, drawing countless surprised looks. But Chen Ziming no longer cared about appearances. His mind had only one thought left. At any cost, he would crush Gu Xing completely. The succubus was dragged forward by force, but as she turned her head, her gaze caught a glimpse of the shining name on the square's screen. Gu Xing, SSS level. A sudden thought rose in her heart. Did she really make the right choice back then? Chapter 11, Abyss Level Trial. On the other side. Led by Su Feng, Gu Xing arrived at a well-decorated meeting room. After signaling Leoli to wait outside, Gu Xing pushed open the door and walked in. As soon as he entered, his eyes were drawn to the dark blue figure sitting at the main seat. City Lord Xiaoxiu stood respectfully to the side. This detail instantly made Gu Xing realize the middle-aged man before him with such presence. His status was far above the city lord. When Xiaoxiu saw Gu Xing enter the room, he immediately stood up and introduced. Student Gu Xing, this is the chief in charge of the southern military region, Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan? Gu Xing's pupils shrank slightly. This name was like thunder in the ears across the Dragon Xia nation. A king-level beast master, the stabilizing pillar of the southern war zone, someone who could truly save the nation in its darkest hour. Greetings, city lord, greetings, commander. Returning to his senses, Gu Xing saluted one by one. Wei Yuan nodded slightly, his deep eyes observing Gu Xing, and he spoke gently. Student Gu Xing, congratulations on obtaining an SSS level potential rating in the novice trial. Thank you, commander, but I suppose the commander has other reasons for calling me here. Seeing Xiaoxiu standing to the side like a transparent person, Gu Xing immediately understood that the one who truly wanted to meet him was this chief of the southern military region, Wei Yuan. He just didn't understand why a commander of a military region would take the initiative to see him, even though he performed brilliantly in the novice trial. But a genius who hasn't grown yet is not truly a genius. Seeing Gu Xing's composure, a hint of appreciation flashed in Wei Yuan's eyes. When he received the news midway that Gu Xing had received an SSS level rating, his first reaction was doubt. After all, in the Dragon Xia nation, geniuses of that level could be counted on one hand. For a border city like Linyuan City to produce an SSS level genius was nearly impossible. He originally thought this so-called genius must have used some little tricks to get the SSS rating. But the moment he saw Gu Xing's beast, that thought vanished like smoke. The aura emanating from that beast had clearly surpassed the epic level. To have a legendary level beast and earn an SSS level rating was only natural. Student Gu Xing, I do indeed have something to ask of you. As Wei Yuan spoke, his gaze calmly swept toward Xiaoxiu. The city lord immediately understood and respectfully exited the room, though his heart churned with waves. Just what kind of secret could this be, that even he, the city lord, had no right to know? Once the door was closed, Wei Yuan raised his hand and waved lightly, and a pale blue light screen rippled out like water, enveloping the two of them. This is... Gu Xing's pupils shrank again. A basic use of domain power. Once you are promoted to commander rank, you'll master it too. This thing is mainly to ensure that our conversation is not overheard by the outside world. Staring at the fluctuating energy barrier in front of him, Gu Xing's expression gradually turned serious. For a king-level beastmaster to be so cautious, even using domain power to isolate the conversation. This was no small matter. It might concern the fate of the Dragon Xia nation. Student Gu Xing, you should know that the Otherworld is another world fusing with Blue Star. All nations have built defenses in the Otherworld to provide a safe training ground for low-level beastmasters. Gu Xing nodded. This history had long been recorded in the textbooks. But Dragon Xia nation's defense line construction lags behind other countries. Wei Yuan suddenly changed the topic. Do you know why? Gu Xing frowned and thought, is it because the defense construction didn't go smoothly? Exactly. Wei Yuan drew in the air with his fingers, revealing a light screen map. 3 years ago, we discovered a giant trial ground at a key position. On the light screen, a crimson dot was stuck right at the hub of the defense line. Normally, discovering a trial ground is a good thing. But this one happens to be right at the most critical point of the defense line. If we don't clear this trial ground, there will always be a gap in the defense line. Those demonic beasts might invade through it at any time. Hearing this, Gu Xing couldn't help but look up at Wei Yuan. But I don't think I can be of much help. Wei Yuan raised his hand to interrupt, lightly tapping the air with his fingertip, and a 3D projection immediately unfolded. The projection clearly marked all the areas of the trial ground, most of them shown in green indicating cleared, while the core region still flashed with a blinding red light. All other trial zones of lower levels have been conquered by our forces. Only this final one remains. He pointed to that glowing red area. It requires teams of 3, each member awakened at 5th rank or lower. The projection suddenly zoomed in, showing detailed data of the zone. Difficulty level, Abyss grade. The trial ground is a special hidden realm in an alternate dimension. Those who clear it will gain generous rewards. According to difficulty, the Longxia government divided it into 5 levels. Normal, hardship, nightmare, hell, and the highest, abyss. I need you, Wei Yuan stared into Gu Xing's eyes, to join 2 other SSS grade talents and complete this ultimate challenge, to help Longxia build the defense line. Hearing this, Gu Xing finally understood. Why would a chief military commander personally seek out a rookie beastmaster in the awakening phase? While he was still processing all this, Wei Yuan mistakenly thought he was hesitating. This trial truly holds great danger. So just by participating, you will earn the right to choose one item from the Southern Military District's treasure vault. As Wei Yuan spoke, he raised his hand and opened a screen of light in the air. Countless rare materials flickered across the screen as shadows. Gu Xing glanced up casually, but his eyes were instantly drawn to one of the materials. Light crystal? And it's a complete piece of light crystal? Commander Wei. Gu Xing's voice trembled slightly. In the military vault, there is a whole light crystal? He never expected to hear news about the first material needed to raise Leoli here. A hint of surprise flashed in Wei Yuan's eyes, and he tapped his finger to enlarge the crystal's projection. Seems like this item matters a lot to you? Gu Xing nodded. Good. As long as you agree to join the trial, whether you win or lose, it is yours. Deal. Gu Xing agreed without hesitation. He had already intended to serve the nation, now the light crystal was just a pleasant surprise. And seeing Gu Xing accept, Wei Yuan finally let out a heavy sigh of relief. He had pledged a military order. This year, the defense line must be completed. If he hadn't encountered Gu Xing, he thought he might not finish the mission this year. It wasn't that they hadn't sent geniuses into the trial before, but even SS-level talents couldn't reach halfway. So he had been desperately searching across Longxia for SSS-grade potential talents. Now, at last, he found one. No time to waste. We leave now. Every day delayed, the gap in our defenses devours more Longxia beastmasters' lives. Chapter 12, the trial begins. The military commander's style truly was swift and decisive. Before Gu Xing could react, he felt a sudden tightness around his waist. Wei Yuan had already taken him and Leoli and soared into the sky. Whoosh! With a tearing sound, a giant bird that blocked out the sky suddenly ripped through the clouds. The 3 landed steadily on its broad back, and Gu Xing instinctively scanned the beast's info. Cloud-swallowing sparrow. Potential? Level? Attribute? Skills? All question marks sent a chill through Gu Xing's heart. But what shocked him more was, even though the sparrow tore through the air at high speed, they felt no wind pressure at all. This meant the beast beneath them was at least at the commander level, and very likely had reached monarch level. Not long after, a twisting blue light screen appeared across the sky. This is the space passage connecting the 2 realms. After passing through, we fly a few more hours to reach the trial ground. Wei Yuan's voice remained clear despite the rushing wind. The cloud-swallowing sparrow cried out, flapped its wings, and plunged into the light screen. And below them. More than 20 teams surrounded Chen Ziming and his succubus like stars surrounding the moon. The leading captain flattered, "Young Master Chen, with our elite teams assisting you, you will surely break through awakening rank 7. But Chen Ziming paid no attention. He stared at the space passage with cold, sinister eyes. Gu Xing. His clenched fists bulged with veins. Compared to the Chen family in resources? I will make you understand what despair means. With 20 teams helping me level up, what do you have to compare with me? 3 hours later, the cloud-swallowing lark landed at the military base surrounded by mountains. When Gu Xing jumped down from the giant bird's back, he immediately noticed that besides the soldiers in the camp square, there were 2 young people. These 2 must be his companions participating in the trial with him. Yingbing, Jin Tian, from Kyoto, SSS Great Potential. Gu Xing, from Linyuan City, also SSS Great Potential. This trial will be conquered by the 3 of you together. Wei Yuan briefly introduced the information of the few people. Standing on the left side, Yingbing wore a white outfit, with a small bird that looked like ice crystal resting on her shoulder. Hearing Wei Yuan's introduction, she slightly nodded to Gu Xing. However, her gaze lingered on Leoli for a few more seconds, and a hint of surprise flashed in her ice-blue pupils. Gu Xing also politely greeted her, then began to check the information of this girl's beast. Frost Qian Ice Phoenix. Quality, Legend 1 star. Level, Awakening Stage 5. Power, 120. Constitution, 130. Spirit, 178. Speed, 150. Skills, Ice Spike, Frost Storm, Frost Ring Restraint. After use, the beast enters a weakened state. As for the right side, Jin Tian had his arms crossed. Standing beside him was a 3-meter-tall bronze tree man. He glanced at Gu Xing with disdain, his eyes showing a hint of contempt. Linyuan City? Never heard of it. Is there a genius in such a small city? Most likely, he only got the SSS grade by grinding points. However, due to Wei Yuan being present, he didn't voice his thoughts, pretending to be aloof while standing aside. Gu Xing looked at Jin Tian's attitude, feeling indifferent. He didn't come to this trial to make friends, his goal is that piece of light crystal. As for the trial's companions, it would be best if they got along. If not, it doesn't matter, after this trial, they won't meet again. That said, he still checked the other party's beast information. War Tree Man. Quality, Legend 1 star. Level, Awakening Stage 5. Power, 160. Constitution, 165. Spirit, 112. Speed, 105. Skills, Root Entangle, Giant Wood Strike, Ironwood Barrier. Gu Xing carefully compared the data of the 3 beasts, gradually forming a judgment in his heart. Although all have Legend 1 star quality, the gap is so obvious. Leoli's attributes, while not top-notch, are evenly developed, with no shortcomings. The key is that she possesses 4 skills, more than the other 2 beasts by 1 skill slot. Yingbing's Frost Qian Ice Phoenix is clearly superior to Jin Tian's War Tree Man, especially that Frost Ring Restraint skill, which caught Gu Xing's attention. This is similar to Leoli's Epitaph, both requiring a certain cost to be paid. Gu Xing guessed that the higher the cost necessary to release, the more terrifying the power of the skill. This seems equivalent to a beast's finishing move. Epitaph, after release, the beast falls into a deep sleep. Looking at Leoli's skill, he decided he would not use it unless it was life or death. Then, he shifted his gaze to Jin Tian's War Tree Man. This beast, aside from its excellent power and constitution attributes, it seems there are no other standout points. All 3 skills are rather ordinary, and it doesn't even have a finishing move. Gu Xing quietly estimated that this War Tree Man barely reached the threshold of legendary quality. After understanding the strengths of Yingbing and Jin Tian's beasts, Gu Xing's gaze finally settled on Leoli. Overall, his little angel still satisfied him more. Master? Leoli asked, tilting her head in confusion. His long fingers unconsciously brushed against Leoli's silver hair, the soft touch at his fingertips warming his heart. Master? Leoli confusedly raised her small face, her golden eyes filled with incomprehension. She instinctively rubbed against Gu Xing's palm, and this intimate action made Gu Xing's heart tremble. Sin. Sin. Fortunately, Wei Yuan, who was beside them, spoke again, drawing Leoli's attention. This allowed the little angel not to notice her master's oddity. Do you still need to prepare anything? If not, I will take you to the trial site. Wei Yuan's gaze swept across the 3 people. Gu Xing softly cleared his throat and discreetly withdrew his hand, his fingertips still lingering with the soft touch of Leoli's hair. We can set off any time. Yingbing and Jin Tian beside him also indicated they were ready. Soon, Wei Yuan led them to an ancient hall. Although the hall was broken, from some small details, one could still see its former grandeur. This was once the sacred place of the elves, but for some unknown reason, the entire elf clan has vanished, leaving only this trial site. If you clear this trial, you should be able to receive good rewards. But if you encounter danger, choose to exit in time. After all, your safety is the most important. Don't worry, Commander Wei. Qin Tian patted his chest and assured, with me here, this trial is almost certain to succeed. Wei Yuan looked at him deeply. I hope so. Without further ado, Wei Yuan pointed to the stone platform in the center of the hall. You just place your hands on it to start the trial. Finally, with his loud voice, all soldiers stood at attention and saluted in unison, wishing you a triumphant return. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the three placed their hands on the stone platform at the same time. In an instant, a blinding white light shot up into the sky, completely engulfing the three figures. Chapter 13, A Man Cannot Say No. When the three figures completely vanished in the white light, the adjutant walked up to Wei Yuan's side and quietly asked, Chief, do you think they will succeed this time? Wei Yuan's gaze remained fixed on the empty stone platform, his knuckles unconsciously tapping against his pants. After a long while, he slowly spoke. With that girl, the winner, here, the chance of passing this trial is probably 50-50. After all, it was the highest level trial. Even though the three beasts were legendary level, Wei Yuan's heart also felt uncertain. Last time, the participants included a genius with SSS potential and two others with SS potential. However, the three couldn't even pass the second level. He sighed, took one last look at the stone platform, and turned to walk outside the hall. We have done what we needed to do, now. Let's leave it to fate. Inside the trial ground. The black soil looked as if it was soaked in ink, with ruins everywhere, a desolate sight. Hey, country boy. Qin Tian suddenly stopped, the sturdy branches of the war tree man rustling behind him. No matter what means you use to get that SSS rating, when danger comes, just honestly hide behind me and Sister Bing. He raised his chin, his face full of pride. With us here, encountering danger means at least you can keep your little life. Gu Xing raised an eyebrow with interest. This young master from the capital was boastful, but he wasn't a bad person. It's just that he hadn't experienced the hardships of society, so he was a bit overconfident. Just right, in the trial, various monsters, after being killed, would not raise the level of their beasts. If someone was happy to make a move, he would be glad to see it. No problem, you go in front, I won't steal your spotlight. As he said this, he deliberately stepped back 2 paces and made an exaggerated after-you gesture. Leoli tilted her head in confusion, but under Gu Xing's signal, she obediently stepped aside. You know how to behave. Qin Tian snorted with satisfaction and strode to the front of the team. Meanwhile, Ying Bing seemed to completely ignore all this, wholeheartedly communicating with the ice phoenix on her shoulder. Soon, the three encountered 3 monsters. Trial Puppet Balance Type. Level, Awakening Level 6. Strength, 100. Constitution, 100. Spirit, 100. Speed, 100. Skills, 1000 Machine Heavy Fist, Balanced Force Field. Seeing the information about these 3 trial puppets, Gu Xing finally understood the difficulty of the Abyss trial. A trial puppet with a full attribute of 100, its abilities were at the level of an excellent 6th-tier magical beast. In fact, due to the balance of various attributes, its strength even surpassed that of magical beasts of the same level. What was more terrifying was that this was only the first wave of monsters in the trial. The strength of the monsters they would encounter next would gradually increase. However, Qin Tian seemed unaware of the seriousness of the situation. He stepped forward confidently and said, Sister Bing, don't get involved, leave these metal lumps to me. Ying Bing thought for a moment and then nodded slightly in agreement. After all, Qin Tian had received an SSS level potential rating, and defeating these 3 trial puppets was definitely not a problem. Entangle them with the roots, Tree Man. With Qin Tian's command, the war tree man's thick roots burst from the ground, wrapping around the 3 puppets like giant pythons. The wooden fibers rubbed against the metal shells, producing a harsh sound, and finally, with 3 explosive bursts, the puppets shattered into pieces on the ground. How was that? My tree man. Qin Tian turned around proudly, looking at the others with a face full of expectation for praise. Gu Xing and Leoli exchanged glances, and the 2 raised their thumbs in unison. Leoli even kindly added, so impressive. Qin Tian was flattered and his voice rose by an octave. Although your strength is a bit lacking, if you carefully watch my battle, you will definitely learn a lot. Right. Gu Xing nodded repeatedly, pressing down on Leoli, who wanted to retort. From then on, Qin Tian took on the role of the trailblazer. However, as they delved deeper, the trial puppets they faced became increasingly stronger. When 5 awakened 7th-tier trial puppets blocked their way, Qin Tian finally couldn't smile anymore. He was sweating profusely. Trial Puppet. Level, Awakened 7th tier. Strength, 120. Constitution, 120. Spirit, 120. Speed, 120. 5 trial puppets, each with an average attribute of 120 points, made it extremely difficult for the war tree man to cope. Qin Tian's forehead was beaded with fine sweat, and his clenched fists trembled slightly. "Qin Xiao, do you need a hand?" Gu Xing kindly inquired, leaning closer. "No, not needed." Qin Tian gritted his teeth and held on, but anyone could see that he was forcing himself. However, Ying Bing beside him gently patted the ice phoenix on her shoulder, her voice cold. "I'll control it, you deal the damage." Hearing Ying Bing's words, Gu Xing raised her eyebrows in surprise. This icy beauty actually spoke. Qin Tian felt relieved when he heard that Ying Bing was stepping in. He could handle the 5 trial puppets, but it would come at a cost. But this was only the first level of the trial. With Ying Bing joining the battle, the situation reversed instantly. As the Frost Qian Ice Phoenix flapped its wings, the joints of the trial puppets were instantly covered in frost. The war tree man seized the opportunity, raising his thick branches and shattering the frozen puppets one by one. On the journey ahead, Gu Xing enjoyed a leisurely time. With Ying Bing and Qin Tian working together, the trial puppets could hardly withstand even one round. For a time, he and Leoli became bystanders. Before long, Qin Tian and Ying Bing smashed through the first level like a bolt of lightning. The three arrived at the end of the first level, where 3 deep passageways appeared before them. Here, this was the second level of the Abyss level trial. According to the information provided by Wei Yuan, these 3 passageways required the 3 of them to each choose one, independently completing the trials within to enter the third level. As for the content of the third level? Even Wei Yuan didn't know. The last trial challenger only reached the second level at best. At this moment, Qin Tian suddenly turned around, his gaze lingering on Gu Xing for a long time, his tone filled with clear suspicion. "Can you do it?" He naturally had no worries about Ying Bing's strength. As the top of the new trial in Kyoto City, her power was even above his own. But this talented person from the countryside worried him. What if he held them back? Even if he and Ying Bing passed the second level, their trial this time was still a failure. The usually indifferent Ying Bing slightly turned her gaze, waiting for Gu Xing's response. After all, Gu Xing hadn't made a move all this way, and she couldn't judge this companion's strength either. Faced with Qin Tian's doubts, Gu Xing didn't argue, she simply smiled slightly and walked straight towards the middle passage. A man mustn't say he can't. Chapter 14, Second Level, Passing. The moment he stepped into the passage, Gu Xing felt as if he were in another world. He suddenly looked back but found that the entrance he had come from had vanished, replaced by a void of darkness. Before him, a mechanical figure slowly took shape. Trial Puppet, Enhanced Type. Level, Awakened Tier 5. Strength, 90. Constitution, 90. Spirit, 90. Speed, 90. Skills, 1000 Mechanism Heavy Punch, Attribute Boost, Balance Field, Stackable. Enhanced Type? Gu Xing frowned. Compared to an ordinary balanced puppet, this guy before him was clearly a whole tier stronger. Not only did it have an additional attribute boosting skill, but the balance field was even more troublesome. If several enhanced trial puppets appeared simultaneously later on, that would be difficult. But for now, it wasn't a big problem. Leoli, take care of it. Before the words fell, Leoli's silver-white wings fully spread, and a long sword burning with fierce flames condensed in her hand. With a light flap of her wings, she instantly flashed in front of the puppet. The golden sword light cut through like a new moon. Swish! The enhanced puppet was cut in response, shattering into 2 chunks and crashing to the ground. Although this awakened Tier 5 puppet was quite strong, it was still no match for Leoli, whose attributes had all surpassed 150 points. As the puppet disintegrated, the blue barrier blocking their path also faded away. Gu Xing continued forward with Leoli. In the second space, waiting for them were still the enhanced trial puppets, but their level had risen to awakened Tier 6. Looking at the enemy whose attributes had surged to 120 points, Gu Xing couldn't help but furrow his brow. No wonder previous trial takers couldn't pass this level. With each space passed, the puppet's strength would grow exponentially. This awakened Tier 6 enhanced puppet had attributes comparable to a Tier 5 epic beast. And this was only the second level. Leoli's sword light shone again, and the trial puppet fell in response. In the next space, 2 awakened Tier 6 puppets appeared at the same time, and the balance field began to show its power, suppressing Leoli's attributes by about 10 points. Fortunately, even when weakened, Leoli still held an absolute advantage and quickly took out the 2 awakened Tier 6 trial puppets. Next, the difficulty of the trial continued to rise. 3, 4, 5, awakened Tier 7. When Gu Xing and Leoli reached the final space, 3 trial puppets radiating terrifying energy stood ready. Trial Puppet, Enhanced Type. Level, Awakened Tier 7. Strength, 150. Constitution, 150. Spirit, 150. Speed, 150. Skills, 1000 Mechanism Heavy Punch, Attribute Boost, Balance Field, Stackable. Looking at the 3 enhanced trial puppets confronting Leoli. Under the stacking of the 3 balance fields, Leoli's various attributes were suppressed by nearly 30 points. This meant that even with Leoli's strength, it would be quite tricky to deal with these puppets without activating the Saraphim form. But at this moment, he wasn't worried about the battle before him, rather, he was. Could the other 2 really pass this level of the trial? Ying Bing's Ice Phoenix Spirit attribute reached 170 points, and with her excellent skills, passing should be no problem. But Qin Tian's War Treant. Facing 3 awakened Tier 7 enhanced puppets, that might be a bit precarious. In a flash of thought, Xing made a decision. Leoli, activate your Seraphim form, and end this quickly. Understood. The moment the little girl answered clearly, crimson flames erupted explosively around her. For light wings spread behind her, a divine and fierce surge of energy sweeping through the entire space. Attribute value doubled. 300 points of absolute crushing power. 3 golden sword lights streaked across the sky like meteors, and the 3 enhanced puppets didn't even have time to react before being neatly split in half. Their remnants, under the scorching flames of the Seraphim, instantly turned to ash, scattering in the wind. The light curtain at the end of the passage finally began to dissipate slowly. At the same time, in the core monitoring room of the trial ground, a huge stone platform floated in the center, displaying the trial takers' progress in real time. Sir, they have entered the second stage. Wei Yuan nodded slightly, a serious look in his eyes as he gazed at the stone platform. He knew better than anyone that it was the real test that started from the second stage. Last year, in that trial, besides that SSS-class genius who barely reached the end, the other 2 SSS-class geniuses were eliminated after only completing 70% of the progress. Wei Yuan unconsciously clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white from the effort. If they fail again this time, they would have to wait until next year. Send the order down, let the border troops enter a first-level combat readiness state. After passing the second stage, part of the trial ground would disappear, and at that time, demonic creatures would surely surge in through the gap. Although it was still unknown whether the 3 could clear the second stage, it was always good to be prepared ahead of time. Yes. The officer was about to turn and leave when his peripheral vision suddenly caught a glimpse of the stone platform flashing with dazzling light. He widened his eyes in disbelief. Sir. It seems someone has cleared the second stage. What? Wei Yuan spun around abruptly, his gaze fixed on the stone platform. He saw clearly displayed the words "One person has cleared the stage." Who is it? It should be known that only half an hour had passed since the 3 entered the second stage. From the last trial taker, he knew that in the final space, there were 3 awakened 7th grade trial puppets. Awakened 5th grade versus awakened 7th grade. Even if the 3's beast taming was of legendary level, it would be quite difficult to handle. Sir, I think it should be Ying Bing? The officer, coming back to his senses, cautiously analyzed. After all, the winner's bloodline is special, they can only contract 1 beast in their lifetime. The officer's thought matched Wei Yuan's speculation in his heart. As one of the oldest families in Longsha country, the winner's bloodline inheritance is highly unique. The members can only contract 1 beast in their lifetime, but the power of their bloodline can gradually enhance the beast's quality. Because of this, the beasts of the winners start at the least epic level. That girl Ying Bing is the most talented one in nearly 100 years. It is not surprising that she cleared the stage so quickly. However, at this point, Wei Yuan's expression became serious. But the current problem is that if Xing and Qin Tian cannot clear it, no matter how strong Ying Bing is, it will be to no avail. After all, in this trial, the 3 were united. As long as 1 person did not clear it, this trial could only be declared a failure. But then, at this moment, the officer suddenly exclaimed again. Sir. Another person cleared the stage. What? Wei Yuan's gaze turned back to the stone platform once more. He saw that the previous 1 person has cleared the stage had actually changed to 2 people have cleared the stage. Chapter 15, Rescue. In the central trial ground, a round hall. The moment Ying Bing stepped out of the passage, her cold gaze quickly scanned her surroundings. Just as she was about to find a corner to rest and wait for the other 2. Hey! A clear voice suddenly rang out. Ying Bing abruptly stopped her steps, a hint of astonishment flashing in her usually calm eyes. She turned around suddenly, looking incredulously at the source of the voice. She saw Xing lazily leaning against a stone pillar, Leoli quietly hovering beside him. That familiar angel beast was now tilting its head, curiously gazing at her. You. The usually calm Ying Bing was rarely left speechless. During the trial just now, she had almost held nothing back. The Ice Phoenix gave its all. Even so, she was still 1 step slower than this person? After a moment of silence, Ying Bing finally stepped forward, her cold voice carrying a hint of hesitation. You, how long have you been here? Gu Xing raised his eyes, meeting the slightly furrowed brow of this ice mountain beauty, and casually replied. About 10 minutes, I guess. Exclamation point. Ying Bing's pupils contracted slightly. A 10-minute gap. This meant the opponent's beast was far stronger than the Ice Phoenix. Perhaps sensing her master's thoughts, the Ice Phoenix on Ying Bing's shoulder flapped its wings in frustration. After soothing the Ice Phoenix with her hand, Ying Bing nodded towards Gu Xing, turning to walk towards the other side of the hall. Yet her cold gaze still occasionally drifted between Gu Xing and the Ice Phoenix. Time passed silently, second by second, and the third passage remained quiet. Gu Xing's expression grew increasingly serious. He estimated that Qin Tian had encountered an accident, otherwise, it would be impossible for it to take this long without passing the level. Ying Bing also frowned, her slender fingers unconsciously stroking the Ice Phoenix's wings. This year, they had finally gathered 3 SSS-level geniuses, if they couldn't pass this trial this time. At that moment, Gu Xing suddenly stood up. Leoli, we are going. Where are you going? Ying Bing turned in shock. To save the scene. These 2 simple words made Ying Bing's pupils shrink sharply. She watched in disbelief as Gu Xing strode towards the entrance to the passage where Qin Tian was, instantly realizing his intention. You're crazy. Her usually calm voice rose uncharacteristically high. The second round tested personal ability. Once someone intervened, the difficulty would triple. If the final round had 10 6th-order awakened enhanced puppets, combined with the overlapping equilibrium fields. Even if Gu Xing was stronger than her, there would be no chance of passing. But there was not the slightest hesitation in Gu Xing's steps. Although Wei Yuan had promised that no matter whether this trial was passed or not, he would hand over the brilliant crystal to him. Gu Xing, as a person, did not want to owe anyone a favor. If he could do something, then he must do it well. Leoli. The little angel's eyes ignited with fierce battle intent. The master's will is the highest mission of the beast tamer. As long as the master points the sword, even if the path ahead is a bottomless abyss or a mountain of knives and sea of flames, she will clear all obstacles for her master. Radiant Angel, full release. In Ying Bing's shocked gaze, Leoli transformed into a war angel bathed in holy flames, the crimson glow illuminating the entire hall. Leoli, once you enter, you must deal with half of the puppets at once, otherwise, with 10 overlapping equilibrium fields, even you will be suppressed. Understood. Leoli's reply carried an unprecedented seriousness. Then Gu Xing took a deep breath, charge. The 2 figures instantly vanished into the dark passage. Ying Bing stood frozen in place, her ice-blue eyes reflecting the gradually fading afterglow of the holy flames. After a long time, she gently patted the Ice Phoenix on her shoulder, her voice light as if to herself. Ice Phoenix, do you think we truly deserve to be called geniuses? In the dark passage, the war trent's gnarled branches firmly protected Qin Tian at the core. Bang! Yet another heavy punch struck the tree trunk fiercely, as wood chips flew, the 7th-order awakened trial puppet's eyes flashed with a scarlet glow. If it wasn't for the war trent's ironwood barrier skill, Qin Tian would have likely been eliminated by now. Damn it! Curled up in the tree cocoon, Qin Tian clenched his teeth, his knuckles turning white from excessive force. The war trent's vine whip struck the puppet, leaving only a few shallow marks. Both sides fell into a bizarre stalemate. Damn it, why is this trial puppet so strong? Can anyone really clear such a level? Watching the trial puppet's relentless attacks on the war trent's body, Qin Tian's face was an ugly shade. Treyant, roots entangle. The war trent's gnarled roots broke through the ground, striking like a giant python against the puppet's chest. It only left a few shallow scratches on the metal shell. The trial puppet nearly staggered back a few steps, its crimson eyes flickering twice, before it lunged at him again. The earlier attack had not inflicted any substantial harm on the trial puppet. The alloy-made trial puppet was exactly the nemesis of the physical-type beast, the war treyant. Moreover, after defeating this trial puppet, in the next room, there were still 3 awakened trial puppets at level 7. Thinking of this, despair surged in Qin Tian's heart. Should I give up? However, just as this thought emerged, a deafening explosion suddenly rang from the depths of the passage. A blazing white light surged in like a tide, instantly engulfing the trial puppet. When the smoke cleared, Qin Tian's wide-open eyes reflected an impossible figure. How can it be you? His voice got stuck in his throat, and his fingertips trembled slightly as if out of control. He never expected that the one coming to save him from the end would be Gu Xing, whom he had initially looked down upon. And Gu Xing's appearance here meant what? Qin Tian understood it all too well. Gu Xing raised an eyebrow at the woodchip-covered Qin Xiao. Oh, has young Master Qin been stunned by the puppet? Not even recognizing his savior? You. Qin Tian's face turned red, his outstretched finger swept through the air in a frantic arc, but in the end, he couldn't squeeze a complete sentence out. Alright, Gu Xing put away his joking expression, it's time to go, young Master Qin. The last trial puppet in the final space had already been taken care of by Gu Xing, and now the entire passage was exceptionally clear. When Gu Xing brought the dazed Qin Tian back to the hall, this proud young heir was still in shock. His gaze mechanically switched back and forth between Gu Xing and Ying Bing, ultimately forced to accept an absurd fact. This guy from the countryside not only crushed him, he might even be significantly stronger than the #1 talent in the capital. And at this moment, Ying Bing. Her cold gaze locked tightly onto Gu Xing, as if looking at a monster that defied logic. He really cleared the trial of 3 times the difficulty all on his own. He truly killed 10 awakened level 7 enhanced trial puppets. Chapter 16, Trial Puppet Ultimate. Next, the 3 did not rashly start the final trial. The difficulty of the second level was already so high, the difficulty of the third level would be even greater. To ensure everything was foolproof, before opening the third level trial, they had to get their respective beasts back to their best condition. When the 3 beasts were adjusted to their peaks, Ying Bing slowly walked toward Gu Xing. She stopped in front of Gu Xing, and her ice blue eyes rarely flickered with emotion. The third level. Her usually cold voice paused. You will be the main attacker. This suggestion left Gu Xing slightly startled. With Qin Tian's pride, would he accept such an arrangement? He turned to look, only to find that this young master, who usually looked down on others, had no rebuttal to these words at all. If the strength difference weren't so significant, Qin Tian might still have thoughts of competing. But having witnessed Gu Xing quickly take down 10 awakened level 7 enhanced trial puppets, he had completely let go of his pride. I also agree with Ice Sister's idea. Qin Tian patted his chest. My treant is durable and can definitely help stall for some time. Seeing that both of them said so, Gu Xing could only nod in agreement. After all, in terms of skills, the offensive capabilities of the Ice Phoenix and the treant were indeed weaker than Leoli's. Once the strategy was confirmed, the 3 moved to the center of the round hall. Here was the stone platform to start the third level trial. When their palms simultaneously touched the cool surface of the stone platform, the entire hall suddenly lit up with a ghostly blue glow. A mechanized voice echoed in the void. Final trial confirmation program initiated. The light screen unfolded in front of the 3, and the blood-red text was particularly glaring. Final trial warning. Rule 1, once the trial starts, there is no way to exit midway. Rule 2, only by clearing the trial can one leave the trial space. Rule 3, those who fail will remain here forever. Please confirm. Yes/no. Gu Xing noticed that there was a line of almost transparent small text in the lower right corner. Since the establishment of the trial ground, the final trial clearance rate, 0.00%. Looking at this hint, Gu Xing's expression became serious. To be clear, in the first 2 rounds, if one felt they could not go on, they could retreat to a safe area to ensure their safety. But the final trial seems different. Only by clearing it will it end. This means that if the 3 of them fail to clear, their lives will remain here. Gu Xing's gaze first fell on Qin Tian. To his surprise, this young master from a noble family had a serious expression on his face. I will participate. Qin Tian suddenly spoke up. Before we set out, the old man left a message. Either return with the glory of clearing the trial, or never set foot in the Qin family's door again. More importantly. Qin Tian abruptly raised his head, his eyes filled with determination. I want that old stubborn man to know that his son is not a coward who fears for his life. Gu Xing was slightly taken aback, then understood. The Qin family, like the Ying family, is a noble family with a history of hundreds of years. As the heir of the Qin family, one can be proud, one can be arrogant, but absolutely cannot be a coward. When his gaze shifted to Ying Bing, this cold young girl merely raised her eyelids. Her slender fingers gently caressed the feathers of the Ice Phoenix, and her thin lips parted slightly. I will participate. These 2 simple words carried immense determination. Understanding the choices of Qin Tian and Ying Bing, Gu Xing couldn't help but smile. He took a deep breath and decisively chose yes. Boom. Accompanied by a deafening roar, a massive stone crashed down, completely blocking the only way back. In the center of the hall, the space suddenly twisted, and a vague giant shadow began to coalesce. With every bit that appeared, the air filled with a suffocating pressure. Trial Puppet Ultimate. Qualification, Epic 9 stars. Level, Awakening Stage 8. Power, 301. Physique, 340. Spirit, 256. Speed, 240. Skills, Balance Field Complete, Realm Crushing Hammer, Stable Barrier. Seeing the target of the final trial, even Gu Xing could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Power and physique attributes exceeding 300 points, even the weaker spirit and speed attributes reached 250 points. Can a rookie beast master of Awakening Stage 5 really clear something like this? And naturally, Qin Tian and Ying Bing also felt the might exuded by this giant puppet. Qin Tian unconsciously took half a step back, his throat rolling. Xing. Brother Xing, can we really take down this thing? His gaze swept over his proud war treant. In front of this trial puppet, the 3-meter-tall war treant looked like a little chick. Ying Bing frowned when she saw this trial puppet. Her Xian Shuang Ice Phoenix squawked uneasily upon seeing this trial puppet, clearly feeling the terror of this puppet. At this moment, Gu Xing looked at the completed trial puppet, rapidly calculating ways to slay it. Holy Angel, Leoli. Qualification, Legendary 1 star. Level, Awakening Stage 5. Power, 148. Physique, 150. Spirit, 142. Speed, 153. Skills, Condemnation, increases damage to demon species, Divine Blessing, immunity to 1 lethal attack, Seraph form, all attributes increased by 200%, Apocalypse Elegy, after use, the angel enters a dormant period. If Leoli activates Seraph mode, her attributes will rise to about 300 points. Although her physique and power still lag behind this beast, with the bonus from the Condemnation skill, it should be enough to pierce the puppet's high 340 points of physique. However, this trial puppet will not stand still and let Leoli attack. This will require Ying Bing and Qin Tian's beasts to buy Leoli 3 seconds. If the plan fails, Gu Xing's gaze was on the little girl's ultimate move, the Elegy of the End. The Seraph form was already so powerful, and the Elegy of the End, which was even stronger than the Seraph form, would surely solve the ultimate trial puppet before him. However, unless absolutely necessary, Gu Xing really did not want to use this skill. After all, once used, the little girl would fall into a state of deep sleep. No one knew how long that time would last. Thinking of this, Gu Xing removed all distractions from his mind. No problem. It must be possible. Ying Bing, Qin Tian, I need you to buy Leoli at least 3 seconds. Hearing Gu Xing's voice, Ying Bing and Qin Tian's bodies shook. Brother Xing, don't worry, even if we can't kill this puppet, we can still buy time with the war treant. Ying Bing nodded as well. Although the Xuanxuan Ice Phoenix was not good at attacking, it was exceptionally skilled at controlling. Together with Qin Tian, they should be able to control this trial puppet for 3 seconds. However, looking at their beasts, Gu Xing was not optimistic. The attributes of the trial puppet were almost twice that of the beasts of the two. With such a huge gap, wanting to delay for 3 seconds was incredibly difficult. Moreover, this trial puppet also possessed skills. But at this moment, there were no other choices. He could only take a gamble. Chapter 17, Frost Ring Confinement. Qin Tian let the war treant use its roots to strangle and bind the trial puppet. Qin Tian was considered one of the top talents in Kyoto. As soon as Gu Xing's command fell, Qin Tian immediately directed the war treant to attack. War treant, release the ironwood barrier to enhance the root strength. Then use the roots to strangle and bind, targeting the puppet's limbs. The war treant's dark, thick roots burst out of the ground like a giant python, wrapping tightly around the puppet's limbs the moment it had just coalesced. Those metallic glossed roots overlapped layer upon layer, wrapping the puppet so tightly that not a breath could escape. While Qin Tian was acting, Gu Xing was not idle either. Almost at the same time, Leoli was engulfed in crimson flames, the Seraph form fully unleashed. She transformed into a line of fire, shooting straight at the puppet, distorting the air along her path. Gu Xing turned to look at Ying Bing. Ying Bing, let the Ice Phoenix unleash a frost storm. Freeze its joints. Understood. The Xuanxuan Ice Phoenix let out a clear cry, taking off from Ying Bing's shoulder. As it spread its wings, its form rapidly swelled, quickly regaining its true form of over 2 meters. With a flap of its wings, a piercing cold wave surged toward the puppet, forming thick ice crystals at the joints ensnared by the roots. Gu Xing's gaze remained locked on Leoli. This was the only method he could think of to defeat this trial puppet. If this trial puppet released its stable barrier, its defensive power would increase again. Then, the chances of the 3 of them defeating this trial puppet would be very slim. Therefore, they had to resolve it at the first opportunity while the trial puppet had not reacted. Judgment. Soaring through the air, Leoli's momentum steadily climbed, her seraph wings trailing vibrant flames behind her. As she approached the puppet, the flames burning around her shone as brightly as the morning sun. Seeing this scene, Qin Tian and Ying Bing's eyes brightened with joy. They could clearly feel that the pressure Leoli was emanating matched that of the trial puppet. As long as their control went without any accidents, they would definitely pass this trial. However, Gu Xing's expression was somewhat heavy at this moment. His gaze was firmly locked on the trial puppet, and the unease in his heart surged like a tide. Too easy. Everything was going too smoothly. According to his expectations, the probability that Qin Tian and Ying Bing would successfully control the trial puppet was less than 30%. But the reality is, they almost effortlessly bound it. Something is wrong. At the moment when the trial puppet's eyes surged with red light, Gu Xing's heart suddenly tightened, and a strong sense of crisis enveloped his entire body. Leoli, retreat immediately. Hearing Gu Xing shout, although Leoli was confused, she had no hesitation in obeying her master's command. Without hesitation, she gathered her seraph wings and swiftly retreated. Boom! Almost at the same moment, the roots of the war treant burst apart inch by inch. The ice of the Xianshuang Ice Phoenix instantly melted away. The trial puppet clenched its fists, slamming down on the ground like a falling meteor. World-breaking hammer. Boom! A violent shockwave swept out, cracking the ground and sending rocks flying. Leoli barely avoided this blow, but the edge of her seraph wings was still brushed by the residual wave, making the fierce flames flicker wildly. Leoli was horrified. If I had been half a second slower. With the terrifying power of 340 points from the trial puppet, plus the skill enhancement. Even if she was in seraph form, this strike would be enough to heavily wound her, putting her life at risk. Seeing Leoli successfully dodge the attack, Gu Xing breathed a sigh of relief. However, very soon, looking at the situation on the battlefield, his heart instantly tightened again. He guessed correctly. This trial puppet is not a lifeless object, but rather possesses combat intelligence. The initial target of this trial puppet was Leoli. That's why it pretended to be controlled by the war treant and Xianshuang Ice Phoenix. This purpose was simply to lure Leoli closer, and then launch a surprise attack. To eliminate the greatest threat to it on the battlefield. Roar! Having missed its strike, the crimson mechanical eye suddenly turned towards the war treant. Xin Tian. Quickly command the war treant to retreat. However, it was too late. The trial puppet moved as fast as lightning, and almost at the moment Gu Xing spoke, it had turned into a shadow, rushing towards the war treant. World-breaking hammer. The war treant hastily raised an ironwood barrier, but the immense disparity in attributes made it impossible to defend against. Bang! With a dull crashing sound, the war treant was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, heavily embedded in the wall of the round hall, its fate uncertain. Puff! Xin Tian's face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, then fell unconscious. Beast masters are connected to their beasts through spiritual power, and with the war treant severely injured, he naturally could not escape unscathed. The trial puppet's gaze shifted again, this time locking onto the Xianshuang Ice Phoenix. Leoli! Save the Ice Phoenix! Gu Xing shouted sharply. If the Xianshuang Ice Phoenix suffered further injuries, this trial would basically be declared a failure. Fortunately, at this moment, Leoli's speed attribute was nearly 50 points higher than that of the trial puppet. She transformed into a streak of red light, and before the trial puppet's colossal fist could fall, she yanked the Xianshuang Ice Phoenix away from danger. Swish! The seraph wings stirred up a wave of scorching heat, and Leoli landed steadily beside Gu Xing with the Ice Phoenix. Then, she spread her wings, shielding both of them and the beast behind her, vigilantly staring at the distant trial puppet. The battle situation took a sharp turn. Xin Tian lay unconscious, and the war treant lost its combat ability. The original plan to encircle and kill had crumbled in front of this trial puppet with combat instincts. Yingbing's expression was serious as she turned to Gu Xing, speaking in a deep voice. Gu Xing, what do we do now? Gu Xing did not answer immediately. His brain raced, his eyes scanning between the trial puppet and Leoli. With a level 9 awakening strength and crushing attributes. Unless Leoli's ultimate skill is used, it is almost impossible to defeat it head-on. But if he did that, his only beast would fall into a deep sleep, and Leoli's growth speed would definitely be greatly delayed. While he weighed the pros and cons, Yingbing suddenly spoke in a serious tone. If I can control it, can you guarantee a one-hit kill? Gu Xing turned his head sharply, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. Noticing the Ice Phoenix's skills, he instantly understood Yingbing's intention. The Xianshuang Ice Phoenix's ultimate skill. Although it will also leave the beast in a weakened state, the cost is far less than that of Leoli. Gu Xing's gaze returned to Leoli, and he nodded without hesitation. As long as you can control it, Leoli will definitely be able to deal with this trial puppet. Yingbing's eyes suddenly ignited with fighting spirit upon hearing this. Xianshuang Ice Phoenix, release Frost Ring Confinement. Chapter 18 Master, I can. As Yingbing's command fell, the Xianshuang Ice Phoenix suddenly erupted with a dazzling ice blue light. Gu Xing's pupils contracted, and a brand new data panel appeared before his eyes. Frost Xian Ice Phoenix, Special State. Qualification, Legend 1 star. Level, Awakening Level 5. Strength, 120220. Physique, 130230. Spirit, 178378. Speed, 150250. Skills, Cold Cone Piercing, Frost Storm, Frost Ring Confinement. Using it will leave the beast in a weakened state. Before the Ice Phoenix unleashed its ultimate skill, its spirit attribute skyrocketed by a full 200 points, while the other attributes also rose sharply by 100 points. It seems the ultimate skill of the beast relies on enhancing the beast's various attributes to achieve improved skill effects. However, reaching this special state comes with certain side effects. Suddenly, a bold guess surged in Xing's mind. If Leoli, in the Saraphim state, unleashes her ultimate skill, can it achieve a second amplification on the basis of doubled attributes? However, the greater the enhancement, the higher the side effects for the beast. But now is not the time to think about these things. Leoli, prepare. Upon hearing Xing's command, Leoli's fiery red eyes locked onto the trial puppet, and flames erupted around her. At the same time, the Ice Phoenix's momentum also reached its peak state. The two opposing energies of ice and fire rampaged in the trial space, weaving together frost and flames across the battlefield. The trial puppet clearly sensed the threat, its eyes flashing with crimson light. Stable barrier. A black shield with a metallic sheen immediately formed. However, the ultimate skill of the Xian Shuang Ice Phoenix does not start by simply freezing from the outside. On the contrary, it is quite the opposite. Crack. Accompanied by the crisp sound of ice crystals shattering, the trial puppet's entire body suddenly crystallized within the shield, and these ice crystals spread rapidly across its surface. As its body was attacked, the stable barrier released by the trial puppet instantly collapsed. Xing, quick! The Ice Phoenix's explosive state can only last 5 seconds. Such an opportunity was not something Xing would let slip by. Leoli, now! Understood. A streak of red light cut through space as Leoli, wielding her burning sword, charged in like a falling star. The sword's edge pointed directly at the mechanical head of the trial puppet. For the first time, a human-like panic appeared in the trial puppet's electronic eyes, but the ice crystals had completely confined it, leaving it unable to move even a finger, only able to watch helplessly as the deadly red light approached. Judgment! The blade collided with the alloy skull, producing a piercing metallic screech. Boom! Leoli's palms went numb, the recoil from the sword causing her heart to shudder. Hard, this was the only thought in Leoli's mind at that moment. Even at the pinnacle of her Seraphim form, facing a metal monster with a physique attribute as high as 340. She felt as if she were cutting through diamond, every inch of advancement incredibly difficult. Fortunately, although slow, the blazing sword was still gradually sinking into the puppet's skull, and the heated blade sparked brilliantly against the melting metal. However, just when everyone thought this trial would end like this, the dying trial puppet's eyes suddenly burst with blinding bloodlight. Pitch-black energy mist spewed from the joints, instantly corroding the surface ice crystals. Xing and Yingbing were stunned at this sight. What is this? And in Xing's vision, the attribute panel was twisting and restructuring wildly. Trial puppet ultimate, demonized. Qualification, epic 9 stars. Level, awakening 8th stage. Strength, 301400. Physique, 340450. Spirit, 256350. Speed, 240360. Skills, Balanced Force Field Complete, World Crushing Hammer, Steady State Barrier. Transformation of the Demon Clan. Xing and Yingbing locked eyes, both taking a sharp breath of cold air simultaneously. At this moment, all mysteries became clear. Why was the difficulty of the Abyss-level trial so abnormal? Clearly, the entry standard was Awakening 5th stage, yet they had to face enemies nearly at the extraordinary level. It turned out the entire trial space had already been infiltrated by demonic energy. Under the influence of this demonic energy, the attributes of the trial puppets in the trial space were slowly increasing. Had these things not been lifeless, their enhancement would have been even more terrifying. After realizing all this, the hearts of the two instantly fell to the bottom. In the usual state, fighting the ultimate trial puppet was already so difficult for them. And now, due to demonization, the attributes of this trial puppet increased by another 100 points. What to do? Crack! Luli's sword blade emitted a harsh grinding sound against the puppet's neck, the tip of the sword hardly advancing. More critically, the extreme cold confinement of the Xian Frost Ice Phoenix was rapidly fading, with spiderweb-like cracks covering the surface of the ice crystal. Both of them knew, once this monster with attributes over 400 points regained freedom, this trial could really lose all hope of passing. Crack! The ice crystal on the puppet's head began to crack. Its head regained the ability to move. At this moment, its gaze slowly turned, directly locking onto Xing and Yingbing. After demonization, its intelligence had clearly increased further. No matter how powerful the two beast tamers were, as long as they took care of their beast tamers. Xing and Yingbing simultaneously felt a bone-chilling cold, the puppet's gaze locked onto them like a venomous snake. Crack! Accompanied by a crisp breaking sound, the ice covering the puppet's entire body exploded. Its mechanical arm grabbed the flying ice shards at an astonishing speed, completing the aim charge throw process in an instant. Whoosh! The sharp sound of cutting through the air echoed on the battlefield, the ice shard transformed into a deadly cold light aimed directly at Yingbing's throat. Screech! The Xian Frost Ice Phoenix let out a heart-wrenching cry, desperately trying to flap its wings to stop it. But, having just used its ultimate skill, it could hardly stand, only able to watch helplessly as death approached its master. Ying Bing's mind went blank, the shadow of death enveloping his entire body. The cold light of the ice shard rapidly enlarged in his pupils. Leoli, divine protection. Gu Xing's roar exploded in the trial space. In an instant, a dazzling golden shield descended from the sky, completely enveloping Ying Bing. This was one of Leoli's 4 core skills. Divine protection. It could absolutely defend against one lethal attack, the ultimate safeguard. Boom! The ice shard collided violently with the golden shield, producing a deafening roar, yet ultimately unable to break through the seemingly thin barrier. Seeing Ying Bing safe and sound, Gu Xing turned his head, his gaze locking onto the trial puppet. Now, facing this monster with attributes reaching 400. There was no choice but to unleash Leoli's ultimate skill. At this moment, Leoli seemed to sense Gu Xing's deepest thoughts. She suddenly raised her golden eyes, full of determination. Master, I can. Chapter 19, Trial Completion. I can definitely do it. Leoli's golden pupils suddenly narrowed, staring hard at the crack on the trial puppet's neck. The blade was just 3 inches away from completely severing, yet it felt like an insurmountable chasm. Just a bit stronger, just a bit stronger. The unwilling flames burned wildly in her chest, hotter than the fiery red flames surrounding her. She would never allow her master to show such a pained expression. She could not continue being that weak, helpless self. The trial puppet's crimson electronic eyes suddenly turned to Leoli, its mechanical arm emitting a screeching metallic rubbing sound. If the beast tamer could not be killed, then let's destroy this most threatening angel first. Leoli, retreat quickly. Gu Xing's shout was heart-wrenching. But this time, the girl did not move at all. Her crimson hair danced wildly in the energy storm as she poured all her strength into the sword blade. This time, I must. Boom! Red flames soared into the sky, and 4 wings of light suddenly stretched to their limit. Even more astonishing was that behind her, 2 illusory outlines of wings appeared. The phantom of a 6-winged angel flickered in the sea of fire, holy and majestic. Leoli, Special State. Qualification, Legend 1 star. Level, Awakening Stage 5. Power, 296446. Physique, 300450. Spirit, 282432. Speed, 306456. Skills, Judgment, Divine Protection, Cooldown, 24 hours, Saraphim Form, Final Elegy. After seeing Leoli's attributes, Gu Xing's pupils suddenly constricted. Just like the Xian Shuang Ice Phoenix, she was also in a special state. But Leoli clearly hadn't used her ultimate skill. Ying Bing, who had survived the ordeal, staggered to stabilize herself. When her gaze fell on Leoli, her pupils shrank to the size of pinpoints. Critical. Critical state? Gu Xing turned abruptly, filled with confusion. What critical state? Ying Bing took a deep breath, trying to calm her tone. This state should only be reached by those at the extraordinary level. Beast tamers in the awakening period can forcibly enter the state through special skills, but releasing it will have strong side effects. The side effects will only disappear when one reaches the extraordinary level. Hearing this explanation, Gu Xing frowned. He was very sure that Leoli had not used her ultimate skill, Final Elegy. Is there any other way for a beast tamer to enter this state? Ying Bing thought for a moment and slowly spoke. There's another possibility. In my family's ancient texts, it is recorded that when a beast's talent and belief achieve perfect resonance, it can also have a certain chance of entering this state. This state is extremely rare. And it has almost 0 side effects, just a slightly smaller enhancement for the beast. Upon learning that there were no side effects, Gu Xing finally let go of his worries, refocusing his gaze on the center of the battlefield. At this moment, the trial puppet's mechanical arm abruptly stopped just an inch away from Leoli, firmly held back by a blood-red energy shield. Its eyes glowed with fierce crimson light, and the demonic energy within it trembled uncontrollably. Right now, in the perception of the trial puppet, the momentum of this beast had already matched its own, even surpassing it. Danger! Extreme danger! Leoli's golden pupils reflected the terrified electronic eyes of the puppet, and the 6 wings behind her fully spread, each feather flowing with liquid flames. At this moment, only one thought was burning in her mind. Must win. Die for me. Accompanied by this earth-shattering roar, the halted sword suddenly erupted with blinding red light. Clang. The moment the sword edge sliced through the air, time seemed to freeze. The red sword light fell like a meteor, and in the face of absolute power, the trial puppet's metal body was easily torn apart like thin paper. The flames dancing on the blade melted the metal at the cut into red-hot iron, dripping onto the ground with a sizzling sound. Boom! In the deafening sound of collapse, the massive mechanical body of the trial puppet crashed heavily to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. At the moment its core extinguished, a pure blue energy orb rose from the wreckage, splitting into 2 in the air. Only by killing demonic creatures can a beast's level be upgraded. And this trial puppet, after being demonic, also belonged to the category of demonic creatures. Perhaps because the war tree man of Qin Tian played too small a role in this battle, it did not trigger the minimum distribution standard. After receiving this blue orb, Leoli's body shone with dazzling golden light. And Gu Xing also felt his spiritual power grow stronger again. Level up. Holy Angel, Leoli. Qualification, Legend 1 star. Level, Awakening 6th stage. Power, 175. Constitution, 177. Spirit, 173. Speed, 181. Skills, Judgment, Divine Blessing, Cooldown, 24 hours, Seraphim Form, Final Requiem. Gu Xing looked at the data exploding on the panel, his fingertips trembling slightly. So abnormal. The peak attributes of a normal 8th stage Beast Master are only about 150, but Leoli. Each attribute is close to 180 points. Not to mention that Leoli also possesses the even more monstrous Seraphim form. Same legendary qualifications. Gu Xing glanced at the war tray ant embedded in the wall and suddenly understood what the textbook meant by same stage, different fate. Although both the war tray ant and Leoli have legendary 1-star qualifications, the power gap is like heaven and earth. Shaking his head, Gu Xing turned his gaze toward Leoli. However, Leoli stood frozen as if under a spell, her silver wings remained spread but did not move an inch. Leoli? His heart skipped a beat, and the worst thoughts flashed through his mind. Something happened? Without thinking much, he rushed forward in a single bound. But it wasn't until he got closer that he discovered. I did it. He. The little angel was grinning foolishly at the air, her cheeks flushed with an unusual redness. Master, my master, will definitely be happy. Gu Xing. Just as Gu Xing looked helplessly at the grinning Leoli, the stone wall ahead suddenly rumbled with sound, slowly parting to both sides. An ethereal and distant voice echoed in the trial space. Congratulations to everyone for passing the ancient trial. The blessing of the elf clan is with you. Brilliant green light intertwined in the air and condensed into 3 crystalline rating crystals. Final evaluation. Gu Xing, SSS level, historical highest. Ying Bing, S level, excellent. Qin Tian, A level, good. Then, 3 beams of different colored light descended from the sky. Gu Xing was enveloped in a dazzling golden beam, and a series of prompt sounds echoed in his mind. Acquired, Beast Master Qualification Upgrade Potion, Legendary Level. Acquired, Beast Master Space Condensing Core. Acquired, Key to the Elf Ancestors Land ×1, can open secret passages. In the silver beam surrounding Ying Bing floated a vial of potion and a key. Acquired, Beast Master Qualification Upgrade Potion, Epic Level. Acquired, Key to the Elf Ancestors Land ×1. In front of Qin Tian was a beam of emerald green healing light. Acquired, Essence of the Spring of Life, can fully heal beast injuries. Chapter 20, Qualification Upgrade, Beast Master Space Condensation. Looking at the 3 floating items in front of him, Gu Xing focused his attention on that vial of golden potion. Beast Master Qualification Upgrade Potion, Legendary Level. Effect, increases the legendary qualification beast by 2-star qualifications. Seeing the effects of this potion, Gu Xing's breath quickened. A rise of 2-star qualifications would be enough to elevate Leoli's attributes significantly. Currently, Leoli's average attribute is 180 points. If she takes this potion, it might allow her attributes to break through the 200 barrier. Such a reward truly matches the difficulty of this trial. And the Beast Master Space Condensing Core is a crystal clear diamond, with star-like lights flowing inside. Beast Master Space Condensing Core, Legendary Level. Effect, can help Beast Masters construct a complete Beast Master space in advance. After seeing its introduction, Gu Xing's heart jolted. Construct a complete Beast Master space in advance? It is known that only those who reach the extraordinary realm can condense a personal Beast Master space. And through this core, it is possible for a Beast Master to achieve this during the awakening period. Unbelievable. As for the last remaining item, Gu Xing felt somewhat puzzled. Because he could not check the information of this key. He gently reached out to touch it. Buzz. The key transformed into flowing light and entered his forehead, an avalanche of information flooding in. Elf Ancestors Land Burial Secret Realm. Access conditions, gather 3 keys. Remaining time, 49 days 23 hours 59 minutes. Warning, late access will permanently seal it. Elf Ancestors Land? After interpreting all the information about this key, Gu Xing finally understood its purpose. This trial was equivalent to an assessment. Only the geniuses who pass this assessment can enter the burial grounds of the elf tribe and obtain the legacy they left behind. However, entering the secret realm requires 3 keys. At present, he has one in his hand, and Ing Bing has another. As for the last one, it seems to be missing. But as long as the last person wants to enter the secret realm, then within these 50 days, they must meet at the entrance of the secret realm. Thinking of this, Gu Xing looked up at Ing Bing and happened to meet her gaze. She must have also heard the news. However, there are still 50 days left, so there is no rush about entering the secret realm. Gu Xing reached out to take the beast taming qualification enhancement potion, intending to hand it to Leoli, but found the little girl's gaze tightly following the bottle. He deliberately twirled the potion bottle on his fingertips, and Leoli's golden pupils immediately traced an arc. When Gu Xing shifted his gaze over, the little girl immediately pretended to be uninterested and looked away. However, the little angel stealing glances unknowingly revealed her thoughts with her little actions. Seeing his little angel like this, Gu Xing decided to tease her. Leoli, what do you think of leaving this potion for the second contracted beast? Her qualifications definitely can't compare to yours, why don't we give this to her? Leoli's wings suddenly stiffened. She mechanically turned her neck, her mouth twitching as she forced a smile. Master, what you said is right. The little girl's voice carried a noticeable tremor, and her eyes were already starting to glisten with tears. Puff. Gu Xing finally couldn't hold back his laughter and casually threw the potion over. Catch. Leoli fumbled to catch the potion bottle, blinking her eyes adorably. It wasn't until she saw her master's mischievous smile that she realized she had been tricked. She immediately puffed up her cheeks and glared discontentedly at her master. However, when she lowered her head to stare at the potion, her fingers unconsciously tightened. She knew very well the value of this legendary potion. But Gu Xing showed no hesitation and handed the potion to her. Since her master trusts her so much, she must perform well and work even harder. And Gu Xing completely didn't know the little girl's thoughts. For him, the beast taming qualification enhancement potion didn't hold the high value that Leoli imagined. He could see through the training path of the beast, as long as he found the materials. Through the training plan provided by the system, the power increase of the beast would definitely far surpass the enhancement of this potion. Thus, the beast potion was merely a cherry on top for him. As for what was more important, Gu Xing's gaze finally locked onto that translucent beast space condensation core. This core is what will bring him a qualitative change. Once the beast space is successfully condensed, Leoli's growth will no longer be limited to hunting magic creatures. She can stay in the beast space and enhance herself at any time and anywhere. Moreover, through the beast space, Gu Xing and she can develop all new tactical combinations, achieving true heart-to-heart communication. Gu Xing decisively activated the core in his hand that shimmered with starlight. That clear and translucent crystal instantly transformed into a streak of flowing light, directly entering his brow. In an instant, a surge of powerful mental energy surged like a tide in his sea of consciousness. The originally vague outline of the beast space was now becoming clear and solid at a speed visible to the naked eye, with every detail quickly taking shape. At the same time, Leoli looked up and drank the golden glowing qualification enhancement potion. The dazzling golden light cocoon instantly enveloped her completely, powerful energy waves resonating throughout the circular hall. The transformation begins. At the outskirts of the trial ground, the dusk bled red. Wei Yuan stood with his hands behind his back on the front line of the defense, behind him hundreds of soldiers stood ready. After breaking through the second level, he had already set up a tight defense at the gap. Now, only the last step remains. As long as the three pass, the entire defense line of Longsha Kingdom can connect into one piece. At that time, the upgrade difficulty for new beast masters will greatly diminish. Chief, it has been half a day and the third level has not been cleared. Could it be a failure? The adjutant lowered his voice, hesitating to finish his thought. However, Wei Yuan's gaze remained unmoved, firmly fixated on this area of restrictions. I believe in them. The 5 concise and powerful words struck the ground. The adjutant was taken aback, then suddenly understood. Indeed, this group of trial takers is considered the strongest lineup in recent years. If they cannot break through, then this trial probably. There will be no possibility of passing. Suddenly. Ka, ka, ka. The crisp sound of shattering broke the silence. Hearing this sound, Wei Yuan and the adjutant almost turned their heads simultaneously. This is the sound of the restrictions breaking. This means that the three of them have cleared the level. All attention. Wei Yuan shouted loudly, shaking the surroundings, the restrictions have been broken, prepare to face the enemy. Hundreds of soldiers responded in unison, received. The sound was like thunder. Ka-cha. With the final crisp sound, the restrictions completely shattered. At the huge gap, countless demonic creatures let out piercing howls, surging in like a tide. Wei Yuan watched the tide of demons, a king-level beast master imposing over the entire battlefield. If even one of these demonic creatures gets away, military law will be enforced. The great battle was about to begin. Chapter 21 We are fast-tracked. The demonic creatures are fearless, but the soldiers led by Wei Yuan are also the elite of Longxia Kingdom. To block this gap and unite the entire defense line of Longxia Kingdom. This war has lasted several days. In the trial area, unlike the raging fires at the front line, it is extremely quiet here. In Xing Sea of Consciousness, the outline of the Beast Master space has completely solidified, vast mental power surging like tides. This core not only helped him complete the construction of the Beast Master space but also caused a qualitative leap in his mental power. Beside him, the golden cocoon wrapped in glass has surface cracks spreading like spider webs, and a heart-stopping aura permeates from within. Leoli's talent improvement is also nearing its end. On the other side, Qin Tian's injuries have fully healed under the nourishment of the Spring of Life. And Ying Bing's Xian Frost Ice Phoenix has successfully broken through to legendary 2 stars, with a surge in strength, thanks to the catalyst of the Epic Quality Enhancement Potion. Sister Bing, how much longer do you think Xing will take to wake up? It has been 9 days already. Qin Tian scratched his head, his tone no longer carrying the initial arrogance. Ever since learning that Xing had almost single-handedly taken down the magically transformed Ultima Trial puppet, his pride and arrogance shattered, and he completely became Xing's little fanboy. Ying Bing glanced at him indifferently, gave no answer, just lowered her head to gently stroke the Xian Frost Ice Phoenix in her arms. However, her ice-blue eyes often unconsciously glanced in Xing's direction. Qin Tian awkwardly touched his nose, just wanting to turn and walk away. Why? The air suddenly trembled. Xing's mental power erupted violently, sweeping around like a storm. Ying Bing felt this mental power, her ice-blue pupils constricting, shocked in her heart. Extraordinary level mental power. Although Xing's current level is still at Awakening Phase 6, at this moment, his mental power's strength is already enough to match that of a true extraordinary level Beast Master. He is only one talent away from becoming a true extraordinary level Beast Master. She tightened her arms holding the Xian Frost Ice Phoenix, her gaze firmly locked on Xing. And at this moment, in Xing's Sea of Consciousness, the pure white Beast Master space has completely taken shape under the construction of his mental power. Now, only the final step remains. To completely merge his own mental power with the Beast Master space. Fusion. Xing didn't hesitate and poured all his mental power into it. Boom. In an instant, it was as if his consciousness crossed some boundary. Entered an unprecedented mysterious state. Even with his eyes closed in concentration, he could clearly sense everything around him. Ying Bing's fingertips gently caressed the subtle movements of the Xian Shuang Ice Phoenix, Qin Tian's tense, clenched fists, and inside the cracked golden cocoon, the talent-enhanced Leoli. Xing suddenly opened his eyes, looking in the direction of Leoli. Crack. The cracks on the golden cocoon suddenly widened, and crimson flames burst out from the gaps. In the next moment, boom! The golden cocoon completely exploded. In the blazing firestorm, holy wings suddenly spread, and a holy figure stood in the air. Holy Angel, Leoli. Talent, Legendary 3 stars. Level, Awakening Stage 6. Strength, 205. Constitution, 207. Spirit, 213. Speed, 211. Skills, Divine Judgment, Divine Protection, Seraphim Form, Final Song. Cultivation Suggestion, use light crystals, Holy Spirit Essence, and Angel's Holy Blood to enhance beast taming talent. The 2-star talent enhancement made Leoli's attributes break through the 200 mark. Now, if she faced the ultimate trial puppet again, she wouldn't even need to enter a special state. Just relying on the Seraphim form that doubled all attributes would be enough to crush the opponent. As Leoli adapted to her transformed body, her golden eyes immediately locked onto Xing. Master! Xing felt a sudden blur before him, and a warm little creature appeared in his arms. Leoli hugged him tightly like a fledgling bird, her soft cheeks rubbing affectionately against his chest. Master, I missed you. Her soft voice carried joy, warming Xing's heart. He gently reached out to stroke the girl's smooth long hair. Feeling the warmth from above, Leoli suddenly froze, realizing what she had done. Her fair cheeks quickly flushed with visible redness, even the tips of her ears turned adorable pink. She hurriedly released her grip, and her snow-white wings whooshed closed, wrapping herself in a fluffy cocoon. What have I done? So embarrassing, so embarrassing. Xing couldn't help but chuckle, and with a thought, this shy little creature was transmitted back to the beast taming space. With the beast taming space, Leoli no longer needed to stay in the real world all the time. After seeing the little girl settle in the beast taming space, Xing then walked slowly toward Ying Bing and Qin Tian, speaking a bit apologetically. Sorry for keeping you waiting. It's fine. Ying Bing's cold voice rang out, it was originally a trial for the 3 of us together. Qin Tian suddenly turned his head, his mouth hanging open wide enough to fit an egg. This is still the ice goddess who doesn't care about anyone? She actually responded to Gu Xing? Sensing the burning gaze beside her, Bing slightly frowned. Is there a problem? No. Qin Tian hurriedly waved his hands, nearly biting his tongue. I just think we should set off, it's been 9 days. Gu Xing had just taken a step when he suddenly stopped, turning sharply to stare at Qin Tian. What do you mean it's been so long? 9 days. Qin Tian stammered, frightened by this unexpected reaction. Xinggu, is something wrong? Gu Xing's heart tightened, quickly calculating. Wei Yuan took half a day to bring him here, plus these 9 days. That means today is the time for the school-level assessment. Thinking of this, Gu Xing could no longer sit still. However, he turned to look at the calming Bing and Qin Tian. Aren't you two participating in the school-level assessment? Qin Tian and Bing exchanged glances, finally realizing what Gu Xing was talking about. Both shook their heads simultaneously, were directly recommended. Gu Xing. People are indeed different from one another. He still needed to work hard to take the Gaokao, while these two could directly skip this step. Time was urgent. Gu Xing wasted no words and directly exited the trial. A blinding white light flashed, and the three of them instantly appeared outside the trial site. Great. You finally came out. The adjutant, who had been waiting for a long time, hurriedly came over, worry written all over his face. It's been 9 days without any word. Chief Wei almost sent someone in to rescue you. However, at this moment, Gu Xing was very anxious. Participating in the college entrance examination and entering the university could gain more resources. Leoli would then have the opportunity to improve. Excuse me, can you send someone to take me back to Linyuan City? The school-level assessment is about to start. What? The assistant's face changed suddenly, then immediately reacted. Don't worry, student, we will send you back to Linyuan City as fast as possible. Let's depart immediately. Chapter 22, the school-level assessment begins. Linyuan City, Assessment Square. Sunlight spilled onto the granite-paved square, with 200 examinees lined up in an orderly manner. Today is the first round of the college entrance examination in Longshan Nation, the school-level assessment. Only by ranking in the top 50 can one qualify for the next round of assessment. Attention, examinees, the assessment is about to begin. Please step onto the stage in order according to the drawing lot. This assessment is divided into 2 rounds, from which the top 50 candidates will be selected. The qualifiers must participate in the subsequent contest, and the final scores will serve as an important basis for the comprehensive evaluation of the college entrance examination. Please take this seriously and perform at your best. As the staff finished reading the rules. On the big screen, the list of candidates began to scroll rapidly. In the crowd, Shinruoshua tightly gripped the hem of her school uniform, her gaze constantly shifting between the screen and the entrance passage. Behind her, in the class formation, a spot was obviously empty. Class monitor, why hasn't Gushin arrived yet? Is he going to miss the assessment? Yeah, with Gushin's strength, getting first place is totally a piece of cake. If he gets disqualified for being late. Class monitor, can you contact Gushin? Push him a bit. The few who spoke were all classmates who were saved by Gu Xing during the novice trial. Hearing these voices, Shinruoshua felt incredibly troubled. Since the trial ended, she had been searching for Gu Xing, wanting to thank him in person, but had never found a trace of him. Everyone, don't panic. She took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. I believe Gu Xing will arrive on time. During the contest, let's try to gain some time. The others exchanged glances, ultimately nodding helplessly. Fights among low-level beast tamers usually concluded quickly. On the ring, battles between two tamers often determined the victor in under 30 seconds. Although Shinruoshua had her companions find ways to delay time, the match list on the big screen continued to scroll rapidly. Gu Xing vs. Wang Wu. When this line appeared, Wang Wu, standing on the stage, turned pale instantly. Although there were rumors in Linyuan City that Gu Xing's SSS level rating was bought with money, a dead camel was still bigger than a horse. How could a Tier 3 awakened beast tamer dare to challenge him? Gu Xing, please come to the stage. The judge's loud voice echoed across the square. Time passed second by second, and the other side of the stage remained empty. The judge frowned, glanced at the timer, and raised his voice. Is Gu Xing here? If he's not present, he will be considered to have forfeited this match. No one responded in the audience. The judge frowned, scanned the whole place, still not finding Gu Xing's figure. Since Gu Xing is not present, I will announce. Shinruoshua was about to speak out to stop it. Wait a moment. A somewhat frivolous voice suddenly interrupted. Chen Ziming strolled in, hugging a seductive succubus, her tail curling ambiguously around his waist. Judge, why not save this match for last? After all. He deliberately elongated his tone. We are all looking forward to the performance of this SSS level genius. For the past 10 days, he had virtually lived in the other dimension, working hard to elevate the succubus's level. His goal was to crush that little guy who stole his spotlight today. But now, the main character was actually absent? This left him unable to accept. The judge's forehead beaded with sweat. The rules were clear, latecomers would be disqualified. But this person here. I will explain the situation to Vice Principal Chen. Chen Ziming added lightly. The fingertips flirtatiously rubbed the waist of the succubus. Hearing Chen Ziming mention the vice principal's name, the referee instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, then this match is postponed. The duel between Gu Xing and Wang Wu will be last. As the referee's voice rang out, the scene instantly erupted. Gu Xing didn't show up? What's going on? Didn't he receive an SSS rating? Is he afraid he won't pass this assessment? Don't you know? It seems Gu Xing spent 20 million just to become the first in the beginner trial assessment. Moreover, the beast he contracted is a useless angel, he probably fears being exposed, so he dares not participate this time. Rumors spread like poisonous mist in the venue, and Shen Ruoshua's fingers turned pale, nails digging deeply into her palms. She wanted so much to stand up and tell everyone the boy who saved her like a god during the beginner trial was a true genius. But in the end, she just dejectedly released her fist. Her voice was too small, even if she said such words, no one would believe her. Moreover, during this time, under the deliberate spread of rumors by the Chen family. Basically, everyone in Ling Yuan City defaulted to believing that Gu Xing's SSS rating was obtained through cheating. Additionally, Gu Xing had not appeared since the beginner trial to explain this matter. This made everyone accept that this was the truth of the matter. Next match, Chen Ziming vs. Li Si. As the referee announced, Chen Ziming stepped onto the stage with the succubus in his arms. His opponent Li Si turned pale, awakened to the 4th tier of strength, which was top among this graduating class, but at this moment, he looked like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Chen, young master. Li Si's voice trembled, please be merciful. A cruel smile tugged at the corner of Chen Ziming's mouth as the succubus in his arms lightly licked its fangs with a crimson tongue. Iron Shell Turtle. Water Flow Impact. Li Si ordered, bracing himself. Whoosh. A column of water spouted out but mysteriously halted 3 feet away from the succubus. The succubus lazily raised a slender hand, and the water column collapsed as if crashing into an invisible barrier. Ah! The succubus's eyes gleamed with purple light, and a visible mental wave swept out. The iron shell turtle didn't even have time to cry out in agony before it collapsed to the ground. Li Si was struck as if by lightning, blood oozing from his mouth and nose as he fainted. Hiss! Gasping sounds rose and fell throughout the crowd. Damn, a 4th-tier awakened beast was actually defeated in one move by Chen Ziming's beast? What level has he reached now? He can't have awakened to the 6th tier already, can he? I feel it's more than that. He might have already awakened to the 7th tier. No way, just 10 days since the beginner trial, and he's already at the 7th tier. How can we compare with him? Chen Ziming's cold gaze swept back and forth through the crowd, yet he could never find the figure he most wanted to see. He couldn't have really run away, could he? If that were the case, the gift he carefully prepared for Gu Xing would have no place to be used. You see, in these 10 days, he spared no expense to hire 20 professional leveling teams, forcibly raising the succubus to the 8th awakening. With an epic qualification beast, he was confident he could crush the entire arena. Especially that Gu Xing who obtained an SSS rating by cheating. The subsequent matches were unremarkable until Shen Ruoshue took the stage. This awakened 5th-tier girl deliberately did not defeat her opponent and stalled on stage for a full 10 minutes. Chen Ziming squinted his eyes, watching her deliberate time-wasting actions, and a dangerous smile tugged at his lips. Next, Gu Xing vs. Wang Wu. The referee's voice made the entire venue fall silent. As Gu Xing still did not appear, Chen Ziming's smile grew colder. This time, he certainly would not give any chances. Gu Xing is eliminated. However, the referee hadn't finished speaking this sentence. Boom! A golden meteor suddenly fell from the sky, crashing heavily in the center of the arena. The smoke and dust gradually dissipated, and Gu Xing's figure slowly became clear under the sunlight. The glass-like wings gently folded, and his porcelain-white hands slowly released from around his waist. Just moments ago, at the critical juncture, it seemed the referee was about to announce his elimination. He didn't have time to think more and directly leaped down from the military beast that was escorting him back to the city. It was only at the last moment that he arrived at the competition venue in a thrilling fashion. Gu Xing's sudden appearance stunned the referee for several seconds, who then regained his composure to announce. Contestant Gu Xing has arrived, the competition begins. As this voice rang out, the audience erupted in excitement, with murmurs rising and falling. How did Gu Xing suddenly appear? He actually came to participate in the assessment. Now there will be a good show, Chen Ziming will definitely not let him off easily. Although it said Gu Xing got his SSS rating through cheating, his strength is indeed not weak, perhaps he can really match Chen Ziming. Match? What a joke. Didn't you see Chen Xiao's performance just now? At least he has awakened to the 6th level, do you understand what that means? Amidst the audience's discussion, Wang Wu's legs felt weak, and his forehead was covered in fine sweat. Originally, with Gu Xing not appearing, he thought he could rely on luck to steadily advance. But, unexpectedly, in the end, Gu Xing still made it to the competition venue, and in such a high-profile manner. Gu good, Wang Wu's voice trembled, please show mercy. No matter how the outside world speculated, Gu Xing was truly an SSS level potential. This meant Gu Xing's level was at least awakened to the 5th level. And he himself. Because he was afraid of dying in the alien space, he hadn't been able to upgrade his level in the alien space for the past 10 days. This led to his current level being only the 3rd level of awakening. Don't worry, it will be over soon. Wang Wu hadn't grasped the meaning of this sentence when a flash of white shadow suddenly blinked before his eyes. Ow! His awakened 3rd level beast could only let out a cry of agony before it fell heavily to the ground. I admit defeat. Wang Wu raised his hands without hesitation, and his face turned pale instantly. On the sidelines, Chen Ziming narrowed his eyes slightly. He casually stroked the hair of the succubus. Mayor, what do you think is the level of your former master's contracted beast now? The succubus gave a glance at Gu Xing before hesitating for a moment and then slowly spoke. Brother Ziming, based on that beast's performance just now, at most awakened to the 6th level. Chen Ziming's mouth curled into a cold smile. Awakened to the 6th level? In front of his awakened 8th level succubus, it was just an ant. The competition progressed rapidly thereafter. 2 hours later, the top 50 students had been determined. Only those who entered these top 50 could participate in the second assessment organized by the military. The entire college entrance examination was composed of 3 assessments. The first assessment was organized by the school, based on the novice trial space and school-level evaluations. The second assessment was organized by the military, which also scored students based on their performance. The final assessment was jointly organized by all universities across the country, also scoring based on student performance. In the end, the rankings were determined through the combined assessment scores of these 3 evaluations. At this moment, the 50 students who advanced were about to proceed with the school-level assessment rankings. Silence. With the referee's command, the entire square fell silent. The ranking match for the top 50 will continue using the draw and challenge method. In the first round, 50 people will draw lots to compete, 25 will advance. In the second round, 24 people will draw lots to compete, 1 will get a bye, and 13 will advance. In the third round, 12 people will draw lots to compete, 1 will get a bye, and 7 will advance. In the fourth round, 6 people will draw lots to compete, 1 will get a bye, and 4 will advance. Finally, there will still be a draw for the semifinals and finals. Now, the competition officially begins. The competition was in full swing, with each contestant striving to advance in their own way. Some crushed their way forward with solid strength. Some people rely on exceptional luck to narrowly defeat their opponents. But Gu Xing's path to advancement became the hottest topic of the entire competition arena. Isn't this luck just too unbelievable? He got 2 out of 3 buys all by himself. The audience was buzzing with discussion, and many had already begun to call Gu Xing the chosen one. What was even more astonishing was that in the remaining 2 matches, Gu Xing encountered team members he had saved in the novice trial space. Brother Gu, we give up. Without your earlier rescue, we would have long. 2 team members chose to forfeit without hesitation, their eyes filled with gratitude. Thus, after 4 rounds of competition, Gu Xing advanced into the top 4 without even lifting a finger. Alongside him advancing were the fierce Chen Ziming, the capable Shen Shui, and a dark horse, the awakened 5th-tier beast master, Li Yan. The next morning, the entire Ling Yuan city was in an uproar. The assessment square was packed with people, and even the rooftops of surrounding buildings were filled with spectators. Look quickly. Is that President Chen? The vice principal is here too. Oh my gosh, even the city lord has come in person. In the VIP area, the most powerful figures in Ling Yuan city took their seats one after another. Chen Shan, father of Chen Ziming, and president of the largest commerce association in Ling Yuan city. At this moment, he was whispering to the vice principal with a meaningful smile on his face. I heard your son Succubus has awakened to 8th tier, the vice principal asked tentatively. Chen Shan feigned humility and waved his hand. Just children playing around. But that Gu Xing. He paused meaningfully, an SSS rating, very promising. He had once thought that the poor student he bought to be a beastmaster would never rise again. But unexpectedly, after the novice trial ended, he had become a figure of great importance in Ling Yuan city. However, he did not know how much of it was just smoke and mirrors. Chen Shan squinted his eyes, his fingers lightly tapping on the chair armrest. He had long sent people to investigate the details about Gu Xing and found everything clearly understood. Trash angel? Ha! He sneered inwardly. Even if that angel truly regained its strength, it would at most be an epic level. And his son's contracted succubus was not only also epic but had reached the 8th tier awakening level. With a 2-tier gap, how could Gu Xing possibly win? Noticing the atmosphere growing tense, the vice principal quickly tried to smooth things over. Old brother Chen is too humble. Let's focus on the match. Saying this, he redirected his gaze back to the competition ground. At this moment, the atmosphere on site was so tense it felt like it could wring water out. And under the gaze of thousands, the draw result for the first match successfully appeared on the big screen. First match of the top 4, Gu Xing vs Li Yan. As the referee announced, the 5th tier awakened Beastmaster stepped onto the stage with heavy steps. Li Yan looked at the calm-faced Gu Xing across from him, his throat involuntarily swallowed. Brother Gu. He squeezed out a smile that looked worse than crying. Please go easy on me. Chapter 24, Gu Xing's Fury. Although Gu Xing had barely lifted a finger, Li Yan, as a 5th tier Beastmaster, sensed that the rumors might be wrong. This boy who was said to have obtained an SSS rating through cheating was likely not that simple. The match begins. Li Yan took a deep breath, his gaze determined as he looked at Gu Xing opposite him. He knew this match was a long shot, but as a Beastmaster, he at least needed to show his dignity. Rock Turtle, use Rock Wall. In front of him, a yellowish wall instantly appeared. At least. I need to last for 3 minutes. Li Yan set this goal silently in his mind. However, the gap between ideal and reality was vividly displayed in that moment. Leoli's various attributes had long surpassed those of the same level Beastmasters. If she exerted herself, not to mention a 5th tier, even an 8th tier defensive type Beastmaster would not last even a moment against her. Looking at Li Yan who was bracing for battle, Gu Xing. A hint of appreciation flashed in his eyes. At least, this Beastmaster knew very well that there was a huge gap in strength, yet he was still able to muster the courage to fight. Leoli, just go easy. Before the words had left his lips, a white figure darted by. The fully defensive Rock Turtle didn't even have time to react, and with a heavy thud, it collapsed, completely losing consciousness. Li Yan stared blankly at his beast, taking a long time to come back to his senses. He smiled bitterly and shook his head, raising his right hand. Referee, I admit defeat. Gu Xing wins. With the referee's announcement, the crowd erupted in an uproar. What's going on? Li Yan is a 5th level Beastmaster. That was too fast. I just saw a flash of white light, and it's over? Gu Xing's strength feels not much weaker than Chen Ziming. The chatter from the audience rose and fell, with many starting to reassess Gu Xing's abilities. Below the stage, Chen Ziming's lips curled into a cold smile. Others might not see what happened in that moment, but his succubus, as a mental-type beast, had already seen everything clearly. Brother Ziming, the succubus whispered in his ear, it has been confirmed that Angel's mental wave is indeed awakened to level 6. Chen Ziming's eyes flashed with a sense of sure victory upon hearing this. Second match, Chen Ziming vs Xin Ruoxue. The referee's voice rang out just in time, pulling everyone's attention back to the arena. Chen Ziming adjusted his collar and walked towards the stage with calm steps. As he passed by Gu Xing, he deliberately slowed down, casting a meaningful glance. Noticing this gaze, Gu Xing frowned slightly. What did Chen Ziming mean? However, his gaze swept over the succubus. Succubus. Quality, Epic 2 stars. Level, Awakening level 8. Attributes, Dark, Mental. Strength, 110. Constitution, 108. Mental, 184. Speed, 120. Skills, Desire Absorption, Captivating Eyes. Awakening level 8. No wonder Chen Ziming was so confident, it turned out he had nurtured the succubus to this extent. However, did Chen Ziming think that an awakening level 8 succubus could easily handle him? Interesting. Master, I will definitely teach that bad guy a lesson later. Leoli pouted angrily, her silver wings fluttering restlessly behind her. Ever since she learned about the succubus's betrayal, she had been holding on to this grudge. Gu Xing chuckled, reaching out to ruffle her soft silver hair. Okay, I'll listen to you. Leoli instantly squinted her eyes like a cat being petted, unconsciously nuzzling against his palm. But soon she seemed to remember something and put on a serious face. Master, that sister probably isn't a match for the succubus. Gu Xing followed her gaze to the stage. Xin Ruoxue stood there biting her lip, her black hair blowing in the wind. The snow shadow wolf in front of her had its hair bristled, but it couldn't hide its trembling limbs. At least awakening level 7. Xin Ruoxue clenched her fist tightly, her knuckles turning white. With a 2-level difference, plus the suppression of epic quality, the outcome of this match was almost obvious. But when she caught a glimpse of Gu Xing's gaze from below the stage, she straightened her back. Snow Shadow, prepare for battle. Even knowing she would lose, she wouldn't give up. Especially. The match begins. With the referee's voice falling, the succubus's figure instantly vanished from the spot. Slap. A crisp sound of a slap exploded on the stage. Shen Ruoxue staggered back a few steps, a bright red imprint appearing on her left cheek. The audience erupted in excitement. The beast is actually attacking a person? Is that allowed? It seems in the rules, there isn't a restriction against beasts attacking their masters. But this seems, not quite a match anymore, right? That slap is quite humiliating. Chen Ziming's lips curled into a cruel smile. Oh dear, I'm so sorry, my hand slipped. He pretended to spread his hands innocently, his eyes glinting with a cold light. This damned woman delayed time for Gu Xing earlier. That meant Gu Xing's relationship with this woman must be quite good. Since Gu Xing is temporarily unavailable, let's start with his friend. Mayor, continue. He casually ordered, but his voice carried a chilling coldness. The demon's crimson tongue slowly licked her fingertips, her eyes filled with a mocking pleasure. For the next 3 minutes, the arena turned into Shen Ruoxue's hell. Ugh. Shen Ruoxue curled up in pain. Every time she wanted to admit defeat, she was violently interrupted by the demon's mental assault. The Snow Shadow Wolf desperately tried to protect its master, but a single glance from the demon froze it in place, leaving it to whimper helplessly. Ah! Another cry of pain, as the demon's sharp claws left 3 bloody marks on Shen Ruoxue's right shoulder. Blood dripped down her fair arm, blooming bright red plums on the arena floor. The referee was just about to step up to stop it but was held in place by Chen Ziming's sinister gaze. Facing the young master of the Chun family, he ultimately lacked the courage to intervene. On the sidelines, Gu Xing's brows drew tightly together at this scene. This cannot be considered a competition, but rather an humiliation. But what enmity do Chen Ziming and Shen Ruoxue have? Wait. A guess suddenly appeared in his mind. Could it be because of me? He raised his gaze and collided with Chen Ziming's triumphant eyes. It really is because of him. Shen Ruoxue is suffering an unwarranted disaster. And Leoli, seeing this scene, had her eyes turn red. Master, how can that beast use its power like this? Why attack the beast master during a competition? Isn't this a battle between beasts? Why won't the referee call it off? That sister has clearly lost. Faced with Leoli's questions, Gu Xing was momentarily at a loss for words. After hesitating for a moment, he gently pulled Leoli into his embrace, his icy gaze locking onto Chen Ziming in the arena. Trying to anger me this way? A dangerous curve formed at the corner of Gu Xing's mouth. Congratulations, you really did succeed. But can you bear the consequences of this? Chen Ziming. Chapter 25, Shen Ruoxue, seriously injured. On the high platform. The Lord of Lin Yuan, Xia Xiu, saw Shen Ruoxue stagger again from the demon's mental shock, and he finally couldn't help but speak up. Vice Principal Chen, his voice was neither loud nor soft, but it silenced the entire high platform. This competition has gone a bit too far. Chen Yan's smile froze for a moment, then he forced a brighter smile. Lord Xia, you're overreacting. It's inevitable for young people to lose control during practice. Ziming knows his limits, doesn't he, old brother Chen? Chen Shan stroked his beard, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes. Of course, my son always knows how to hold back, the Lord is overthinking. Xia Xiu watched the two harmonize, his gaze gradually darkening. The competition in the arena had completely lost its necessity to continue. But from their attitudes, it was clear they wanted to let Chen Ziming continue humiliating that girl in the arena. Xia Xiu's fists clenched slightly, but in the end, he did not speak to stop it. The Iron Law of Longxia Kingdom. Separating military and politics, with an independent education system. Even though he was the prestigious Lord of Lin Yuan, he had no right to interfere with the college entrance examinations. He originally didn't need to be present at the exam, he was just curious about this SSS-level genius taken away by Wei Yuan, which is why he specially came to watch the match. But, unexpectedly, before Gu Xing could take action, he encountered these two plotting against him. Seeing the Chen father and son so openly indulging, Xia Xiu let out a cold humph and said no more. Only. His gaze watching Chen Ziming grew colder. In the arena, Chen Ziming seemed to feel tired. He lazily waved his hand, and the demon immediately stopped its attacks. At this moment, that enchanting figure trembled slightly, an unnatural flush blooming on her pale cheeks. As a contracted beast, she was not allowed to attack humans. However, Chen Ziming's command made her break through this forbidden zone. Before, she had made a move against Shen Ruoxue. She felt a certain desire deep in her heart suddenly released. Watching Shin Ruoxue in her hands, utterly powerless to resist, an unprecedented pleasure surged through her body. At this moment, suddenly being called to stop, she reluctantly licked her lips. In the end, she still suppressed the rampaging impulse and obediently stepped aside. Chen Ziming leisurely walked up to Shin Ruoxue. Looking down at this girl collapsed on the ground, covered in blood. "Let's talk," he squatted down, his voice carrying a hint of danger. "What relationship do you have with Gu Xing? Why were you willing to stall for him earlier?" Shin Ruoxue struggled to raise her head, blood trickling down her forehead, staining her vision red. But those eyes still stubbornly stared, flashing with unabashed mockery. She spat out a mouthful of blood. Cough. "Why should I tell you?" Chen Ziming smiled deepened suddenly, yet it sent chills down people's spines. "It doesn't matter, your relationship with him is not very important to me. As long as you answer one question, I will let you concede gracefully, how about it?" Seeing Shin Ruoxue still coldly staring at him, he continued on his own. "Who do you think is stronger, me or Gu Xing? Remember, think clearly before you answer." When saying the last few words, Chen Ziming intentionally emphasized them. As long as this woman isn't foolish, she should understand the implication behind his words. However, Shin Ruoxue suddenly laughed. Blood dripped from her chin, but it couldn't hide the mockery in her eyes. "Chen Ziming, you are really pathetic. Is this all you've got?" She pronounced each word carefully. "You are worse than Gu Xing. By a long shot." These 3 words pierced through Chen Ziming's facade like a sharp blade. His pupils suddenly contracted, his expression twisted for a moment. "Very good." He suddenly straightened up and snapped his fingers at the succubus. The succubus licked her blood-red tongue over her fangs, excitement flashing in her eyes. Snap. The crisp sound of bones cracking echoed throughout the venue. Shin Ruoxue trembled violently, her nails digging deep into her palm, yet she swallowed the scream of pain. Large beads of sweat mixed with blood dripped down, pooling underneath her into a dark red puddle. Ah, whoa! The snow shadow wolf struggled wildly, its white fur stained with patches of blood. But under the terrifying mental pressure of the succubus, it could only emit a reluctant whimper, eventually being forcefully pressed down onto the arena, its limbs twitching violently. A snow shadow wolf with awakened excellent 5th tier potential and a succubus with awakened epic 8th tier potential. The gap between the two was like a chasm. The succubus could completely suppress the snow shadow wolf just by relying on her mental attributes. Chen Ziming leisurely adjusted his cuffs, kicking Shin Ruoxue's face with the tip of his boot. "You should be thankful, this is the arena." Chen Ziming turned around and casually threw down a command. "Succubus, kill that wolf." Upon hearing this command, even the trembling Shin Ruoxue froze in pain. But in the next moment, immense panic engulfed her. Her summoned beast was about to be killed? Even though she had been battered and bruised without uttering a peep under the succubus's attack, tears now slid down her cheeks in an instant. At this moment, she was scared. "Chen Ziming, please don't." However, Chen Ziming, who turned to leave, did not pause for a moment. Too late. The succubus licked her lips, and in the next moment, she appeared in front of the snow shadow wolf. "No. Don't." In Shin Ruoxue's desperate gaze, the succubus's slender tail pierced like a blade into the snow shadow wolf's forehead, bringing forth a spray of scarlet blood. The beast taming contract suddenly shattered. Coupled with the shock of the beast's death, Shin Ruoxue suddenly spat a mouthful of blood and then fainted on the arena like a marionette with cut strings. The audience at the scene were momentarily stunned at this sight. That summoned beast seems to have been killed by Chen Ziming. This kind of behavior violates the rules, doesn't it? But until the end, the referee didn't say anything to stop it. There must be a problem. Didn't you guys notice that every time Chen Ziming's opponent seems to have a terrible fate? The way you're saying it, it seems true. Not a single beast master's beast left the stage intact. The worst might be Shin Ruoxue. She even lost her beast to Chen Ziming. "Shu, keep your voice down." The vice principal of Lin Yuan High also has the surname Chen. "Do you guys not want to participate in the next assessment?" Amid the noisy discussions, Chen Ziming slowly turned around, his gaze piercing through the crowd directly at Gu Xing. The corner of his mouth curled into a victorious smile, and he silently mouthed the words. "Do you think you can oppose me? Do you deserve it?" However, in the face of Chen Ziming's provocation, Gu Xing remained unbelievably calm at this moment. But standing beside him, Leoli could clearly feel the coldness radiating from her master was almost freezing the air around them. "Leoli," Gu Xing's voice was eerily calm, "get on the stage and use everything you've got." The little angel nodded firmly. Even she, with her naturally kind heart, had rare fury burning in her eyes at this moment. Chapter 26, I accept this bet. The match is over. Chen Ziming wins. The referee's voice was a bit hurried, and before he could finish, he quickly waved to signal the medical team to come in. Shen Ruoxue, lying on the stretcher, had a pale face, with dried blood still at the corners of her mouth. She was quickly carried off the blood-stained ring by medical staff. The final will be held in 1 hour. Please, contestants, make necessary adjustments. The referee briefly announced the schedule and quickly left the scene. His back appeared somewhat flustered. The public killing of Shen Ruoxue's beast had already triggered intense dissatisfaction among the students. At this moment, he had to report the incident immediately for further handling. And on the stands, Chen Yan was flattering Chen Shan. Old brother Chen Ziming has made rapid progress. At this rate, breaking through the extraordinary will be imminent. Chen Shan waved his hand modestly. Still far from it, he's only awakened to the 8th rank. Though he said that, the pride on his face couldn't be hidden. Xiaoxiu coldly observed the Chen brothers putting on their performance and finally couldn't hold back, speaking out. Vice Principal Chen, isn't it against the rules to deliberately kill the opponent's beast during the assessment? Shouldn't they be disqualified? Upon hearing Xiaoxiu's words, Chen Yan immediately showed a troubled expression. Clearly, he didn't want to handle this according to the rules. On the other side, Chen Shan quickly took over the conversation. My son made a mistake, causing this painful consequence, but don't worry, Lord Xia. We will fully compensate the student for their loss. Lord Xia, young people sparring sometimes leads to accidents. Xiaoxiu's gaze grew colder. What a coincidence! To openly kill a beast that had already lost its ability to resist, such a blatant act of cruelty, was being downplayed by these two as a mistake? Were they treating him as a fool? Or were they treating all the people of Linyuan City as fools? But just then, the referee who had left earlier hurriedly returned. He respectfully bowed to the 3 of them. Lord Xia, Chairman Chen, Vice Principal Chen. Chen Yan lazily raised his eyelids. What's the matter? The referee looked around, his Adam's apple bobbing a few times before he awkwardly spoke. It's like this. Many students have raised objections to the last match. Chen Yan and Chen Shan exchanged a meaningful glance. After a moment of silence, Chen Yan pretended to understand and slapped his knee. Indeed, there was a loophole in the previous assessment rules, which led to such an accident. Let's do this, he smoothed out the non-existent wrinkles on his clothes. In the next match, we'll add 2 new rules. First, the beast is prohibited from attacking its beast master. Second, if a situation arises that could lead to the death of a beast, the referee has the right to intervene. The referee opened his mouth but swallowed his words before speaking. He wanted to say that the students' protests weren't about the rules, but about Chen Ziming's blatant acts of cruelty. But looking at Chen Yan's sinister gaze, he ultimately just deeply bowed. I will announce this right away. When this new regulation, which avoided the key issues, was broadcasted, boos erupted from the audience. Is there a hidden agenda? Is this incident going to be brushed aside so easily? What about Shen Ruoxue's injuries? What about her lost beast? The matter of the class leader cannot just be let go, we should go to the vice principal for an explanation. Yes, it can't just be brushed off, we need an explanation. Members of Shen Ruoxue's team stood up with reddened eyes, their fists clenched tight. But just as they took a few steps. Stop! A calmly terrifying voice froze everyone in place. Gu Shun? The team members turned back in disbelief, only to see Gu Xing standing behind them without them noticing. The boy's dark eyes brewed a storm, yet his voice was exceptionally gentle. No need to go, the school is obviously covering up for Chen Ziming, it won't do any good if you go. Are we just going to let this go? Gu Xing slowly raised his eyelids, his gaze sweeping over the residual blood on the arena. It won't just be let go. Don't worry, Chen Ziming will pay the price. I guarantee it. His voice carried an unprecedented seriousness. As the last grain of sand fell from the hourglass, the referee stepped back onto the stage. Now starting the finals of this assessment. Gu Xing versus Chen Ziming. 2 figures almost simultaneously leaped onto the stage. Gu Xing's gaze scrutinized the succubus in Chen Ziming's arms. Everything began with this succubus. The succubus restlessly twisted her body, her crimson eyes shifting away, not daring to meet his gaze. What's wrong? Chen Ziming deliberately hugged the succubus tighter. Staring at someone else's beast isn't a very polite thing to do. He playfully tilted the succubus's chin. Although the succubus was summoned from your hands, don't forget, she now bears the surname Chen. Gu Xing slowly shifted his gaze, locking it onto this wealthy second generation. Such a beast paired with a beast master like you is a perfect match. Chen Ziming's face changed drastically, but he suppressed his anger and sneered. Gu Xing, in the arena, it's strength that speaks, not just words. Gu Xing did not speak further. Arguing with someone like him was merely a waste of breath. But this new rule that was introduced. Gu Xing's gaze slowly shifted to Qin Yan, sitting high above. This rule seemed to have helped Qin Ziming. Not allowing beasts to attack their masters? Ha! No problem. Are both sides ready? The referee stood in the center of the arena, asking the two. Gu Xing slightly nodded, but Chen Ziming suddenly raised his hand to signal. The referee, helpless, could only allow Chen Ziming to speak. Chen Ziming slowly stepped forward, his eyes filled with calculation. Gu Xing, don't you want the succubus that was taken from you back? Gu Xing froze for a moment, the corner of his eye catching Leoli. He understood. It seemed the Chun family had set their sights on Leoli again. How about we add a wager to this match? The loser voids their contract with their beast. How about that? What do you think? You're not scared, are you? Chen Ziming pressed forward step by step. This was something that Chen Shan had specifically instructed him before the match. This angel's potential is at least at the epic level. His level was about to reach the extraordinary level, he was just missing a beast. Facing Chen Ziming's performance, Gu Xing couldn't help but laugh. It was truly ridiculous. The beast that was once a partner had actually become a gambling chip. He was just about to refuse. But, unexpectedly. Okay, we accept. A clear voice resonated throughout the arena. Gu Xing turned his head in surprise. He saw the usually gentle little angel now with a serious face, her amber eyes filled with an unprecedented fighting spirit. Master, please believe in me, I will not let you down. Moreover, that traitor should be judged by you. Feeling the little girl's resolute determination, Gu Xing smiled. When his little angel spoke up, this beast master naturally could not back down. He stared directly at Chen Ziming's provocative gaze, speaking each word clearly. I accept this wager. Chapter 27, Unforgivable. Good. As long as Gu Xing agreed to the wager, that beast must surely be his. A confident smile appeared on Chen Ziming's face, and he couldn't wait to snap his fingers. A secretary in professional attire immediately brought a gilded document to the arena, the words betting agreement gleaming in the sunlight. Sign this, and no one can go back on their word. Chen Ziming's eyes were filled with greed as he looked at Leoli. He had already tried the pleasure of a succubus, but what would the taste of this angel be like? So excited. Gu Xing coldly scanned the document's content, a hint of mockery tugging at his lips. Prepared so thoroughly? Did this mean he was certain to lose in this trial? Gu Xing glanced over at the succubus. Awakened to the 8th level. Is that very impressive? With this thought, Gu Xing no longer hesitated, waving his hand decisively to sign his name. Immediately, the referee respectfully brought the contract to the city lord's hands. Xiaoxiu toyed with the newly acquired contract, his gaze swirling to the smug Chen Shan. This fool probably still didn't know that Gu Xing was a talent personally valued by Wei Yuan. Although this kid's level was merely at the 6th level of absolute star, the aura emitted by that angel. Even a beast master awakened to the 9th level was far from comparable. Moreover, a hint of amusement flickered in Xiaoxiu's eyes. Just 10 minutes ago, his communicator received a message. Wei Yuan was not far from Lin Yuan City, and this trip's purpose seemed to be related to Gu Xing. If Wei Yuan, this iron-blooded commander, were to learn of these matters, the first business association in Lin Yuan City would probably change hands. This wager is notarized by the city lord's office, violators will face the highest penalties. Hearing this, Chen Shan instantly relaxed his heart. Private gambling among students, especially with the stake being a beast, was absolutely forbidden. Now, with the city lord's endorsement, this matter was almost a sure thing. Even if Gu Xing wanted to go back on it later, there would be no chance. Soon, the referee returned to the arena again. The match begins. As the voice fell, Chen Ziming no longer hid his true self, and his loud laughter echoed on the arena. Gu Xing, you really dare to sign this betting agreement? Should I say you are confident in your own strength? Or foolish? Do you think an awakened 6th level beast can help you claim first in this assessment? You are too naive. My succubus is awakened to the 8th level. Before his words finished, a chilling aura suddenly erupted. Dark purple energy waves twisted around the succubus, the pressure of an awakened 8th level sweeping through the arena like a substance. The students in the audience immediately erupted. What? Awakened to the 8th level? Isn't such a level almost a guaranteed first place in this assessment? Damn! How can a 6th level awakened compete with an 8th level? Gu Xing might as well just surrender. It's over. God Gu even got tricked into signing a betting agreement, it's really over. Chen Ziming enjoyed the crowd's exclamations, casually whistling. If you surrender and hand over your beast now, you can avoid my lovely little angel getting hurt. After all, if such a beautiful angel gets a scar on her face, that wouldn't be nice. Saying this, he meaningfully licked his lips. And Gu Xing's gaze completely turned cold. Not only implicating the innocent Shinruoshua but also harboring inappropriate thoughts toward Leoli. Chen Ziming had thoroughly touched his bottom line. Leoli, Gu Xing's voice was terrifyingly calm. You handle the succubus, let her understand how to be a beast. Just as Chen Ziming was about to mock. The pupils suddenly constricted. Bang! A heavy punch struck the demoness' abdomen fiercely, moving so fast that not even an afterimage was left behind. The awakened 8th level demoness knelt on the ground like a ragdoll, crimson blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. No, it can't be. The demoness' pupils shook violently. As a mental-type beast master, she couldn't capture Leoli's movements at all. Wasn't this angel awakened at level 6? Why was she so strong? Boom! The second strike followed closely. Leoli's toes smashed down like a judge's hammer, embedding the demoness' head deep into the arena, spiderweb-like cracks spreading outward. With over 200 points in power attributes, if Leoli hadn't intentionally held back, that punch would have been enough to kill the demoness on the spot. The whole arena was silent. Chen Ziming stared at this scene in shock, his expression shifting from pride to disbelief, finally turning into twisted rage. He kicked violently at the demoness. Waste! Get up for me! The demoness trembled as she pulled her head out, only to be met by her master's grim face. Waste! Use your skills! Chen Ziming's frantic roar echoed in the arena. However, the demoness trembled violently, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. She could no longer hear what Chen Ziming was saying. With a physique of just over 100 points, and having suffered 2 heavy strikes from Leoli, one could say she was no different from being completely useless now. Can't you hear? Chen Ziming kicked the demoness' waist, but only received a weak groan in return. Seeing Chen Ziming go mad, Gu Xing slowly stepped forward to stand before him. He looked at the disheveled master and servant, his voice icy. Chen Ziming, your prideful 8th level beast, seems to be useless. Chen Ziming turned his head abruptly, his bloodshot eyes filled with madness. What the hell are you saying? Bang! A heavy punch struck his face, 2 bloody teeth flying out. You still don't seem to see the situation clearly? Chen Ziming staggered backward, incredulously touching his sunken cheek. This pampered young master tasted blood for the first time. You dare! Bang! The second punch followed quickly. Chen Ziming was knocked down to the ground. After a moment of daze, he frantically turned to the demoness. Kill them! Kill them for me! At this moment, he completely disregarded the rules. His only thought was to send this person in front of him to hell. And the demoness, under the forced contract, barely raised her hand, trying to attack Gu Xing. But Leoli's speed was obviously faster. Boom! The silver angel pressed down with one hand on the demoness' head, slamming it brutally into the arena. Amid the flying rubble, the demoness' wail was forcibly suppressed in her throat. Leoli's amber eyes danced with anger, her silver wings fully spread. This beast actually wanted to attack her master. Unforgivable. Between her delicate fingers, the crimson golden judgment fire slowly took shape. No, please. The demoness' pupils constricted violently as she felt that this was not ordinary fire, but a divine flame capable of scorching souls directly. Yet Leoli's gaze showed no sign of wavering. The moment the demoness attempted to harm Gu Xing, she had already touched Leoli's reverse scale. In the demoness' terrified gaze, the crimson golden flame slowly descended. Chapter 28, the demoness realized her mistakes. Ah! The demoness' heart-wrenching screams echoed in the sky above the square. The pain brought on by this soul-acting flame was 1,000, 10,000 times worse than physical pain. At this moment, the demoness convulsed all over, twisting her body on the ground like a fish out of water. She foolishly tried to alleviate the pain brought by the flame in this way, but unfortunately, it was completely useless. In the audience, everyone held their breath. Awakened at the 8th level, Chen Ziming, just lost like this? Gu Xing is ruthless, directly attacking the beast master. But it feels so satisfying to watch. Serves him right. People like Chen Ziming should be taught a harsh lesson. Gu Xing, hit well. Beat him to death. On the stage, Gu Xing's fists fell like raindrops. On Chen Ziming's swollen face, madness was gradually replaced by fear. When the 10th punch fell, he trembled and wanted to admit defeat. However, before his voice could come out, Gu Xing's ironclad hand gripped his jaw tightly, knuckles deeply embedded in flesh. Immediately, a voice slowly drilled into his ears. Do you remember how Shinruoshua wanted to admit defeat back then? Didn't you also not allow her to admit defeat? Now it's your turn. Want to admit defeat? It's not that simple. The pain you inflicted on Shin Ruoshua, I will surely return to you multiplied. This sentence was like a death sentence, making Chen Ziming tremble violently. He desperately struggled, his deformed jaw producing indistinct pleas for mercy. No, no way, the rules. Gu Xing sneered, applying more pressure with his hand. There are indeed rules, beasts cannot attack beast masters, so, am I not taking action personally? Crack. The sound of bone breaking echoed painfully throughout the arena. You see, through that core, Gu Xing did not only gain an enhancement of spiritual power. Once the beast space was constructed, the spiritual power would generate feedback. His attributes had multiplied several times over, and even compared to low-level beasts, he was not inferior at all. And Chen Ziming, with a body drained by wine and lust, felt like a toy in his hands. Blood mixed with saliva spilled from Chen Ziming's deformed mouth. This once dominant young master was afraid. The man before him would show him no mercy at all. Seeing that the man was about to continue his assault, he slammed both knees on the ground, his forehead hitting the blue stone slab, making a dull sound. At this moment, dignity and honor were thrown behind him. He only wanted to live. However, Gu Xing's gaze remained cold as iron. Chen Ziming's actions had no effect on him whatsoever. On the high platform. Bang! Chen Shan smashed the armrest of the chair with one hand, standing up with bloodshot eyes. His beast summoning formation had just taken shape when Xia Xiu's cold voice came like a bucket of ice water dousing him. President Chen, do you want to disrupt this bet? The right hand Chen Shan had raised froze in midair, knuckles turning white from the force. He clearly felt a very powerful aura locking onto him. As long as he dared to summon a beast, blood would spill on the spot the next second. Feeling the source of this aura, Chen Shan's old face turned red. Master Xia, you. Xia Xiu's fingertips lightly tapped the armrest. President Chen, the bet was something you pleaded the city lord's mansion to notarize. Are you now thinking of going back on it? As he said this, the pressure of a commanding level beast master exuded from Xia Xiu. Chen Shan, merely a high-level extraordinary, faced this pressure, and his knees made a creaking sound under the unbearable weight. He struggled to turn his head, seeking Chen Yan's help. Feeling this gaze, Chen Yan stood up with a stiff neck. Master Xia, this is a formal assessment. Your intervention. Intervention? Every crisp tapping sound from Xia Xiu's fingertips on the armrest made Chen Yan's heart tremble. I'm maintaining the fairness of the bet. Do you think what I'm doing is wrong? After Xia Xiu's words, the entire spectator stand suddenly fell silent, so quiet one could hear a pin drop. Earlier, during Shin Ruoshua's match, as the city lord, he had no grounds to intervene. But now, Xia Xiu gripped the contract in his hand. These two had handed him the reason on a silver platter. Moreover, Gu Xing was a genius personally taken away by Wei Yuan. Even without this bet today, Xia Xiu would protect him to the end. Under Xia Xiu's cold gaze, Chen Yan felt like a thorn in his back, but he had to speak. Xia. Master Xia, Ziming's state clearly shows he has lost, there's no need to continue this assessment. At this moment, Xia Xiu had gained the upper hand and spoke leisurely. Hasn't he not admitted defeat? Since he hasn't admitted defeat, it means the match must go on. Of course, if you have any objections, then go talk to my beast. Before his words could fall, a flash of yellow light appeared, and a 3-meter-tall earthbreaker bear crashed onto the observation platform, shaking the ground slightly. The giant bear's amber-colored eyes flickered with fierce light, and its sharp claws carved deep grooves into the ground. Chen Yan's mouth, which had just opened, quickly shut, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. But Chen Shan still wanted to make one last attempt. Lord Summer. Enough! Xia Xiu suddenly bellowed and smashed the sandalwood table in front of him with a slap. The Earthbreaker bear sensed its master's intent and looked at the two with increasingly dangerous eyes. Today, I've made it clear, as long as Gu Xing acts within reasonable rules, even if he breaks the heavens, I will bear the consequences. A level 6 awakening can render a level 8 Chen Ziming powerless, what does it matter if I protect such a genius? You all, if you want to intervene, then come fight me first. Feeling Xia Xiu's determination, Chen Yan tugged at Chen Shan's sleeve, and the two could only swallow their anger. Xia Xiu scanned with cold eyes and finally withdrew his oppressive aura. Since there are no objections, then watch this match closely for me. The two felt extremely frustrated, yet could only focus their gaze on the arena above. At this moment, on the arena, the sounds of the succubus's screams and Chen Ziming's wails intertwined. Under the burning of the holy flames, the once alluring body of the succubus became hideous. She struggled to crawl to Gu Xing's feet, her charred fingers trembling as they grasped the tip of his boot. Master! Master! Her voice was hoarse and barely human, Mayer knows she was wrong. Please, you. Gu Xing looked down, his icy gaze landing on the succubus's burned, mutilated face. Those eyes that once held so much calculation were now left with only humble pleading. Gu Xing ruthlessly withdrew his foot. This kind of trash still wants to follow him? In dreams. Leoli. She still has the strength to talk, it seems she's not finished yet. Leoli nodded heavily in response. This kind of beast was not worthy of her pity. She clasped her hands together, and the crimson gold flame suddenly surged, enveloping the succubus into a human-shaped fire pillar. Ah! Chapter 29, Wei Yuan has arrived. In extreme pain, the succubus finally could no longer hold on and fainted completely. Seeing this, Gu Xing gave Leoli a glance. The little angel understood immediately and withdrew the red flames that covered the succubus's body. After all, this was in full view of everyone. If he truly killed this succubus in public, it would inevitably leave room for accusations. Moreover, just like this, destroying an epic-level succubus would be too regrettable. He looked down at the unconscious succubus, pondering slightly. According to the betting agreement, Chen Ziming had lost completely, and the disposal rights of this succubus naturally fell into his hands. Recollecting the beast that once betrayed him? He didn't have such a cruel hobby. However, Shen Ruoxue had lost her beast because of him. And now, isn't this a perfect opportunity for compensation? Although this succubus had malintent, her talent wasn't bad. As long as Shen Ruoxue signed a servant contract with her, it would not only compensate for her losses but also ensure the succubus would never dare to have any impure thoughts again. A normal beast contract emphasizes equality and mutual assistance, but the servant contract is completely different. Once signed, the life, soul, and even thoughts of the beast would be completely under the master's control. Although such contracts have been banned, given the special circumstances of the succubus, Xia Xiu should not refuse. After deciding the fate of the succubus, Gu Xing's gaze returned to Chen Ziming. At this moment, Chen Ziming was still kneeling on the ground, his forehead pressed against the rough surface of the arena, his voice hoarse as he pleaded. Gu, Gu, Gu. I beg you, show mercy. Gu Xing's eyes darkened. Having stated he would repay many times over, he must fulfill that promise. From a member of Shen Ruoxue's team, he just learned the whole story. Just because Shen Ruoxue delayed a few minutes for him, Chen Ziming took such cruel action against her. Gu Xing stepped forward slowly, his boots making a dull sound on the arena. It should end now. It was not his intention to torture, the previous punishment was enough to vent his anger. Gu Xing looked down at the trembling Chen Ziming from above. Chen Ziming, our debt is settled. Next, is the debt you owe Shen Ruoxue. Of course, he moved his wrist, she can't collect her debt personally now, so I'll do it for her. Chen Ziming suddenly raised his head, fear flashing in his eyes. If you break one of her legs, I'll break all four of yours. Before his words even finished, Chen Ziming had no time to react before four crisp sounds of bone breaking echoed one after another. Crack! 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 Severe pain surged like a tide, and Chen Ziming couldn't even let out a scream before he rolled his eyes and fainted. His limbs twisted at strange angles, like a disassembled marionette. The spectators witnessing this all gasped in unison. Gu! Gu God is too ruthless. He actually crippled Chen Ziming in public. Doesn't he fear the Chen family's revenge? Open your eyes and see. Chen Shan has been sitting in his seat the whole time without moving, it's obvious the city lord has made a move. Exactly, if it weren't for the city lord's intervention, the referee would have acted long ago, how could it have waited until now? At the edge of the arena, the referee suddenly stumbled. The terrifying pressure that had locked onto his body finally dissipated. He, still in shock, glanced at Xia Xiu, who was meditating on the high platform, and immediately announced loudly. This match, Gu Xing wins. The entire square fell into a brief silence, then erupted with cheers like roaring waves. In stark contrast was the guest seats on the high platform. Chen Shan's 5 fingers dug deep into the armrest, leaving 5 deep marks on the solid wood. His own son was publicly crippled, yet he couldn't even move a finger. Too much bullying. Chen Shan's eyes were bloodshot, a storm of rage rolling in his chest. Seeing the outcome had been decided, Xia Xiu finally spoke slowly. Vice Principal Chen, it's time to announce that Gu Xing is the champion of this evaluation. Xia Xiu's gentle tone hit a sharp warning. If the two still couldn't see the situation clearly, he wouldn't mind helping to reduce the number of a guild president and vice principal in Linyuan City. However, Chen Shan suddenly turned his head, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins. City Lord Xia, do you think this can protect him from passing? Oh. Xia Xiu's gaze suddenly turned cold, and a terrifying aura surged around him like an endless ocean. As the dignified city lord, he was repeatedly provoked in authority by Qin Shan, an extraordinary high-level beast master. Even his calmness ignited anger in his heart at this moment. But Chen Shan had completely lost his reason. His only son was publicly crippled, and only a mad obsession remained in his eyes. Gu Xing is not even qualified to compete. He was over half an hour late. According to the rules, he should be disqualified. This is the Longxiao regulation. Even if you are the city lord, you can't change the fact that Gu Xing is eliminated. Xiaoxiu frowned slightly, and after his servant verified the news, his expression became serious. He indeed overlooked this point. When he arrived and saw Gu Xing already on the arena, he didn't delve deeper into the issue of participation qualifications. He didn't expect there would be this issue beforehand. Now it became difficult. Chen Yan also reacted quickly, immediately adding fuel to the fire. City Lord Xia, rules are rules. Even an SSS-level genius cannot override them. So Gu Xing's qualification for the evaluation must be cancelled. Xiaoxiu fell into a dilemma. This was something that could be treated as big or small. The school could have turned a blind eye and let it pass. But at this moment, the Chen father and son firmly clung to the Longxiao regulation, elevating the simple issue of tardiness to the level of national law. Even if he was the city lord of Linyuan City, he could not have privileges. The long-awaited champion results had begun to stir the crowd. What's going on? Gu Xing clearly won the match. Why hasn't the result been announced? Could something have gone wrong? Gu Xing followed the rules the entire time. Wait. Did Gu Xing arrive late before the match? In the center of the arena, Gu Xing frowned slightly. In this world surrounded by monstrous beasts, the Dragon Summer Kingdom enforced wartime management regulations, where rules were above all. Because of this, he had adhered to the rules throughout the competition, leaving no room for anyone to find fault. But now it seemed. He raised his eyes to the high platform, locking gaze with Chen Shan's twisted smile. After a moment of thought, he understood where the problem lay. However, a cold smile curled at the corners of Gu Xing's mouth. Even if he was disqualified, so what? With Leoli's strength, special channels, military recommendations, there were plenty of ways to enter a higher academic institution. Just a few more twists and turns, that's all. On the high platform, Chen Yan slowly stood up, leisurely adjusting his refined cuffs. His face wore a victorious smile as he began to speak slowly. After our discussion, he deliberately elongated his tone, waiting for all eyes to focus. Candidate Gu Xing is disqualified due to severe lateness. As the last word hung in the air, a piercing sound suddenly shattered the sky. Everyone looked up, seeing a giant bird with a wingspan of over 30 meters tearing through the clouds, casting a shadow that engulfed the entire square. What enormous audacity! A thunderous shout erupted from above. I want to see who dares to cancel the examination qualifications of a first-class honor medal recipient. Chapter 30, What are you? Before the words finished, Wei Yuan's figure appeared like a ghost before everyone. The pressure from the king-level strongman instantly enveloped the entire square, freezing the air. Seeing the newcomer, Chen Yan's pupils constricted, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This man was the highest commander of the Southern Military District. He might disregard Xiaoxiu, but he would never dare to act rashly in front of Wei Yuan. Sir, Chen Yan hurried forward, bending almost double. Why are you personally? Wei Yuan glanced at him indifferently and walked straight towards Xiaoxiu. Xiaoxiu, explain what's going on. At this moment, Xiaoxiu was digesting the information within Wei Yuan's earlier words. First-class honor medal. This could only be awarded to those who made great contributions to the Dragon Summer Kingdom. To be clear, he had served in the army for 30 years and barely earned a second-class honor medal. But Gu Xing, how old is he? Suppressing the shock in his heart, he began to narrate what happened in detail. Every word he spoke darkened Wei Yuan's expression further. Stealing a beast? Covering up cheating? Thunder was brewing in his eyes. When hearing that the Chen father and son wanted to disqualify Gu Xing, Wei Yuan suddenly exuded a terrifying murderous intent. Not long ago, he had learned from Tianhe that the entire Abyss trial had been passed primarily by Gu Xing alone. For this, he hurriedly finished his military affairs to come here, wanting to personally commend this young hero. But now, the hero was insulted. You want to cancel Gu Xing's examination qualifications? Wei Yuan's voice was like icy cold from the depths of two hells, each word dripping with chilling intent. Thud. Chen Yan's knees hit the ground heavily, cold sweat rolling down his forehead like rain. Wei, General Wei. His voice trembled. We truly did not know that student Gu Xing was a first-class medal recipient. This was just following the rules. But noticing Wei Yuan's changing expression, he hurriedly changed his tone. Since the situation is special, it's only right to handle it specially. Student Gu Xing's examination qualifications are immediately restored. At this moment, Chen Yan dared not harbor any more small thoughts. After all, Wei Yuan's reputation echoed throughout the southern region. Although he appeared gentle and cultured, in reality, he was incredibly iron-fisted and decisive. If it weren't for this, he could never become the head of the entire southern military district. Yet, Chen Shan remained unwilling. He gritted his teeth and spoke up. Commander Wei. Even someone who has won a first-class medal should follow. Upon hearing these words, Chen Yan immediately turned his fearful gaze to the side. Chen Shan had been in Linyuan City for too long, living within the rules for many years. It seemed he had already forgotten that some people don't have to follow the rules. They are the ones who make the rules. What are you even? Do you think you deserve to talk about rules with me? Boom! A whip-like kick sounded like thunder, and Chen Shan was sent flying like a broken sack, crashing heavily in the center of the arena, losing consciousness on the spot. Seeing Chen Shan's tragic state, Chen Yan's body went limp, nearly collapsing to the ground. Wei Yuan's gaze returned to Chen Yan. You know what to do, right? Wei. Commander Wei, I understand. Chen Yan's voice trembled as he forced himself to stand up, announcing. The champion of this assessment is Gu Xing. The entire arena fell into an eerie silence, then erupted in deafening cheers. Gu Xing defeated an awakener of the 8th stage with his own 6th stage awakening to take first place, but was disqualified. Then the leader of the Southern Military District personally arrived, and the situation reversed once more. Today had been far too thrilling for these people. Unlike the excitement of others, Chen Yan felt like he had fallen into an ice cave. He didn't know what kind of ending was waiting for him next. However, Wei Yuan didn't even glance at him, turning and walking toward the arena. Just as he thought he had narrowly escaped, Wei Yuan's voice slowly came. A person like you isn't fit to teach. Go submit your resignation to the military, and report to the Vanguard Division tomorrow. These words struck Chen Yan like a bolt of lightning. Vanguard Division. Also known as the Cannon Fodder Unit. It was specially designated for housing serious criminals and derelict officers, with a death rate as high as 70%. Chen Yan's face turned as white as paper, but he didn't dare to utter a single no. Thank you, Commander Wei, for your mercy. I will report tomorrow. His voice was hoarse, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. Wei Yuan nodded indifferently. If it weren't for the old principal's face, with his temperament, he would have already slapped this disgrace to death right here. Soon, Wei Yuan reached the arena. A smile appeared on his face in an instant. Gu Xing, thank you. You've helped Longxia solve a deep-rooted problem. At this moment, Gu Xing was still a bit dazed. After all, just a moment ago, he had planned to enter university through military recommendation. But unexpectedly, in just that instant, the situation had completely reversed. Quickly snapping out of it, he hurriedly spoke up. Commander Wei, why are you here in Linyuan City again? Did something go wrong with the trial? Good kid, with that tone, do you mean I can't come to Linyuan City for other reasons? Wei Yuan deliberately made a stern face. No. Gu Xing quickly waved his hands. With his current identity, how could he possibly reject Commander Wei? Seeing Gu Xing's reaction, Wei Yuan smiled and threw something out. You were in such a rush, you forgot something, so I brought it for you. Gu Xing quickly reached out to catch it. Crystal of Light contains the ultimate power of light attribute. Seeing the palm-sized crystal of light, Gu Xing finally realized. The reason he had gone to participate in the trial was for this, but he had been in such a rush to leave after completing the trial that he completely forgot about it. Thank you, Commander Wei. Gu Xing sincerely expressed his thanks. No need to be so polite, Wei Yuan laughed heartily, then suddenly changed the subject. By the way, are you interested in coming to develop in our military district after graduation? He came to Linyuan City this time mainly to thank Gu Xing for his contributions. As for the other reason, it was to recruit this genius to the Southern Military District in advance. If he waited until Gu Xing entered university and revealed his talents, the competition for him would become much fiercer. Gu Xing was stunned upon hearing this. He hadn't even entered university yet, and this commander was already planning for 4 years in the future? Commander Wei, I haven't even finished my college entrance exam. Isn't it too early to talk about this now? What are you in such a hurry for? With your ability, isn't it a sure thing to get the top score in the college entrance exam? Young people should plan early. Seeing Wei Yuan's serious expression, Gu Xing's lips twitched slightly. For years bring too many uncertainties, who can say for sure about the future? I'm really sorry, Chief Wei, but I have no plans in that direction right now. Seeing Gu Xing's firm attitude, Wei Yuan had no choice but to compromise. In that case, if you consider joining the army in the future, you must prioritize our Southern Military District. Certainly. Wei Yuan finally showed a satisfied smile. He initially didn't think he could succeed, and now this result is already quite good. Next, Wei Yuan pointed to the Chen father and son, who lay limp like dead dogs. What do you want to do with them? Chapter 31, Smelly Demon. Who are you calling master? Gu Xing's gaze followed Wei Yuan's finger. On the stage, the once mighty Chen father and son now looked disheveled, sprawled on the ground like two dead dogs. Chen Shan's face, usually stern and hard, was now ashen and dull. Chen Ziming had blood at the corner of his mouth, his limbs twisted, already devoid of his usual arrogant demeanor. Gu Xing coldly watched them, not a single ripple in his heart. For years, Chen Shan had relied on his power, intimidating and tempting, not knowing how many students' beast companions he had forcibly taken. As for Chen Ziming, he had relied on his father's authority to run rampant in Yuan City, bullying classmates and acting recklessly. The fate they had today was entirely self-inflicted. Chief Wei, handle it according to the law. Wei Yuan nodded slightly upon hearing this. He had deliberately left the Chen father and son behind, wanting to give Gu Xing a chance to vent. But clearly, Gu Xing had no such intention. He pondered for a moment, his gaze sweeping over the unconscious Chen father and son. Chen Shan will be assigned to the vanguard. When mentioning Chen Ziming, he deliberately slowed down his speech. As for this one, intentional injury to a classmate, cruelly killing a beast. Wei Yuan spoke deliberately, imprisoned in the Yuan City prison for life. As Wei Yuan's judgment fell, the fate of the Chen father and son was thus sealed. Soon, designated personnel came to carry the unconscious Chen father and son away. Before leaving, a mental beastmaster's palm emitted a faint blue light, swiftly severing the psychic link between Chen Ziming and the demon. They had not forgotten that this demon now belonged to Gu Xing. Wei Yuan looked around, confirming all matters had been properly attended to. I have military duties, so I will take my leave. Remember to prioritize the Southern Military District after graduation. Gu Xing nodded solemnly. Seeing this, Wei Yuan turned and left with satisfaction. After walking a few steps, he seemed to remember something important. By the way, regarding the second phase of the military assessment. Considering you and Yingbing are about to go to the Elven Secret Realm, for this 1.5-month assessment, you can choose not to participate. Your results do not need assessment, you are already the top of this assessment. Wei Yuan's decision made Gu Xing's eyes light up. Earlier he had been hesitating, wondering how to resolve the conflict between the second assessment's results and the Elven Secret Realm's schedule. Now, not having to participate in the military assessment saved him a troublesome matter. This military chief came and went like the wind and soon left Yuan City, leaving behind two precious gifts. A crystal of light radiating warmth and a first-class honor medal. This is a great thing. Xiaoxiu had somehow stood beside Gu Xing, his eyes fixed on the medal with envy. A first-class honor medal not only can mobilize the city defense army, but at a critical moment, you can also request a task force. Don't underestimate the weight of this badge. After Xiaoxiu's reminder, Gu Xing finally realized the preciousness of what he held, quickly storing it away carefully. He had thought it was just a medal representing honor, but it turned out to hold real power. Seeing Gu Xing storing it away, Xiaoxiu then continued to speak. By the way, that injured girl, I have sent the best healer over, it shouldn't take long for her to recover. Thank you, Lord City Master. Xiaoxiu casually waved his hand. However, Gu Xing's gaze inadvertently caught the sight of the bound succubus, his eyes grew cold. City Master Xia, I want Xinruoxue and this succubus to sign a slave contract. Slave contract? Xiaoxiu raised an eyebrow, then nodded in understanding. Indeed, a beast that devours its master should be restrained by the strictest contract, I agree. After becoming familiar with Gu Xing, Xiaoxiu turned and left the arena, leaving the scene to Gu Xing. Suddenly, deafening cheers erupted around the arena, the sound waves crashing like a tide one after another. At this moment, Gu Xing's name echoed throughout Yuan City. Amidst the cheers, the succubus slowly awakened. In her dark purple pupils, reflected the figure standing in the sunlight. Gu Xing was draped in glory, surrounded by all the cheers and praises. And beside him, a silver-haired girl tightly grasped his hand, the two looking remarkably harmonious. Her heart suddenly tightened. An unprecedented regret surged within her like a tidal wave. If only she hadn't betrayed Gu Xing back then, if she could have upheld the contract, would it have been her standing in that position now? But it seemed it was still not too late. As the trophy of the bet, she had already been lost to Gu Xing by Chen Ziming. This meant she still had a chance, still the possibility to become Gu Xing's beast once more. She could also enjoy everything that Angel enjoyed. In the medical room. Captain, Gu Xing avenged you. Chen Ziming had his limbs broken on the arena, and General Wei personally stepped in, the Chen family is finished. Don't be sad, Captain, our whole team pooled money, we will definitely buy you an even better beast. Yeah, Captain, the second test still needs you to lead the team. Captain, cheer up. As Gu Xing approached the medical room door, he heard the comforting voices of Xinruoxue's teammates inside. Gu Xing raised his head to look at the succubus. Master, why did you bring me here? At this moment, the succubus's voice trembled, her scarlet pupils slightly contracting. A sense of ominous premonition surged in her heart. However, you filthy succubus! Who are you calling master? The little girl standing next to Gu Xing immediately became unhappy. Even if her master wanted to contract a beast, it must be with her consent. This succubus clearly did not meet her requirements. You are not allowed to call. Leoli puffed up her cheeks, her palm slowly revealing a cluster of fiery red flames. The succubus trembled at the sight of the flames, memories of the pain that burned to the bone flooding back instantly. She never wanted to experience the agony of burnt soul again. I'm sorry, she hurriedly bowed her head to apologize. Only then did Leoli satisfactorily retract the flames, huffing proudly. Gu Xing couldn't help but smile as he looked at his little angel. The little girl was wonderful in every way, except she was a bit jealous. Gu Xing shook his head helplessly, and raised his hand to gently knock on the medical room door. Knock knock knock. The conversations inside came to an abrupt stop. After a moment, the door was pulled open a crack, revealing a familiar face. Gu Shun? The team member opening the door widened their eyes in shock, and then hurriedly stepped aside. Please come in. Gu Xing politely nodded and stepped inside. The moment everyone in the room saw Gu Xing, chaos erupted. Gu Shun, please have a seat here. Gu Shun, would you like some fruit? I can help you. The most eye-catching was Shun Ruoxue on the sickbed. Her originally dazed gaze gradually regained focus upon recognizing the visitor, and even the pallor of her cheeks turned a noticeable shade of red. Chapter 32, Master, is that sister's hand soft? In the medical room, a clever female team member was the first to react, immediately starting to shoo everyone out. Everyone go out, go out. She pushed the team members out like she was herding little chicks. Don't get in the way here. After pushing the last team member out the door, she turned around and winked at Gu Xing. Gu Xing, we're counting on you, our captain. After saying this, she made a cheering gesture and gently closed the door. As the door closed, the room suddenly fell silent. Shun Ruoxue tightened the blanket, her fingertips slightly trembling. Gu Xing, why are you here? Although she had wanted to find Gu Xing to express her gratitude. Now, seeing Gu Xing truly appear in front of her, she felt so nervous that her voice trembled. Gu Xing calmly picked up an apple and started peeling it. Your injury was caused by me, isn't it right for me to come and visit? Shun Ruoxue hurriedly replied, We're all classmates, so it's normal to help each other. Her face turned even redder, she didn't even believe her own awkward excuse. Seeing her like this, Gu Xing didn't expose her. Besides coming to see you, there's another matter. After saying this, Gu Xing turned his head, his gaze landing on the succubus. At this moment, the succubus felt an increasingly strong sense of foreboding. Apologize. Gu Xing's voice suddenly became sharp. Startled by his sudden outburst, the succubus immediately knelt down. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The succubus repeated the words of apology, but her gaze remained fixed on Gu Xing, her eyes lacking sincerity. Seeing this, Gu Xing shook his head, the last trace of hesitation disappearing completely. Old habits die hard. He had been undecided about whether to use the slave contract on the beast, but now, this decision couldn't be more right. Shun Ruoxue was stunned by the succubus's actions but quickly reacted. Gu Xing, there's no need to do this, she acted like that because of Chen Ziming's orders. From her teammates, Shun Ruoxue already knew that this succubus now belonged to Gu Xing, which meant she would be Gu Xing's beast in the future. Even if she had some resentment toward the succubus, she should let it go at this moment. Gu Xing, let her get up, she's not at fault. However, Gu Xing did not listen, instead, he handed the peeled apple to Shun Ruoxue. This incident involves her, she must apologize. Shun Ruoxue looked at Gu Xing's serious gaze, and her heart skipped a beat. She cautiously accepted the apple, her fingertips accidentally brushing against Gu Xing's hand, causing her to retract as if scalded. Since being saved by Gu Xing in the novice trial space, she seemed to have developed a unique feeling for him. Therefore, even after losing her beast, she didn't feel regret. However, call me master. Gu Xing's sudden command made the medical room freeze instantly. The apple in Shun Ruoxue's hand fell to the ground with a thud. She looked at Gu Xing in disbelief, doubting her hearing. Your beast was killed by Chen Ziming because of me, right? Now I'm giving you one back. No. This can't be. After hearing Gu Xing's words clearly, Shun Ruoxue hurriedly waved her hands to refuse, her eyes turning red from anxiety. Although she currently did not have a beast, she could not accept Gu Xing's beast. If she took this epic beast away, what would Gu Xing contract once he reached the extraordinary level? I've already made up my mind. It doesn't matter if you refuse. Gu Xing's attitude was firm, not giving Shun Ruoxue a chance to refuse. Meanwhile, the succubus kneeling on the ground felt a chill all over her body. She could accept defeat, even face death calmly, but she could not accept that she would be transferred to a mediocre human. No. I don't want to follow her. The succubus suddenly jumped up, her dark purple eyes turning red, filled with confusion. Gu Xing. Even if I once betrayed you, you shouldn't humiliate me like this. I may not compare to this angel, but it is indeed a genuine epic level summoned beast. You actually want to give me to. Looking at the demoness who was breaking down, Gu Xing sneered, his eyes cold. Epic level? Is it that strong? As for what you said about not wanting to, do you have a choice? Before her words even ended, Leoli beside her reached out and tightly pinned the demoness in place. Gu Xing slowly raised his hand, and a five-pointed star formation glowing with blood-red light appeared in the air. Slave contract? The demoness' pupils suddenly shrank to the size of needles, her voice distorted and deformed from fear. She struggled wildly, her dark purple magical power rampaging around her, yet she could not escape Leoli's control. Gu Xing expressionlessly pulled Shen Ruoshue's hand and lightly traced her finger across her index finger. When the drop of crimson blood fell into the center of the formation, the entire contract array immediately flared with blood-red light. I don't want the contract, I don't want. However, Gu Xing's actions didn't pause in the slightest. In the demoness' desperate gaze, the blood-red symbols ruthlessly entered her forehead. Demoness. Master, Shen Ruoshue. Status, slave contract. Qualification, epic 2-star. Level, awakening 5th stage. Attributes, dark, mental. Strength, 70. Constitution, 72. Mental, 137. Speed, 81. Skills, Desire Drain, Enchanting Eyes. Looking at the successful completion of the contract, Gu Xing let out a sigh of relief. This was his first time using the slave contract, and he didn't expect it to succeed on the first try. However, since Shen Ruoshue was only at Awakening 5th stage, the demoness, originally at Awakening 8th stage, had her level dropped as well. But once Shen Ruoshue's level rises, the demoness' strength will quickly return. This. Shen Ruoshue finally seemed to wake up from her dream, looking at her hand in disbelief. An epic-level summoned beast, just like that, became her contracted beast? And it was with an absolute obedience slave contract? The demoness knelt on the ground, her face filled with unwillingness, yet unable to resist because of the contract binding her. Her dark purple eyes sparkled with tears of humiliation, but she didn't dare speak a single word of resentment. All right, the task is done. Gu Xing clapped his hands and stood up. Now that this matter was finished, he could finally take a 2-day break. Although Wei Yuan had specially approved that he didn't have to participate in the second phase of the test, his current level was only Awakening 6th stage. Therefore, after careful consideration, he still planned to participate in the second test to raise his level, and he could leave midway. Class leader, if there's nothing else, I'll leave now. After saying goodbye to Shen Ruoshue, Gu Xing made to leave. Seeing Gu Xing's retreating figure, Shen Ruoshue instinctively reached out her hand, wanting to stop him. But in the end, she didn't say anything, only letting her arm fall weakly. Bang! As soon as the medical room door opened, a few figures tumbled in like a pile of stacked blocks. They had been eavesdropping on the captain and Gu Xing's gossip but were caught in the act. Shen Ruoshue's teammates scrambled to get up, awkward smiles hanging on their faces. Of course, Gu Xing didn't mind this, nodding slightly and leaving with Leoli. However, as soon as he stepped out of the medical room, Gu Xing felt a chill behind him. Master, is that sister's hand soft? The apple you peeled, I haven't even eaten it. Chapter 33, Goodbye, Ying Bing. In the end, after Gu Xing repeatedly reassured her, the little girl finally returned to normal. For the next 2 days, Gu Xing rarely took Leoli and casually traveled around the Linyuan city. From food to local customs, he showed the little girl everything. Until the day of the second test began. Gu Xing had just arrived at the assembly square with Leoli when he saw an unexpected person. Ying Bing? A girl in white, like snow, walked towards them slowly, with an energetic elder beside her. Why are you here? Upon seeing Gu Xing, Ying Bing paused slightly, her cold eyes flashing with a hint of panic. Ying Bing pressed her lips together, hesitated for a moment, and then slowly spoke. Secret realm. Her voice was very soft, and Gu Xing did not notice the girl's unusualness. After all, in his impression, Ying Bing always had this quiet demeanor. But standing beside her, Ying Xinghan narrowed his eyes. As someone who had watched Ying Bing grow up, he keenly sensed his young lady's difference. His young lady had always been devoted to her beast, how could she be distracted by outside matters? And now? Ying Xing's sharp gaze swept over Gu Xing, and he thought to himself. The young lady insists on coming to this Linyuan city. Could it be for this kid? But then he thought again. His duty was merely to protect Ying Bing's safety, as for her feelings. Let the clan leader worry about that. There are still more than 40 days until the secret realm closes. I plan to participate in the military assessment first to raise my strength to awakening level 9 before entering. So, I want to join the second assessment organized by the military. What about you? Gu Xing's gaze fell on Ying Bing. The original intention of his words was to let Ying Bing arrange her own plans and meet up when the time was right. But I want to join too. Gu Xing? Gu Xing was momentarily at a loss for words, opening his mouth to say something. But seeing Ying Bing's naturally assertive expression, he finally just sighed helplessly. If she wanted to participate, then let her participate. With Ying Bing's strength and that hidden elder protecting her, there definitely wouldn't be any danger. Moreover, he couldn't decide what Ying Bing wanted to do. So, he just let it be. Soon, the acting vice principal finished the speech, and everyone lined up to head towards the second assessment point. This assessment was set up by the military, located in a different space. The purpose was to let new beast masters quickly adapt to the cruelty of the battlefield. Although the military had already conducted preliminary cleaning of the magical creatures in the area, many students still lost their lives there each year. In the second assessment area, Gu Chanshan stared at the sight in front of her, slightly lost in thought. Although the military provided the venue for this assessment, each student's performance was judged by various universities' appointed personnel. As a talented student of the National Academy, she didn't have to participate in such a basic assessment monitoring job. But thinking of Gu Xing, she still voluntarily applied to be an evaluator. Shanshan, still worried about your brother? Her shoulder was gently patted, and Tang Xinrou's voice pulled her back to reality. Gu Chanshan turned her head and met her best friend's concerned gaze. She shook her head. Seeing Gu Chanshan like this, Tang Xinrou knew her best friend was just being tough. Chanshan, don't worry. With such an excellent sister like you, how bad could your brother be? Besides, isn't there still me? I've already told my junior brothers and sisters to pay special attention to Gu Xing's safety. You can rest assured. Gu Chanshan looked at her best friend's caring expression and gently nodded. Thank you, Xinrou. Seeing her best friend's mood improve, Tang Xinrou finally relaxed. Then, she mysteriously looked around, leaned closer to Gu Chanshan's ear, and lowered her voice. Actually, I didn't just let them protect your brother, I specifically instructed them. Even if his performance is slightly subpar, he'll still receive a higher score. Gu Chanshan chuckled upon hearing this. Xinrou, you really don't have to do this. I believe he can enter the National Academy on his own strength. Tang Xinrou pouted, unconvinced. The National Academy is not that easy to get into. This is the top academy of Longsha country. Back then, Gu Chanshan just barely made it to the admission line, only truly shining after awakening her top-tier talent at the extraordinary level. And her brother had always stayed in a small city, the chance of him getting accepted was less than 10%. Of course, she wouldn't say this out loud. Alright, I have to go to the assessment area I'm in charge of. Tang Xinrou waved her hand but suddenly became serious. By the way, the military said there were 2 extraordinary level magical creatures overlooked during the previous cleanup in this area. Qianqian, be careful. On the other side. After the familiar feeling of dizziness, the 50 students who passed the first round of assessment found themselves in a brand new world. Towering ancient trees rose from the ground, and a faint mist hung in the air. In the distance, the national flag of Longsha fluttered in the unique breeze of this alternate space in front of the military's temporary command post. Last time, he was brought by Wei Yuan, and he couldn't clearly see what the entrance to the alternate space looked like. For Gu Xing, this was his first official step into the alternate space. As their group of over 50 entered the alternate space, they immediately drew much attention. Besides the candidates from Linyuan City, students from several nearby cities also gathered here. This should be the team from Linyuan City, right? Sure enough, they are the last to arrive again. Their scores are always at the bottom in every assessment, but they sure know how to make a show. Yeah, not many students from their city managed to pass this assessment. What are they waiting for? Amidst the whispers, Gu Xing frowned slightly. In the past, Linyuan City has always had poor results in assessments, even to say it was at the bottom. But with you here this year, Linyuan City is likely to take first place in this assessment. Just then, Shin Ruoxue walked over with her team, clearing his doubts. And the succubus beside Shin Ruoxue saw Gu Xing and immediately shrank back, not daring to act recklessly anymore. During this time, under Shin Ruoxue's training, she has become much more obedient. I shouldn't participate in this assessment. Shin Ruoxue was taken aback at first, but then understood. With Gu Xing's strength, he indeed didn't need to prove anything through this assessment. However, her gaze shifted to the beautiful girl beside Gu Xing. What a beautiful girl. She seemed so well matched with Gu Xing. Although she had anticipated this scene, she couldn't hide her disappointment, forced a stiff smile, and tentatively asked, "Who is this?" Gu Xing was about to speak. Ying Bing. Ying Bing introduced herself coolly, her voice cold. Shen Ruoshui politely nodded and tactfully decided to take her leave. Staying here to continue interrupting the two would not be good. Then we will leave first, the assessment is about to start. She barely maintained a proper smile, but the disappointment in her tone was even sensed by the slow-witted Leoli. Suddenly, the little girl reached out and pinched Gu Xing's waist fiercely. It seems that her master is unexpectedly popular. Chapter 34, it's not just average, it's a monster. Hiss. Leoli's sudden little action made Gu Xing gasp. He turned his head to face the dangerous gaze of his beast and immediately showed a pleading expression for mercy. Humph. Leoli proudly turned her face away, finally letting Gu Xing go. Seeing this scene, Gu Xing felt quite helpless. Since the last time he met Shen Ruoshui, his little angel seemed to have awakened the trait of jealousy. And when the little angel gets jealous, the one suffering is the soft flesh at his waist. Sigh. The obedient little angel has vanished without a trace. Now, she has even learned to be hands-on with her master. Just as Gu Xing sighed, an officer stepped forward. The assessment begins. With the command given, the students charged toward the assessment area like arrows released from a bow. Entering the assessment area earlier meant a greater chance to advance to a higher rank. Gu Xing instinctively looked around and found that Shen Ruoshui's Succubus seems to rank within the top 5 among all the beasts. Coupled with her exceptional tactical command ability far surpassing Chen Ziming. Even if he didn't participate, Lin Yuan City had a high chance of taking first place this time. Watching the students enter the assessment area one after another, Gu Xing turned to Ying Bing. Will you come with me? Looking at this Ying Bing who seemed to have latched onto him, Gu Xing felt a bit helpless. If it weren't for knowing that Ying Xinghao was lurking nearby, he would have thought he was a pervert abducting an unsuspecting girl. According to Ying Xinghao, he wouldn't act unless he faced life-threatening danger. However, Gu Xing knew that Ying Xinghao should be hiding nearby. Yet, with his extraordinary mental power, he could not sense Ying Xinghao's presence at all. After a brief moment of thought, Gu Xing accepted that Ying Bing was following him. After all, with her Ice Phoenix assisting control, the efficiency of Leoli's upgrade would surely increase significantly. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and walked straight into the examination area with Ying Bing. The entire examination area was divided into low, medium, and high-level zones. Gu Xing immediately led Ying Bing into the high-level zone. Here, almost all the demonic creatures had awakened to level 6 or above. This area was supposed to be opened only in the later stages of the examination, but the two of them boldly entered. Coincidentally, this area was managed by Tang Shinro. At this moment, she was munching on potato chips, idly playing with her beast. As an extraordinary beast master, she definitely wouldn't have come here if not for accompanying Gu Qianqian. Plus, since the examination had just begun, it was impossible for anyone to enter this area. How am I going to survive this month? She was mumbling when her beast suddenly issued a warning. 2 students had entered the high-level zone. What? The potato chips in Tang Shinro's hand fell to the ground with a thud. Which reckless fool dares to barge in here right away? Though she complained, her movements were as swift as lightning. As an examiner and safety officer, she had to rush to check the situation immediately. In a flash, she was already racing towards the direction of the two. At the same time, not long after Gu Xing and Ying Bing entered the high-level zone, 3 massive ogres blocked their way. These awakened level 9 demonic creatures emitted a nauseating stench, their dark purple skin covered in menacing demonic patterns. Ogre. Level, awakened level 9. Qualities, Demon General. Strength, 193. Physique, 182. Spirit, 102. Speed, 132. Skills, Frenzied Bite, Mighty Smash. Gu Xing's gaze sharpened. Demonic creatures were different from magical beasts. The latter became corrupted due to the infection of magic energy. But the former was born from magic energy itself. No one knew where they came from, only that they were the common enemy of all intelligent races. Demonic creatures were divided into 6 ranks based on their qualities. Demon Soldier, Demon Officer, Demon General, Demon Lord, Demon King, Demon God. They correspond to the ordinary, elite, excellent, epic, legendary, and mythical levels of beast taming. The 3 ogres in front of him were all Demon General level beings. But seeing these 3 demonic creatures, Gu Xing felt a surge of joy within. The purpose of entering the high-level area was to kill demons and increase levels. Now that they had delivered themselves right to his doorstep, it was exactly what he wanted. However, when Tang Shinro reached the scene, the sight before her made her pupils shrink. 3 awakened level 9 Demon General ogres. These were simply not opponents that freshly graduated beast masters could handle. Her gaze swept across the young man in the arena, and she suddenly found him somewhat familiar. Quickly pulling out the photo Gu Qianqian had given her for comparison. Isn't this Qianqian's younger brother? Tang Xinro gasped in shock. Why did this kid run to the high-level zone on the very first day of the examination? She immediately struck a fighting pose. If her friend's brother got hurt right under her nose, she could never face Gu Qianqian again in her life. But just as she was about to act, an unbelievable scene unfolded. The two in the arena not only did not flee but instead took on a stance to attack. At that moment, Gu Xing and Yingbing exchanged a tacit glance. You control, I output. Okay. Before Yingbing's voice fell, the Xian Frost Ice Phoenix had already stretched its wings and cried out. Frost Storm. The biting frost storm swept out, instantly encasing the three ogres in ice crystals, slowing down their movements. Gu Xing certainly would not miss this great opportunity. Leoli. Judgment. The crimson sword light flashed like thunder, and before the ogre in the middle could break free from the frost, it was cut in half by a single blow. The remaining two monsters let out angry howls but were instantly approached by the ghostly figure of Leoli. Although she was only awakened to the 6th stage, her attributes had already crushed these 9th stage monsters. The sword light flashed again, and the two ogres fell to the ground. As 3 blue halos entered her forehead, Leoli's aura suddenly surged. She leveled up again. Holy Angel, Leoli. Qualification, Legend 3 stars. Level, Awakened 7th stage. Strength, 237. Constitution, 240. Spirit, 241. Speed, 236. Skills, Judgment, Divine Protection, Seraphim Form, Final Lament. Cultivation suggestion, use light crystals, Holy Spirit Marrow, Angelic Blood to enhance Beast Master qualification. Upon leveling up to the Awakened 7th stage, Leoli's attributes once again improved. Gu Xing roughly estimated Leoli's attributes. Typically, the attributes of a 9th stage Awakened Beast Master couldn't match Leoli's at all. Meanwhile, the Shen Shuang Ice Phoenix successfully broke through to the Awakened 7th stage during this battle. Not far away, Tang Xinro rubbed her eyes in disbelief after witnessing the whole scene. She had joked with Gu Qianqian, saying, a genius's brother must be impressive. But when she saw it with her own eyes, she realized how wrong she was. This was not just impressive, it was simply monstrous. 2 6th stage Awakened Beast Masters, in cooperation, actually killed 3 9th stage Demon Generals as easily as slicing vegetables. To be clear, when she awakened at the 6th stage, it was very difficult to deal with even a single 8th stage Demon General. Gulp. Tang Xinro unconsciously swallowed. She had to apologize for her earlier judgment. With such strength, the National Academy might be fighting over him to recruit him. Watching the two continue deeper, Tang Xinro suddenly looked forward to Gu Qianqian's expression when she saw her brother's strength. Chapter 35 Evaluation, Full Marks. In the following days, Tang Xinro felt her worldview was being reshaped. In front of these two, regardless of how many stages of awakening the demon race had, they appeared as fragile as paper. In such circumstances, the two's strength climbed at an astonishing speed, and in just 2 days, they both broke through to the awakened 8th stage. When the two finally left her monitoring area, Tang Xinro remained in shock, unable to regain her senses. She stood there for a long time, ultimately writing a perfect score in Gu Xing's evaluation panel. However, what she didn't know was, at this moment, at the Southern Military District headquarters, Wei Yuan was personally writing a recommendation letter. With such strength as Gu Xing's, participating in the college entrance examination would be a waste of time. And on the still wet recommendation letter, the recipient was none other than Chancellor Long Jinghua of the National Academy, personally delivered. At the same time, in the deepest part of the assessment area, Gu Qianqian frowned tightly. As the strongest student sent by the National Academy, she was in charge of overseeing the most dangerous area. At this moment, she clearly sensed an extraordinary level demon's aura. Star-tier butterfly, jade-faced fox. With a light call, the two summoned beasts appeared. The star-tier butterfly was obtained by her hard work in school, having exchanged for an epic qualified beast, and it was now at the extraordinary 2nd stage. As for the other one, it was the first beast she had with her since her awakening period, and its level was only at the awakened 9th stage. Looking at her two beasts, she knew she had to resolve this extraordinary level demon before the candidates arrived. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. If an extraordinary level demon attacked this group of awakening candidates, it would be a massacre. Thinking this, she immediately rushed towards the direction where she sensed the aura. However, what she didn't know was, at this moment, Gu Xing and Yingbing had quietly entered this area. If this continues, we'll soon reach the awakened 9th stage. Gu Xing turned to the ice beauty beside him and said, when the time comes, we will go directly to the secret realm. These days of being together made him gradually understand Yingbing's temperament. Rather than being cold, she was indifferent to most things. However, he didn't know if it was just his illusion. This frost-like girl seemed to be a bit gentler towards him than towards others. Bing gently brushed her slender fingers over the wings of the ice phoenix on her shoulder, nodding subtly. The time spent together recently left her often lost in thought. From childhood to now, this was the first time she had spent so long with a boy of the same age. She secretly glanced sideways at the boy's handsome profile. This inexplicable emotional fluctuation confused her. Not understanding the reason, she turned her gaze back to her ice phoenix. Perhaps it was only because they were about to explore the secret realm together that she paid special attention to him. However, at that moment, be careful. Gu Xing's warning had just escaped his lips. Leoli's figure flashed in front of Bing, and her snowy white wings created a silver light that accurately deflected the incoming black bone spike. Bing's pupils suddenly constricted, and a drop of cold sweat trickled down her forehead. If it weren't for Leoli's timely intervention, this strike would have likely pierced through her chest. Screech! The Xian Shuang Ice Phoenix let out an angry cry, its ice blue wings fully spread, its sharp gaze locking onto the shadows deep in the forest. At this moment, Gu Xing also wore a serious expression. The speed of that attack was extremely fast, with his extraordinary mental strength. He only sensed the attack clearly right before it reached Bing. At that time, he could only instinctively shout a warning. Fortunately, Leoli's reaction speed was incredibly fast. At the moment he warned her, she swiftly moved to block the attack. And the demon capable of launching such an attack could not possibly be at the awakening level. Just as Gu Xing expected, with a series of crackling sounds, two strange figures slowly came into view. On the left, a bone demon was surrounded by black mist, its pale white skeleton covered in menacing spikes. As for the demon on the right, it was completely shrouded in a black robe, making it impossible to see clearly. Gu Xing dared not be careless and quickly checked the information of the two demons. Bone Demon. Level, Extraordinary Second Stage. Qualification, Demon General. Strength, 482. Physique, 511. Spirit, 358. Speed, 493. Talent, Bone Restoration. Skills, Bone Barrier, Thousand Thorn Bone Spike. Imposter. Level, Awakening 9th Stage, Impersonation. Qualification, Demon General. Strength. Physique. Spirit. Speed. Talent, Disguised Deception. Skills. Seeing these two demons before him, Gu Xing's expression tightened. Extraordinary level demons. Just the Bone Demon's 3 attributes nearing 500 points made him feel like he was under a mountain of pressure. Currently, Leoli's attributes were only around 270 points, and even activating her Seraph form might not guarantee victory. After all, there was a qualitative difference between Extraordinary and Awakening. But what really sent chills down his spine was the strange imposter next to him. Although its level was listed as Awakening 9th Stage, all its attributes were shown as. Coupled with its talent of disguised deception, Gu Xing felt an uneasy sensation in his heart. Meanwhile, Bing quietly retreated to his side, her ice blue eyes flashing with seriousness. What to do? It seems one of the demons is at the extraordinary level. Gu Xing weighed his options and decided to retreat. With his current and Bing's fighting power, if they both burst forth with all their strength, they might have no trouble dealing with the Bone Demon. But there was still an unknown imposter nearby, and a strong attack would clearly be too risky. Let's retreat first. Gu Xing lowered his voice and spoke. Bing nodded slightly. Although there was Gu Xing protecting them in the dark, they could not take it lightly. Just as the two were instinctively preparing to retreat, the two demons suddenly erupted. The Bone Demon swung its pale white claws, and several sharp bone spikes whooshed into the ground. In an instant, all escape routes were sealed off. They had been hiding in this area for many days, famished and starving. How could they let go of the prey delivered right to their mouths? Gu Xing and Bing looked at the blocked escape route and exchanged glances. In their exchanged eyes, understanding dawned. This battle couldn't be avoided. In the shadows, Xing had gathered an ice blue field at his fingertips, ready to lend a hand. To face an extraordinary level being with awakening strength was ultimately too much of a strain. But just as he was about to reveal himself, a sudden rush of piercing sounds broke through the air from afar. A figure was approaching the battlefield at an incredible speed. The figure arrived in an instant, bringing a sharp gust of wind. Star-tier butterfly, Cage of Light. With a clear shout, countless stars suddenly fell like rain, transforming into a brilliant cage that trapped the two demon beasts inside. Gu Qianxian gracefully appeared, her star-tier butterfly swirling beside her. Sister! Sister? Gu Xing stared wide-eyed, unable to believe the beautiful figure that had suddenly appeared. Chapter 36, The Six-Winged Seraphim, Descends. Hearing this voice, Gu Qianqian suddenly turned around, her pupils constricting sharply. The reckless candidate who barged into the dangerous zone was actually her own brother. She instinctively frowned, reprimanding words already on the tip of her tongue. But as her gaze swept to the cold girl beside her brother, the words retreated back. Forget it, she had to give this little guy some face in front of outsiders. However, upon hearing Gu Xing call her sister, Ying Bing's body visibly stiffened. Her cold face suddenly showed a hint of awkwardness. Fortunately, Gu Xing was completely focused on the battlefield and did not notice her unusual state. I'll deal with you later. Gu Qianqian shot Gu Xing a glare, then turned to face the skeletal demon. As long as they dealt with this extraordinary level demon, they could declare victory in this battle. As for the other awakening level 9 demon, it was more than enough for the jade-faced fox to handle. Stand back. These two demons are not something you can handle. Gu Qianqian unyieldingly blocked in front of the two. Gu Xing looked at her back, wanting to say something but ultimately remained silent. He had already checked the attributes of the star-tier butterfly, and it should easily handle the skeleton demon of extraordinary level 2. As for the other demon, jade-faced fox, awakening level 9. Quality, excellent 9 stars. Strength, 153. Constitution, 142. Spirit, 186. Speed, 177. Skills, Fox Spirit Substitute, Fox Spirit Clone, Spirit Fox Claw. Gu Xing quickly compared the stats on the data panel, and the attributes of the jade-faced fox were inferior to Leoli's. Meanwhile, the other demon was completely inscrutable, which made him quietly on guard. He subtly sidled closer to Leoli and whispered in her ear. Leoli, if anything feels off, just strike immediately. Leoli's small face was tightly set, and she nodded seriously. This was in front of the elder sister, and she had to perform well. The battle was about to erupt. The star-tier butterfly took the initiative, its dazzling wings fluttering, and countless stars condensed into sharp light blades, pouring down like a torrential rain. The skeleton demon let out a piercing scream, and a strange black halo emerged on its skeletal surface, deflecting most of the light blades. Starlight chains! Gu Qianqian shouted. In an instant, the star-tier butterfly erupted with brilliant radiance, and 7 chains forged from pure starlight shot out like spirit snakes, wrapping around the skeleton demon's body. The starlight flowing on the chains continuously eroded the bone, producing a painful crackling sound. On the other side, the jade-faced fox leaped lightly, dragging 3 indistinct afterimages behind her. The imposter seemed flustered, being slashed by the fox claws, suffering multiple wounds and retreating steadily. Looks like we can finish this soon. Seeing the situation under control, Gu Qianqian slowly let out a breath. However, Gu Xing's brows furrowed tighter and tighter. The strength displayed by this imposter was too weak. Moreover, the way this imposter was acting was too deliberate, like it was acting as if confirming his suspicion. Roar! The imposter suddenly let out a thunderous roar, its form swelling rapidly, black magical energy surging like a tide. In an instant, it seized the throat of the jade-faced fox, smashing it heavily to the ground. The situation flipped in an instant. At a critical moment, the jade-faced fox used Fox Spirit Substitute to barely escape. But it also completely lost its combat ability due to the exhaustion of spiritual power. Imposter. Level, Extraordinary Tier 3. Quality, Demon Lord. Strength, 589. Constitution, 482. Spirit, 612. Speed, 554. Talent, Deception and Disguise. Skills, Perfect Disguise, Mental Shock, Shadow Magic. When this imposter voluntarily revealed all its aura, he could finally see all the attributes of this demon race. With an astounding 612 points in spirit, coupled with the dual effect of its talent and skills, it successfully fooled everyone's perception. This made Gu Xing start to pay attention to the extraordinary level of talent. This demon, when using its talent, even displayed a level of awakening tier 9. When Gu Qianqian saw the true strength of this imposter, her face turned pale instantly. Extraordinary Tier 3. Demon Lord level imposter. Her voice trembled slightly with shock. At this moment, she finally understood why the military set up a tightly woven net, yet these two demons still escaped. It was all because of the existence of this imposter. Gu Xing. Immediately take that girl away. The farther, the better. Gu Qianqian almost shouted this, while commanding the star-tier butterfly to shatter the bone spines blocking their retreat. Her delicate fingers subconsciously clenched tightly, knuckles turning white from the force. Although the star-tier butterfly was powerful, dealing with 2 extraordinary-level demons was completely impossible. But behind her were her brother and the candidates. At this moment, in terms of emotion and reason, she could not retreat. In the shadows, Xing was also greatly shaken. Even with his experience, he did not expect this impostor to reach the level of Demon Lord. Due to the impostor's talent, it was impossible to judge its true strength before it revealed itself. Therefore, although he previously suspected it might be an impostor based on experience, he did not realize that this impostor was actually of Demon Lord level, and its level had reached extraordinary tier 3. With this being the case, that little girl from the National Academy seemed unable to handle this situation. However, just as he was about to take action, the scene changed again. At this moment, Gu Xing and Bing did not retreat, instead, they took an offensive stance. Bing, can you hold it for a moment? Gu Xing's voice was exceptionally calm. Bing nodded without hesitation, her ice blue eyes full of determination. Although she did not understand Gu Xing's plan, she chose to trust him unconditionally. And to control an extraordinary tier 3 impostor at awakening tier 8. There was only one way. Ultimate skill. Mysterious Frost Ice Phoenix. Frost Circle Confinement. The Ice Phoenix, already prepared, let out a clear long cry, its chilling aura surging violently. The full strength of awakening tier 8 was worlds apart from when it was at awakening tier 5. Suddenly, crystal-like ice formed around the impostor, its movements noticeably slowed. At most 3 seconds. Fine beads of sweat formed on Bing's forehead. The Demon Lord, trapped by the frost, flashed a hint of disdain in its eyes. Even if it belonged to the lower tier among Demon Lords, its extraordinary tier 3 power was not something mere awakening level could shake. However, at this time, Gu Xing had all his mental power immersed in the Beast Master Space. This was a special skill he discovered after gaining the Beast Master Space. That is, to establish deep resonance through the Beast Master Space to help Leoli stabilize at the critical state. Leoli. Seraphim form. Silver-white wings suddenly unfurled, crimson flames surging like a volcanic eruption, instantly enveloping her youthful figure. 4 pairs of burning wings slowly expanded behind her. The 4-winged Seraphim form was activated. However, Leoli's transformation did not stop. Gu Xing's mental power resonated completely with Leoli through the beast control space, and the 2 powers perfectly fused at the soul level. Critical state open. Under Gu Xing's continuous infusion of mental power, the sacred flames around Leoli surged violently. New light veins began to emerge at the edges of the 4 wings, accompanied by the sound of breaking through the air. A pair of even more brilliant wings burst forth from the flames. The 6-winged Seraphim descends. Chapter 37, Extraordinary Tier 3, One-Hit Kill. Holy Angel, Leoli. Status, 6-winged Seraph, Critical. Qualification, Legend 3 stars. Level, Awakening Tier 8. Power, 252654. Physique, 253656. Mentality, 259668. Speed, 260670. Skills, Judgment, Blessing, Seraphim Form, Final Requiem. Entering critical state through Seraphim Form, its attribute enhancement shocked Gu Xing. A full increase of 400 points in all attributes. This meant that the awakened Tier 8 Leoli had combat power that crushed many low qualification extraordinary beasts. But this power did not come without a cost. Gu Xing could clearly feel his mental power draining at an alarming rate. Even with his extraordinary mental power reserves, he could only maintain this state for 60 seconds at most. At the same time, Gu Chanxian, who was closely watching the battlefield, suddenly paused. She felt an extremely terrifying wave coming from behind her. The aura emitted even surpassed the star-tier butterfly. Could it be a new Demon Lord level? She quickly turned her head. The crimson 6-winged angel instantly entered her sight. When she saw that figure wrapped in sacred flames, Gu Chanxian's pupils constricted violently. Leoli. Leoli? How is this possible? How could her brother's beast unleash such a terrifying aura? Wasn't his level supposed to be awakening level? In the shadows, Xing was even more shocked, his old eyes wide open, his withered fingers trembling unconsciously. Awakening Tier 8 already possessing combat power close to extraordinary Tier 3? Although it was a trick through critical state. But this kind of talent is still unheard of. In the center of the battlefield, the pretender was shaken to its core. Under Leoli's pressure, it felt an unprecedented threat of death. If that beast was allowed to strike, it would die. It would definitely die. The pretender's pupils contracted like needle tips, its body filled with demonic energy surged violently, as if boiling black lava. Driven by an extreme desire to survive, it struggled desperately, and the ice crystals on its surface finally made a brittle sound, unable to bear the weight. Crack. Now's the time. Mental shock. Violet mental power erupted from within like a tsunami, instantly blasting the ice crystals into a sky full of ice flakes. The frost ring confinement was forcibly torn apart, and the aura of the Xian Frost Ice Phoenix suddenly weakened, the ice blue sheen on its wings rapidly dimmed. Bing let out a muffled grunt, his face turning pale. Backlash. Forcing an awakening Tier 8 to confine an extraordinary Tier 3 demon was ultimately too much. As the free pretender did not hesitate at all, it immediately activated its life-saving skill. Demon Shadow Enveloping. Thick black mist surged like a living creature, instantly engulfing it. Within this realm of black mist, its form could change at will, completely hiding its tracks. Gu Xing's brow was furrowed tightly, and he silently called it bad. If the pretender had not managed to escape just now, with Leoli's current critical state, perhaps they could attempt a one-hit kill. But right now, this is troublesome. No matter what, it was still extraordinary Tier 3. If it insisted on avoiding battle, even with Leoli's current attributes, it would be hard to end the fight quickly. And the most deadly part was, Leoli's critical state simply could not withstand delay. Swish! Leoli's holy sword cut through the black mist, but only shattered a piece of shadow. Physical attacks were nearly ineffective. Just as Gu Xing was about to let Leoli switch to using sacred flames to burn the black mist. Xiaoxing. Gu Qianqian's cold voice suddenly came, if I can control it, can Leoli secure a one-hit kill? Gu Xing nodded instinctively. But after coming back to his senses, he couldn't hide his confusion. The jade-faced fox had already lost its fighting capacity. The star-tier butterfly was locked in a stalemate with the skeleton demon. What could Gu Qianqian use to restrain the third-tier extraordinary imposter? With Gu Xing's affirmation, Gu Qianqian's eyes narrowed slightly, and an astonishing mental fluctuation suddenly burst from her body. Reappear. Star chain. In Gu Xing's astonished gaze. The golden chains, which should have been in a cooling period, shot out once again from the star-tier butterfly's body, piercing through the black mist like meteors, tightly binding the imposter. A second release of the Beast Master skill? This completely defied the normal logic of Beast Master combat. Under normal circumstances, after a Beast Master uses a skill, they must wait for the effect of the skill to end before going through a cooling period before it can be used again. But right now, Gu Qianqian's star-tier butterfly actually launched Star Chain twice at the same time. Gu Xing's pupils contracted, but he quickly realized. This was Gu Qianqian's innate ability. At this moment, he finally understood why the National Academy had rewarded her with an epic-level beast. Dual skill activation. This talent was simply a divine skill tailored for control-type beast masters. When Gu Xing turned his head and his gaze pierced through the black mist to meet the imposter's eyes, what reflected in those crimson eyes was the unmistakable fear of having nowhere to hide. Just moments ago, it had broken free, thinking it had escaped disaster. But, unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, it was once again a helpless prey. Leoli! Finish it! The little angel's body erupted with holy flames, and a wave of self-blame surged within her heart. How could she have failed in front of her sister? It was absolutely unforgivable. This time, I must kill with one strike. Her crimson figure transformed into a burning meteor, instantly tearing through space and arriving in front of the imposter. Judgment! With a clear cry, the holy sword burst forth with dazzling light. The imposter, bound by the golden chains, couldn't even struggle, only watching helplessly as the holy sword fell. The sword light flashed, the earth trembled, and a terrifying shockwave blasted a massive 10-meter-wide crater into the ground. In the crimson flames, the demon's body disintegrated inch by inch, finally turning into drifting black ash. And Leoli, bathed in golden light, felt her breath rise once again. Having killed the third-tier extraordinary demon, her level was once again enhanced. Holy Angel, Leoli. Qualities, Legendary 3 stars. Level, Awakening Tier 9. Strength, 302. Constitution, 301. Mental, 307. Speed, 314. Skills, Judgment, Divine Blessing, Seraph Form, Final Im. As Leoli successfully advanced to Awakening Tier 9, all of her basic attributes broke through the 300 barrier. This value had already far surpassed other Beast Masters of the same tier, even nearing some extraordinary level Beast Masters. Boom! Gu Xing suddenly felt a loud rumbling in his mind, and surging mental power poured in like a tidal wave. This was the boost brought by the Beast Master's return, allowing his mental strength to make another leap. On the other side of the battlefield, the skeleton demon, witnessing the fall of the imposter, felt its entire skeletal frame tremble. Having exhausted all its efforts to break free from the star chain, this demon wasted no time and immediately turned to flee. Trying to escape? Gu Qianqian's cold eyes narrowed, and the star-tier butterfly transformed into a silver streak of light, instantly piercing through the skeleton demon's body. The second-tier extraordinary skeleton demon was struck heavily and fell to the ground with a crash, turning into a pile of shattered bones. The second-tier extraordinary demon was dead. After the dust settled, Gu Chanqian finally turned and looked at her younger brother. When her gaze fell on the obedient little angel standing beside Gu Xing, even the usually calm Gu Chanqian couldn't help but lose focus for a moment. Her younger brother's beast had a talent that was almost beyond imagination. Chapter 38, Correction. First place Gu Xing. As soon as Gu Chanqian approached, Leoli immediately bowed and greeted her. In front of her master sister, the wild aura she had earlier disappeared without a trace, and she was as docile as a good baby. And Gu Xing, seeing that Gu Chanqian's expression wasn't good, immediately explained everything about the secret realm to her. What? The entrance to the secret realm is outside the defense line? Gu Chanqian exclaimed in surprise. You should know, the Dragon Summer Kingdom had only constructed a defense line around the entrance to the otherworldly space. The area occupied is just an extremely small part of this space. And outside the defense line of Longsha Kingdom. Incredibly dangerous. Absolutely not. Gu Chanqian firmly refused. With their awakening phase strength, going to those places is simply a death sentence. However, just as Gu Chanqian was about to list the pros and cons to persuade the two. Don't worry, their safety is under my protection. A powerful voice suddenly sounded. Xing has stood with his hands behind his back, having appeared beside everyone without them realizing. Teacher Xing. Gu Chanqian's pupils suddenly constricted, and she hurriedly bowed respectfully. Xing Ha. A senior mentor of the National Academy, commanding high-level beast tamers. With him personally vouching, Gu Chanqian naturally had no more reason to argue. Seeing Gu Chanqian acquiesce, Xing Ha then took out a crystal blue potion from his sleeve and handed it to Bing. Mental restoration potion, it can accelerate recovery. As the potion went down, Bing's originally pale face quickly regained color, and her damaged mental energy rapidly restored. She let out a sigh of relief, suppressing the inexplicable feeling in her heart, and nodded to Gu Chanqian. Sister Gu. Gu Chanqian's gaze swept between Bing and Gu Xing, a trace of understanding flashed in her eyes. This girl looked at her brother with a somewhat unusual gaze. However, the daughter of the family. She sighed in her heart, such a noble identity, my silly boy probably is not worthy. It's getting late. Xing's wide sleeves moved without wind, and a huge eagle with green feathers appeared out of thin air. Its wingspan reached more than 10 meters, creating gusts of wind. This journey is long, I'll take them ahead. Gu Chanqian watched the three jump onto the eagle's back, wanting to say something but stopping short. In the end, she just solemnly bowed. Teacher Xing, please take care. Caw. With a clear eagle cry, the giant eagle flapped its wings and soared into the sky, quickly becoming a black dot in the distance. Time flew by, and the month-long assessment period was approaching. In this trial, the most unexpected was Xin Ruoxue's rise. She developed the demoness abilities to the extreme, leading her team like a whirlwind through the assessment area. Have you noticed? The captain's been acting strange this month. Could it be that she was rejected after confessing to Gu Xing? Shoo. But, looking at her desperate effort, it's really possible. Xin Ruoxue's cold gaze swept over the whispering team members. Still chatting during the final sprint? Don't you want to level up? In this month, she almost devoted all her time to hunting demon clans. Even the members of her team cried out that they couldn't keep up. But this also successfully brought the demoness level back to Awakening Stage 8. Finally, before the trial ended, Xin Ruoxue successfully broke through to Awakening Stage 9. When each team gradually returned to the gathering point, the entrance was already filled with voices. This time, the first place should be our Yishao from Blackstone City. Yeah, within this month, Yishao's level has reached Awakening Stage 9. With this strength, who among the younger generation can compare? As Xin Ruoxue and her team just stepped into the gathering area, they saw the crowd surrounding a young man in splendid clothes, like stars surrounding the moon. A nearby student from Linyuan City quietly explained. That's Yi Tao from Blackstone City, his level is the highest among those who have returned. But that's only because our Gu Xin from Linyuan City didn't participate. Otherwise, first place definitely wouldn't be his. Though the student's voice was low, it was still clearly heard by people from Blackstone City. The news quickly reached Yi Tao's ears. The pride of Blackstone City raised the corner of his mouth, the black snake coiled around his neck flicking its crimson tongue, as he slowly walked toward Xin Ruoxue and her group. As the focus of the gathering area, his presence quickly attracted the gazes of everyone. Oh! Yi Tao stood before Xin Ruoxue, the black serpent around his neck continually flicking its tongue. That person you're talking about. God Gu? His voice rose at the end, with a hint of amusement, very strong. The boy who spoke earlier instantly lowered his head, too afraid to say another word. But the members of Xin Ruoxue's team didn't care about that. In their hearts, Gu Xing was the strongest. A boy blurted out. Of course God Gu is strong, At least stronger than you. Yi Tao's smile suddenly turned cold. Hiss. The dark serpent at his neck sprang up like black lightning, its fangs lunging at the boy who spoke. Eyes of enchantment. Seeing things go wrong, she immediately ordered the succubus to strike. A mental blast hit the serpent precisely. The fierce snake head froze in midair, its crimson tongue limply hanging down. Taking the chance, Shin Ruoxue shielded the team member behind her. You went too far. Yi Tao gently stroked the still-dazed dark serpent, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes. His gaze locked on the woman standing in front of him. This woman, not simple. Seeing more and more people gathering around, he gave a cold snort, turned with a flick of his sleeve. First place would be his. There could be no surprises. Soon, an examiner in military uniform strode onto the stage. Now, the examiner from Jingui Academy will make the final evaluation of this test. The crowd below exploded into noise. What? The rules changed this year? Wasn't it supposed to rank automatically by level? There was an examiner? How did I not notice at all? Shun Ruoxue looked calm. During the test, she had already sensed the hidden examiner thanks to the succubus's powerful mental perception. So she had already guessed there might be a change in the rules. At that moment, Gu Qianxian, dressed in white, slowly stepped onto the stage. Her gaze swept across the entire field, then her cold voice gently rang out. 150th place. 149th place. When the rankings reached the top 10, the atmosphere became suddenly tense. 9th place. 8th place. 2nd place, Yi Tao. Yi Tao's pupils shrank, his knuckles turned white. How could this be? He awakened to tier 9, yet he was only 2nd place? Then who is first? Wait. Suddenly, he thought of someone. Could it be that woman? Yi Tao's face turned very ugly. First place, Shun Ruoxue. Whoosh. The whole place boiled instantly. Young Master Yi isn't first? I thought he was amazing. Turns out just second. Veins bulged on Yi Tao's temple, but he forced down his fury. Losing to a woman? Utter humiliation. Hearing the result, Shin Ruoxue stood frozen on the spot. Her eyes swept over the succubus. If Gu Xing hadn't given her the succubus, she would never have achieved such a result. But after Gu Qianxian finished announcing all the rankings, the officer finally stepped forward slowly. Correction, everyone's rank moves down by 1. First place, Gu Xing. Boom. The scene instantly exploded. Who is Gu Xing? He's not even here. Didn't God Gu not even take the test? How is he still first? Chapter 39, Unmatched Potential. Personally signed by Wei Yuan. Boom. It felt like thunder exploded in Yi Tao's head. Losing to Shin Ruoxue, a woman, was one thing. But losing to someone who didn't even take the test? Impossible. Why? His eyes turned red, and he shoved aside the classmate holding him back. How can someone absent get first place? The officer only glanced at him coldly, his voice as icy as the far north. Yi Tao, disqualified. The entire place went dead silent. Yi Tao stood like thunderstruck, frozen. Whispers rose from the crowd. Who exactly is Gu Xing? Yi Tao just questioned once, and got disqualified? The officer swept his gaze around, his voice booming like thunder. Yi Tao watched others die and did nothing, causing 7 classmates to be injured. Also, because of his selfishness, he nearly caused a student's death. Is someone like that worthy of passing our exam? Then his tone shifted, his aura surging high. As for Gu Xing's ranking, this is a military order personally signed by Lord Wei Yuan. Now, does anyone still have doubts? Wei Yuan. At the mention of that name, the stabilizing force of the southern military region, the crowd fell into respectful silence. Since the commander himself issued the order, then Gu Xing's victory indeed had its reasons. Yi Tao wanted to argue, but the moment he met the officer's cold gaze, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Immediately, 2 iron-blooded soldiers grabbed him, one on each side. When you make a mistake, you must pay the price. Unlike Yi Tao, Shin Ruoxue, upon hearing this news, felt no anger about losing her first place. On the contrary. In her heart, she believed Gu Xing was truly the rightful first place. On the high platform, the officer held the evaluation book, his voice like iron. The following students are eliminated. As the last name was called, this month-long assessment finally came to an end. Next. All evaluation results were sealed and sent directly to the admissions offices of various universities. At this moment, 1,000 miles away, inside the State Academy. In the principal's office. Long Jinghua lightly tapped a gold embossed letter, and when he saw the signature Wei Yuan, his brow raised slightly. How strange, this guy actually took the time to write a recommendation letter for a student. As he spoke, he opened the letter. After reading the content, Long Jinggua's expression gradually became serious. A legendary beast master. Almost single-handedly completing a deep abyss level trial. A first-class honor medal winner. These phrases stacked together made Long Jinggua feel a bit dazed. He hadn't paid attention to the new student recruitment for a while. Have the new awakeners become this strong? Director Fu. He activated the communicator, retrieved Gu Xing's records from the last 2 assessments. Upon receiving the principal's order, Fu Yanjie quickly sent over Gu Xing's data. After seeing the data, Long Jinggua raised his eyebrow. Both assessments ranked first. Wait, his sister is Gu Qianqian? With a sister like that, he must have a brother. Such a genius must be recruited into the State Academy. Long Jinggua slammed his palm on the wooden table, making the teacup ring loudly. Director Fu. Get ready, in half a month, I will personally go to the assessment site to recruit him. Fu Yanjie felt a shock in his heart. The last time the principal made such a fuss was 5 years ago. At the same time, in the admissions offices of top universities across the country, countless gazes were intently fixed on that gold-embossed evaluation form. In the potential assessment column for Gu Xing, Wei Yuan's bold red ink appeared like blood and flames. Overall evaluation, unmatched potential. Wei Yuan's handwritten. At the same time, Ying Xingha had brought Gu Xing and Ying Bing to the destination of their journey. This was a valley surrounded by mountains on all sides. Inside the valley, there were many collapsed buildings. Ying Xingha raised his hand to deal with the demons hovering around, then directed the giant eagle to land on the ground. I remember you mentioned that to open this secret realm, it seems we need a third key? Gu Xing nodded. According to the information about the Elven secret realm in his mind, to activate the secret realm, all 3 keys had to be activated simultaneously. But at this moment, Gu Xing scanned the area but saw no one else. The other person may not have arrived yet, let's wait a bit longer. Seeing this, Ying Xingha could only nod. The person holding the last key, if they wanted to enter the Elven secret realm, they had to come here. Taking advantage of the time waiting, Gu Xing seized the opportunity to ask Ying Xingha about the materials for the Leoli cultivation. Teacher Ying, have you heard of the Holy Spirit mucus and angelic blood? Ying Xingha furrowed his brow, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. He pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. I know about Holy Spirit mucus, it seems this material exists in the treasury of the State Academy. As for angelic blood, I have not heard of that. Upon hearing Ying Xingha's words, Gu Xing's heart filled with joy. The whereabouts of the Holy Spirit mucus finally had a lead, and it was right there in the State Academy. It seemed going to the State Academy was a must. As for angelic blood, we'll just have to take it one step at a time. However, at that moment, an unexpected change occurred. Who is it? Ying Xingha suddenly shouted sharply, his piercing gaze shot towards the ruins on the right side. His wide sleeves moved without wind, and his eyes were filled with vigilance. Just a moment ago, he had clearly sensed that there was no one there. Sorry. A timid voice came from behind the ruins. A blonde girl stepped out slowly, her appearance was ordinary, but her emerald green eyes were unusually bright. The girl nervously twisted the hem of her clothes, her voice as soft as a mosquito's whisper. I am the holder of the third key. My name is Lanny, from the Council. It should be noted that since the invasion of the alternate dimension, global powers have been divided into 3. Led by Longxia country, the Council dominated by the Eagle country, and the Western Holy See. Although there are occasional frictions, the 3 sides maintain a delicate balance. Ying Xingha frowned tightly. As a leader-level powerhouse, he had not sensed the girl's presence at all. This girl is not simple. Gu Xing keenly noticed that a pitch-black cat was following closely at the girl's feet. That should be the girl's beast. Nether Soul Cat. Quality, Legend 5 stars. Level, Awakening 9 stage. Strength, 311. Physique, 285. Spirit, 284. Speed, 350. Skill, Nether Instant Kill. As the data of this beast appeared before Gu Xing's eyes, his pupils suddenly constricted. Legend 5 stars. This qualification made Gu Xing's heart tighten. The terrifying speed of 350 points even surpassed Leoli, while the other 3 attributes were also close to 300 points. Such a beast is absolutely not something an ordinary beast master can possess. The blonde girl seemed to notice Gu Xing's gaze and nervously hid the spirit cat behind her. This is my beast. Ying Xingha's gaze swept back and forth between the girl and the spirit cat. After a few simple inquiries, the girl responded fluently. Seeing he couldn't get much out of her, Ying Xingha decided to give up. Although the girl's identity was suspicious, after all, she was the holder of the third key, and Gu Xing and Ying Bing still needed to work with her to unlock this time's Elven realm. Remember, Ying Xinghe lowered his voice as he turned, be careful once we enter the secret realm. Do not trust anyone except for the two of you. Gu Xing and Ying Bing both nodded. Chapter 40, The Saraphim Clan. With Ying Xinghe's nod, the girl stepped forward slowly and gave a slight nod to the two. The three of them simultaneously activated their thoughts, awakening the secret realm keys hidden deep in their consciousness. In an instant, three uniquely shaped keys appeared from their foreheads, slowly rotating and piecing together, ultimately perfectly fitting into an ancient token. The ground suddenly trembled violently, and a green light gate slowly emerged from the void. The hovering token then decomposed, transforming into three streams of light that re-entered the foreheads of the three. At this moment, a golden sun will mark appeared on Gu Xing's forehead, Ying Bing's forehead showed a crescent moon pattern, and Lanny's forehead lit up with a star emblem. Then, the three of them simultaneously stepped into the mysterious glowing portal. Their figures were gradually swallowed by the green light, and as the last person entered, the emerald portal slowly closed. A dazzling beam of light shot straight up to the sky. At the same time, in the angel tribe's base, on top of the cloud palace, a blonde angel suddenly opened his eyes and a playful smile curled at the corners of his mouth. The Elven ancestral land has opened? Interesting. He gently flapped his wings and instantly appeared in the center of the palace. The several elders guarding there immediately knelt on one knee. Greetings, young clan leader. Miller casually waved his hand. I need to go out for a while, you all know what to say to my father. The elders exchanged glances, one stiffly advised. Young clan leader, you have just entered the extraordinary realm, if you encounter danger while going out. My safety is my own responsibility. Miller impatiently interrupted. With such a big event as the Elven secret realm opening, how can I not join in on the excitement? Although the Elven tribe used to be a powerful clan on par with the Angel clan, they happen to be close to humans. Even the key to the ancestral land is set so that only humans can obtain it. However, the Angel clan has its own way to enter the Elf ancestral land, but they have been struggling to find the location. Now that they have discovered it, this piece of the pie must belong to Miller. Moreover, as far as he knows, during that great catastrophe, it seemed that the Elf Queen paid a huge price to keep her daughter safe. The Elf Queen's daughter. Miller's mouth curled into a smile. Coming back to his senses, he shifted his tone. What's the situation with the Saraphim? Is there any news about that girl? Replying to the young clan leader, an elder bowed, that group of old stubborns refuses to speak. However, we already broke her wings back then, even if she is sent out, she won't amount to anything. Miller nodded in satisfaction. As long as the Saraphim royal bloodline cannot grow, his father's position as clan leader is as steady as a mountain. I'm leaving, remember. Miller spread his wings and said coldly, this matter must not be reported to my father. Once Miller's figure vanished into the sky, the elders exchanged glances. Are we really not informing the clan leader? It's fine, there will be someone protecting the young clan leader in secret. But the elf secret realm doesn't allow those above the leader level to enter? An elder scoffed, do those savages in the secret realm and a few awakened humans have the ability to harm the young clan leader even a bit? True. We should focus on the Seraphim prisoners. At that moment, in the palace dungeon, a group of ragged angels sat together. In the center was a beautiful yet haggard female angel. Lucia, an elder whispered, where did you send Leoli? The battle angels didn't discover her, right? The girl known as Lucia slowly shook her head, they will never find Leoli. She should be able to live safely. When Gu Xing and the others stepped into the secret realm, the scene before them suddenly changed. They actually appeared directly in the center of a brutal battlefield. On the scorched earth, shattered building rubble and corpses were scattered everywhere, and the air was thick with a strong smell of blood and magic. Not far ahead of them, a heart-wrenching scene was unfolding. 5 massive demon-like creatures were circling, furiously attacking a small figure in the center. It was a cat tribe girl. She was covered in blood, her snow-white fur dyed crimson, her left arm hanging limply, clearly broken. Yet she still gritted her teeth, tightly holding a half-broken short knife in her right hand, her green vertical pupils filled with defiance. Get away! You filthy monsters! The cat tribe girl roared, suddenly swinging her knife toward the nearest wolf-like demon. The blade left a bloody mark on the demon's chest, which only enraged it. The wolf demon sneered and viciously swiped down with its claws, carrying a foul wind. Leoli, save her! Gu Xing did not hesitate at all, giving the command. Swish! Silver wings suddenly unfolded in midair, and Leoli's figure darted across the battlefield like lightning. Her speed was at its peak, leaving only a trail of afterimages in the air. Judgment! Leoli waved her right hand, the sword sweeping across. Puff! 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 3 hideous demon heads shot into the sky. The remaining 2 demons hadn't even reacted when Leoli had already appeared behind them. With a flash of silver light, their bodies were instantly sliced into several pieces. The battlefield suddenly fell silent. The cat tribe girl stood there, staring blankly at the suddenly appearing angel before her. You are. Before she could finish her words, her body fell forward due to excessive blood loss. Leoli quickly stepped forward and caught her. At that moment, Xing and Bing also came over. Looking at the cat ears on the girl's head and the tail behind her, Xing was a bit surprised. So he checked her information. Beastman, cat tribe. Level, awakening level 7. Quality, excellent 4 stars. Skills, beast transformation. Seeing Xing and Bing's astonished expressions, Lan and I spoke up to explain. This is a beastman, they are quite common in our country. Looking at her features, she must be of the cat clan. This race is relatively weak. Xing nodded and turned his gaze towards the 2 people. Now that we've just entered the secret realm, how about we wait for her to wake up and understand the situation here before we act? Bing and Lanny both nodded at this suggestion. After all, the information they had received in their minds only told them how to enter the secret realm. It did not inform them how to act within the secret realm. Therefore, having someone familiar with the secret realm is crucial. Xing's gaze fell on the unconscious orc, his eyes scanning the surroundings. It wasn't hard to guess what had happened here. A few awakened 9th tier demons had barged in, and these low-tier awakened cat clan orcs had no ability to resist against 5 awakened 9th tier demons. Bing took out a bottle of light green potion from his bosom and carefully fed it to the cat clan girl. As the potion went down her throat, the cat clan girl's pale face slightly regained some color. She weakly opened her eyes, and when she recognized who was saving her, her pupils contracted, and she exclaimed. Prophet Sir. Chapter 41, Special Secret Realm. Attribute Enhancement. The cat clan girl's cry left Xing and the others frozen in place. What on earth is a prophet? After the cat clan girl explained, they finally understood what she meant by prophet sir. This secret realm can be considered a world unto itself. The elf clan was once a great race with many subordinate races. During the war, the elf clan and its many subordinate races collectively migrated into the secret realm to escape the disaster. Though the secret realm protected us from the ravages of war, it also became a prison we cannot escape. The cat clan girl looked dejected. Within the secret realm, the laws of heaven and earth are imperfect, making it nearly impossible to level up. The power of the new generation is growing weaker, now, even extraordinary level orcs are rare. Moreover, besides being unable to level up. She bit her lip, a hint of fear flashing in her eyes. But unfortunately, half a year ago, the demons infiltrated. As she spoke, her voice quivered slightly, and she suddenly knelt on the ground. Sally begs you, great ones, please save this place. The demons are gathering towards the holy city at the center of the secret realm. Once the holy city is destroyed, the legacy of the elf clan will be completely severed. Tears welled up in her eyes, her voice choked, and, my father is also there. Xing reached out to support Sally's shoulder, stopping her from kneeling further. Now that they understood the legacy of the elf clan was in the holy city, they had to go there. Xing turned to asking Bing and Lanny for their opinions. Bing nodded, I have no objections. Both belonged to the Longsha kingdom, so she would naturally choose to stay with Xing. However, Lanny shook her head. I'm very sorry, but I may have to leave here. My purpose this time is not the legacy of the elf clan, so I will take my leave. Xing and Bing exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. They had only temporarily teamed up, so there was no need to force each other to stay together. After bidding farewell to the two, Lanny turned to leave. Until she disappeared from their sight. This mysterious girl suddenly stretched, her graceful waistline outlining a beautiful arc in the sunlight. With a crisp snap of her fingers, her disguise washed away like a tide. I'm exhausted. Veronica rubbed her sore shoulders, disguising is really not easy. The black cat in her arms lightly landed, its form expanding into a majestic black panther in the blink of an eye. A hint of helplessness flickered in its dark golden beast eyes. Miss Varing, you still love to play like this. Call me Lanny. Veronica pouted and twirled her finger around her hair, this name sounds so nice. The black panther sighed, its strong tail swaying gently. As a guardian beast that had protected the Varin family for generations. It understood this young lady's nature too well. The bloodline concentration surpassed all previous heirs, and her talent was astonishing. But because of this, everyone had cultivated her playful character. Alright, I'm not teasing you anymore. Veronica suddenly became serious, a glint of sharpness flashed through her green eyes. It's time to find the relic that grandfather left here. But how did that old man sneak in? Hearing the young lady refer to the old patriarch so affectionately, the black panther twitched its whiskers. Miss Veronica, still be careful, in case we encounter danger. Don't worry, if there's danger, aren't you here? On another side, Sally was leading Gu Xing and Ying Bing swiftly toward the sacred city at the center of the secret realm. As they delved deeper, the number of demons along the way noticeably increased. However, in front of Leoli, these demons were as fragile as paper, instantly annihilated. But after continuously killing dozens of demons, Gu Xing keenly noticed something unusual. He frowned at Ying Bing beside him and found the same confusion flickering in her eyes. Strange. Gu Xing muttered softly, logically speaking, after killing so many demons, Leoli should have already broken through to the extraordinary level. Sally noticed the doubts of the two and quickly explained. My lords, due to the special rules of the secret realm, killing demons here indeed cannot raise levels, but... She paused. This energy will convert into attribute enhancement, but the amplification effect is limited. Attribute enhancement? Gu Xing's eyes lit up, and he immediately pulled up Leoli's attribute panel. Holy Angel, Leoli. Qualification, Legendary 3 stars. Level, Awakening 9th stage. Strength, 302312. Physique, 301311. Spirit, 307317. Speed, 314324. Skills, Judgment, Divine Blessing, Saraphim Form, End of Days Area. After seeing Leoli's attributes, Gu Xing's pupils slightly constricted. Each basic attribute had actually increased by about 10 points. So it seems. In this secret realm, the demons were the true treasure. Curious, he checked Sally's attributes. Cat Beastman, Sally. Level, Awakening 7th stage. Qualification, Excellent 4 stars. Strength, 212. Physique, 213. Spirit, 201. Speed, 232. Skills, Beast Transformation. The data jumped into his eyes in an instant, and Gu Xing gasped. He only now realized how unusual Sally's attributes were. To be clear, a typical 7th stage Awakening Beastmaster had attributes around 120 points. But Sally's attributes were nearly 100 points higher than average Beastmasters. No wonder she could survive under the attack of 5 9th stage awakened demons. At this moment, Ying Bing also discovered that the attributes of the Ice Phoenix had swapped. She turned her head and exchanged a glance with Gu Xing. Their eyes met, and they instantly reached a mutual understanding. Aside from the original task of searching for the elf clan's heritage, this time, there was an additional task objective. Hunt demons to enhance attributes. Gu Xing roughly calculated. If Leoli could increase her attributes by nearly 100 points in the secret realm, combined with the system's qualification enhancement function, when she broke through to the extraordinary level, how terrifying would her attribute value be? Extraordinary 3rd stage. No, even 4th stage ordinary beastmasters might not compare to Leoli. If paired with the Seraphim form enhancement, challenging extraordinary 5th stage might even be very easy. Thinking of this, Gu Xing's gaze toward those ferocious demons became fervent. What were they but brutal enemies? They were clearly walking attribute points. Leoli, not a single demon in this secret realm can be spared today. After learning the benefits of killing these demons, the little girl's eyes suddenly sparkled. Becoming stronger was every beastmaster's pursuit. Moreover, here, the way to become strong was so simple. Understood, Master. When Leoli became truly serious, all the demons along the way met their doom. Whether it was the 5th stage awakened cannon fodder or the 9th stage awakened elites, they were as fragile as paper before her. And because of this, Leoli's attributes rapidly rose at a visible speed. Chapter 42, The Extraordinary 2nd Stage Demon King. Holy City. Dark clouds pressed down on the city, with demonic energy surging like a tide. On the towering stone walls, the Cat Clan leader Ron's claws dug deeply into the stone seams, his brown pupils narrowing into a thin line. The number of demons was overwhelming, continuously rushing toward the holy city like a flood. If it weren't for the barrier left by the elf tribe, the holy city would have long been shattered by the demons. Report to the leader. A worried Cat Clan beastman reported, the barrier has developed cracks and can hold for at most another half an hour. Moreover, the walls guarded by other races are also not looking good. Upon hearing this series of bad news, Ron sighed. According to the prophecy, the heir of the elf tribe is supposed to enter the secret realm during this time. For this, he exerted all his effort half a month ago to send his daughter away, hoping for a glimmer of hope. But now it seems, they likely ran into trouble. At that moment. Boom! The entire holy city suddenly shook violently. Damn it, it's the Demon King. The rolling black clouds were suddenly torn apart by some terrifying force, as a tall figure with bone wings slowly descended. His dark purple skin was streaked with magma-like patterns, and the curved horns on his head glinted with a metallic shine in the lightning. Just by hovering in midair, the beast soldiers on the walls felt their knees go weak. Seeing this Demon King, Ron's expression turned extremely grim. If it weren't for this Demon King, the barrier would definitely hold out. But now, although he was also of extraordinary level, the gap between him and a Demon King was just too large. Demon King Carlos hovered in the air, slowly unfurling his bone wings, casting a shadow over half the holy city like a curtain. He did not rush to attack but looked down at the beastmen on the city wall, as if enjoying the last struggles of prey. The demon race had gone to great lengths to find this secret realm. But as long as they can assimilate the daughter left by the Elf Queen, the demon race would at least gain another Demon King level of combat power. Even, it is highly likely to achieve God-level combat power. Insects of the Beastmen, Demon King Carlos's voice was like a dull knife scraping bone. Tell me the location of the Elf Princess. Never. The Beastmen would rather die in battle than bow to the demon race. Carlos's mouth twisted into an inhuman smile. Interesting. He raised his right hand, fingers curled tightly. Boom. The sky suddenly darkened, black clouds roiling, transforming into a giant demonic claw that violently struck down on the holy city. Exert all effort to maintain the barrier. Ron roared. The Beastmen warriors bit their fingertips, smearing their blood on the ancient runes. The barrier glowed brightly, barely holding up a faint golden shield. However, crack! The demonic claw squeezed, and the barrier shattered like fragile glass, cracking into countless lines. Following that, another strike. Bang! The entire barrier shattered like glass shards. Not good. Ron's pupils constricted. With the barrier shattered, he had to hold off the Demon King at the first moment. But too slow. A cold voice rang in his ears. Ron did not even have time to react before a hand covered in dark purple scales had gripped his throat. Leader! The beastmen on the city walls were on the verge of madness, but no one dared to step forward. He swung forcefully. Bang! Ron's body was smashed like a cannonball into the city wall, the massive stone crumbling, dust rising. Leader! Amid the roars of the beastmen, Carlos slowly descended to the highest point of the city wall, folding his bone wings, oppressive and fearsome. Last chance, tell me the location of the Elf Princess. No one answered. A trace of impatience flashed in Carlos's eyes as he slowly raised his hand, a dark purple energy ball forming in his palm. The surface of the energy ball flickered with black lightning, exuding a suffocating pressure. Foolish, let everyone die with them. An extremely terrifying wave emanated from above the holy city. Yet, at this critical moment, a crimson stream rushed in rapidly. Feeling the momentum, the Demon King slowly frowned, abandoned the energy ball in his hand, and turned to dodge. And this figure was Leoli. When Xing and the others arrived, they happened to witness the scene of the Demon King breaking the city. So, without any hesitation, Xing let Leoli activate her seraph form to strike. Rushing from outside the city, the path Leoli cleared allowed several people to successfully return to the city. At this moment, Xing looked up at the Demon King in the sky. Carlos. Qualification, Demon King. Level, Extraordinary 2nd rank. Power, 821. Constitution, 834. Spirit, 812. Speed, 842. Talent, Demonic Energy Control. Skill, Demon King's Claw. Looking at Carlos's attributes, Xing's expression became serious. I must say, this guy is the strongest opponent he has faced since contracting Leoli. Although he is extraordinary 1st rank, each attribute is already close to 1,000. If it weren't for Leoli improving her attributes along the way with the demon race, facing this guy right now, there would definitely be no chance of victory. But now. Holy Angel, Leoli. Qualification, Legend 3 stars. Level, Awakening 9th rank. Power, 423846. Constitution, 428856. Spirit, 421842. Speed, 430860. Skills, Judgment, Divine Blessing, Seraph Form, Final Elegy. Relying on the Seraph Form, Leoli's attributes barely reached the same level as that of the Demon King. However, at this point, the attributes. A difference of just a few dozen attribute points could not determine the outcome of the battle. More importantly, the talent of this Demon King was what worried Xing the most. This sudden change stunned the orcs present, and then they erupted in cheers. Up above, Ancestor, the prophecy really has come true. It is the great prophet, we have hope. In the ruins, Ron, supported by Sally, looked at Leoli in the sky confronting the Demon King and murmured. The holy city is saved. The legacy of the elf race will not fall into the hands of demons. After seeing his opponent clearly, Carlos slightly frowned. The angel race? How could such a high-level race appear here? His gaze fell on Xing. He was even a beast master of a human. But Does an awakened angel dare to stop him? How ridiculous. Carlos's mouth twisted into a grotesque curve, and the pale bone wings on his back suddenly spread open, bringing a gust of foul wind. His claws covered with pitch-black scales struck towards Leoli at an astonishing speed, fingertips entwined with suffocating demonic energy. Leoli gracefully sidestepped to dodge, though a few strands of her hair were still cut by the fierce wind of the claws. Several charred wounds had appeared on her pure white wings, clearly indicating that the previous clash was not easy. Gu Xing's pupils constricted, realizing the gap between Leoli and this demon king. Although Leoli had the advantage on the attribute panel, the demonic energy granted by the demon king's talent gave Carlos the upper hand on the battlefield. Realizing this situation, Gu Xing no longer hesitated. He couldn't delay any longer. Activate critical state. Chapter 43, Early Awakening. The talent ascends. In critical state, Leoli's body erupted in crimson flames. Six-winged seraph form. This is currently Leoli's strongest form. The numbers on the attribute panel jumped frantically, finally breaking through the 4-digit barrier. Power, 1023. Constitution, 1045. Spirit, 1018. Speed, 1052. In the ruins, Ron felt this momentum, but his expression grew increasingly serious. Although the Great Prophet's beast's momentum had indeed surpassed that of the Demon King, the gap between the awakening stage and the extraordinary level was ultimately hard to overcome. Moreover, this Demon King's talent was top-notch even among the demon race. If the Great Prophet had no other means. Sure enough. Just as Ron had guessed. Carlos sensed Leoli's rising momentum, a strange curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. To achieve such strength at the awakening stage, indeed proves your extraordinary nature. But extraordinary level is ultimately extraordinary level. Before the words fell, amidst the surging demonic energy, Carlos's figure had already flashed before Leoli like a ghost. Leoli, with attributes breaking 1,000, reacted. The holy sword instantly in hand, swung down towards the demon king's head. Clang! The holy sword clashed against the demonic energy, emitting a crisp metallic sound. The sword's power was surprisingly blocked. I told you, the awakening stage is just the awakening stage. Carlos's bone wings suddenly swept across, heavily striking Leoli. The small body fell like a shooting star, crashing hard onto the ground in front of Gu Xing. Cough. The little angel furrowed her brows, her pure white wings covered in dust, yet she stubbornly supported her body. Master, I'm fine. Gu Xing looked at Leoli's pale little face and her slightly trembling wings. For the first time, he felt the power of the demon race. A demon king-level demon was equivalent to a legendary qualified beast master. Leoli, with her 9th stage awakening strength, could barely hold her ground against the demon king. The surrounding beastmen looked at Leoli's defeat, their faces filled with despair. Could it be that even the prophet cannot defeat this demon king? Damn it, if the prophet wasn't just at awakening level, this demon king would surely be no match for her. Damn demon race, 1,000 years ago they wiped out the elf clan, now is it our turn? At this moment. Sally bit her lip tightly, holding onto her father's arm, which turned pale from her grip. Her nails sank deeply into her palm, yet she felt no pain at all. Why? Clearly, they had found the prophet, yet still could not prevent the fall of the beast clan, could not save the holy city from its downfall. Ron felt his daughter's trembling body, forcing a smile through his lips. Sally, you have tried your best. Even the queen might not have expected that the demon race would invade this secret realm. His rough hand gently stroked his daughter's hair, his voice deep. Soon, I will gather all beastmen warriors to hold back the demon king, you should leave with the prophet. Looking at his daughter's youthful face, Ron's eyes flashed with determination. Death was not frightening to him, as long as Sally could live, dying on the battlefield today would be worth it. However, at the moment of despair covering everyone, Gu Xing stared fixedly at the swirling demonic energy around the demon king, his knuckles turning white from the force. Was the gap between awakening and transcendency truly so insurmountable? Even if Leoli activated her ultimate skill, if that damned talent couldn't be broken, their chances would still be bleak. A sense of unprecedented powerlessness swept through his entire body. But just then, Gu Xing suddenly felt a strange power surge from all over his body, like rivers flowing back to the sea, channeling into the Beastmaster space. He watched in astonishment as familiar blue orbs of light appeared. This is the energy obtained after defeating the demon race. In this secret realm, every time Leoli absorbed demonic energy to strengthen herself, a portion of that energy quietly settled in his body. This energy had been hidden deep in his veins, and at this moment, it was finally fully awakened. Buzz. As the energy was completely released, the world suddenly fell into a strange stillness. Time seemed to stretch, everything became slow and distorted. Gu Xing slowly raised his head, seeing the demon king's grim smile frozen on his face, the despair of the beastmen captured in that moment. In his view, the Demon King slowly raised his arm, a pitch-black energy ball gathering in his palm, slowly advancing towards him. He saw Leoli struggle to turn her head, her lips moving, desperately trying to rush over to protect him. Those golden eyes were filled with panic, her pupils clearly reflecting his image. This girl, whose heart and eyes were full of him, was not worried about her safety at this moment, but rather if she could protect him. Master. Leoli's voice seemed to come from underwater, vague and distant. Xing knew that with this blow, she would definitely activate the divine protection skill, using her body to build the final barrier for him. But what about her? His heart felt like it was being tightly gripped by an invisible hand. It hurt. Unwilling. Strong emotions surged in his mind. Boom. The silvery mental power suddenly exploded in the sea of consciousness. The vast mental power surged forth like a flood released from a dam. Xing slowly raised his head, revealing a pair of eyes shining with silvery brilliance, golden patterns spreading from the corners of his eyes to his neck like a sacred mark. His gaze was hollow and deep, as if it pierced through everything before him. Master. The moment Leoli's eyes met his, her body suddenly stiffened, her mind a blank. In that daze, she seemed to see a king seated high on a throne, holding the sword of royal authority that symbolized supreme power. This was the gaze of an emperor. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The Demon King's attack was still approaching, but at this moment, Xing was remarkably calm, making one's heart flutter. Descend. With this low shout, an invisible chessboard seemed to unfold before him. Leoli was the most important piece within it, while he was the king controlling the entire game. Grant. Slaughter. The vast mental power transformed into a tangible crimson light stream, surging from his body and wrapping around Leoli. Under this infusion of power, an unprecedented quality began to emerge around Leoli's body. Holy Angel, Leoli. Quality, Legendary 3 stars. Special state, Slaughter, ignores all defenses. Level, Awakening 9th stage. Power, 1000. Physique, 1000. Spirit, 1000. Speed, 1000. Skills, Verdict, Divine Protection, Seraphim Form, Final Elegy. The crimson aura of Slaughter wrapped around Leoli like a blood-colored battle robe, dyeing her 6 wings scarlet. She felt the surging power within her body, trembling slightly in disbelief. This is the Master's talent? Warrior spirit ignited in her golden pupils, unprecedented and fierce. She absolutely could not betray the Master's expectations. But a mere Demon King, how could he compare to the bond between her and her Master? She looked up at the black shadow suspended in the demonic clouds, her heart no longer wavering. Verdict. The holy sword suddenly burst forth with blood-red light, the aura of Slaughter twisting the space around it. Facing the overwhelming demonic energy, Leoli advanced instead of retreating, her 6 wings suddenly flapping, transforming into a blood-colored shooting star rushing up. Seeking death. The Demon King sneered as he urged the demonic energy. However, the scarlet sword light tore through the pitch-black demonic energy like a piece of cloth, and Leoli's figure broke through the barrier. Carlos's pupils constricted, unable to believe that his attack had been split in two. How could this be? Chapter 44, Instant Kill of the Demon King. Shocking the whole arena. Bing controlled the Ice Phoenix to circle above the city wall, the sharp cold air freezing the demonic clan that surged onto the city wall into ice sculptures. Just as she was about to unleash the next round of Froststorm, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the strange silver glow surrounding Xing. Premature awakening? She gasped in shock. As a direct descendant of the winners, she knew better than anyone what this meant. In the entire history of the Dragon Summer Kingdom, there were only a handful of Beastmasters who could forcibly awaken their talents in battle. All those recorded in the annals were exceptional talents, and their awakened abilities were incredibly powerful. But at this moment, Bing felt the accounts in history pale in comparison. The aura emitted from Xing was far more unfathomable than described in the records. In the sky. With Xing's talent boosting her, Leoli was now completely unafraid of the Demon King. Ignoring defenses. This meant the Demon King's demonic energy was completely ineffective against her. Verdict. Accompanied by the clear sound of the sword, the holy sword in Leoli's hand radiated an unprecedented blood-red light. The aura of Slaughter perfectly fused with the blazing flame, distorting the space wherever the blade passed. Sizzle. The hastily gathered magic barrier by Carlos was torn apart like thin paper in layers. His scarlet demonic eyes shrank violently. No. This is impossible. His bony wings flapped wildly as dozens of magic barriers materialized one after another. However, Leoli's 6 wings merely flapped lightly, and as the sonic boom cloud exploded behind her, the blood-colored sword brilliance was already before him. Thud. In the critical moment, Carlos barely turned, and the dark bone wings broke with a sound. As the demonic blood gushed out, he roared, unleashing all of his demonic energy, finally creating some distance. Why? You are not affected by my talent. Howling, Carlos's gaze fell upon Xing beside him. When he saw those silver-white eyes that seemed to overlook all beings. So it's you. His twisted face, contorted by rage, suddenly retracted the demonic energy surrounding him. In the next moment, his body suddenly lunged towards Xing. You should die. However, Leoli would not give him another chance. With a light flap of her 6 wings, a crimson light had already crossed between the Demon King and Xing. Without the support of his demonic energy, Carlos appeared like a lamb to the slaughter in front of Leoli. Leoli's eyes were filled with a chilling light. The Beast Master was the reverse scale of Beast Tamers. This Demon King had clearly crossed Leoli's bottom line. The red flame suddenly surged violently, and Leoli's momentum reached its peak. In the next moment, Leoli's figure suddenly disappeared. When she reappeared, Leoli was already behind the Demon King. The Demon King's body strangely froze in midair. His lips trembled slightly, seemingly wanting to say something, but only a stream of black blood flowed forth. Hiss. A thin line of blood slowly emerged from his brow, extending straight down. First the forehead, then the bridge of the nose, and finally that mouth that always wore a cruel grin. The bloodline continued downward, cutting across the neck, penetrating the chest, and finally stopping at the abdomen. Carlos looked down at his body, trembling as he raised his hand, seemingly wanting to touch that bloodline. Just as his fingertip was about to make contact. Crash! The Demon King's body shattered like broken porcelain, splitting into 2 halves. The pitch-black demonic blood, just about to gush out, was instantly evaporated by the red flames, turning into wisps of black smoke dispersed in the air. His 2 half-bodies slowly fell, beginning to crumble into fine black ashes before they even hit the ground. Those blood-red eyes remained wide open in death, filled with an expression of disbelief. He could not believe until his last breath that he would fall beneath the sword of an awakening angel. The entire battlefield was silent. The orcs stared blankly at this scene, forgetting to breathe. Until we won. Sally's trembling voice was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring up waves. In the next second, deafening cheers reverberated through the sky. The holy city is saved. Long live the prophet. Amid the cheers, Xing's mental energy slowly retracted, the silver brilliance in his eyes gradually faded, restoring to a deep black. However, after using this talent, he found that his golden finger could actually awaken his own talent. Xing. Beast Tamer, Sacred Angel. Number of contracted beasts, 1. Level, Awakening Stage 9. First talent, Overlord, can bestow various states such as killing intent and protection on beasts. Second talent, Unawakened, can awaken upon reaching extraordinary level. Seeing his talents, Xing's pupils contracted. He had just personally experienced the power of the Overlord talent. Incredibly powerful. By granting beasts various special states, it could bring an almost heaven-defying boost. Taking the killing intent state as an example. The characteristic of completely ignoring defense meant that in the future, Leoli could easily slay any high-defense enemies like cutting tofu. As for other states, Xing had not tried, but he guessed they wouldn't be worse than the killing intent state. But what truly shocked him was the second talent section clearly displayed on the attribute panel. In this world, regardless of the talent level, everyone could only awaken 1 talent. No exceptions. But he had the existence of a second talent? Xing swallowed hard, a strange premonition spreading in his heart. This yet-to-be-awakened second talent might be even more powerful than Overlord, which is why it could not manifest during the awakening period. Thinking of this, Xing couldn't wait to reach the extraordinary level immediately. But then he realized, at that time he would still need to contract a second beast. For now, he had no clue at all. It's still too early to think about these things. Xing shook his head, pulling his attention back to reality. Right now, the most important thing was to obtain the inheritance of the elf clan. After all, he had worked so hard to come to the secret realm. If he didn't gain anything good, then he would truly be at a great loss. With the fall of the Demon King Carlos, the remaining demon clan immediately fell into chaos. Bing seized the opportunity, commanding the Ice Phoenix to cooperate with the orc warriors to launch a full counterattack. Under the joint efforts of both sides, the remaining demons were quickly swept away. As the smoke and dust cleared, Ron, supported by Sally, dragged his injured body to Xing and the others. The orc leader bowed deeply, his voice trembling with excitement. My lord's kindness, our orc clan will never forget it. If it weren't for Xing, both the holy city and the orcs would have vanished into the hands of the demons. Xing waved his hand, dismissing the importance of thanks. Whether or not there was the inheritance of the elf clan, seeing the orc clan besieged by the demons, he would not stand idly by. After expressing their gratitude repeatedly, Ron began to tell the two about the inheritance of the elf clan. Gentlemen, you must have come here for the inheritance of the elf clan. But the inheritance of the elf clan is unique, so... As Xing approached, she immediately heard Ron's words and spoke without hesitation. Gu Xing, you go. Her tone was crisp and decisive, her eyes showing no hesitation. Once, she was a genius admired by many, but after witnessing Gu Xing's strength, she realized what it meant to be beyond the heavens. To kill a second-tier extraordinary demon king during the awakening period, such a record was simply unbelievable. It needed to be known that demons were stronger than the same-level contracted beasts, yet Carlos still fell to Gu Xing. At this thought, the look in Bing's eyes towards Gu Xing held a bit more awe. If Gu Xing were to step into the extraordinary level, how powerful would his contracted beast become? Seeing Bing willingly step aside, Ron obviously breathed a sigh of relief and quickly added. Although Lady Bing cannot obtain the inheritance of the elf clan, the elf queen has left a place for bloodline purification. Hearing this news, her eyes lit up. After all, the bloodline of the winner was special. They could only contract one beast, but they could nurture the beast through the power of their bloodline. The higher the purity of the bloodline, the stronger the beast's power. This bloodline purification place was simply tailor-made for her. After instructing someone to take Bing away, Ron respectfully bowed deeply to Gu Xing. My lord, please follow me. I will take you to the place of the elf clan inheritance. Chapter 45, Elf Inheritance. Mythical Beast. Under Ron's guidance, Gu Xing passed through the central square of the holy city. He arrived at an ancient grand hall. On the ancient stone slab floor, a teleportation array made of silver-white runes was emitting a faint glow. Ron stepped back a step and slightly bowed. My lord, it is right here. Through here, you can enter the holy land of the elf clan, and it is also the place where the elf clan's voice emerges. Hearing Ron's explanation, Gu Xing took a deep breath and stepped into the center of the array. A flash of white light, and the next moment, his figure disappeared from here. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in another world. Gu Xing slowly opened his eyes, and the sight before him took his breath away. A giant tree that reached the sky stood majestically, its thick trunk ran like an ancient mountain, its withered bark riddled with the ravages of time. Standing at the foot of the giant tree, Gu Xing felt as small as a speck of dust. He instinctively reached out his hand, his fingertips touching the rough bark. Cold, dry. Clearly, this giant tree had already lost all signs of life. Master. Are you okay? A distressed call came from the beast space. In the moment she entered this mysterious space, she was forcibly sent back to the beast master space by an invisible force. Gu Xing tried several times but could not summon Leoli back, so she simply gave up. I'm fine. After calming Leoli down, Gu Xing began to carefully examine the giant tree. In this space. Besides this tree, there was nothing else. What was the inheritance of the elven race? Was it this tree? Just as Gu Xing was filled with doubt, a soft light suddenly lit up on the withered trunk. The light gradually condensed into a graceful female shadow. She had pointed elf ears, with light golden hair cascading like a waterfall, radiating a warm aura that was comforting. But her emerald-like eyes were filled with unending sorrow. It has been 1,000 years. The shadow whispered gently, carrying the weight of time, I have finally waited. Gu Xing instinctively stepped back half a step, his eyes alert. But soon, he realized that this figure before him was likely the legendary Elven Queen. But, wasn't she dead? Perhaps sensing Gu Xing's confusion, the shadow slowly spoke. You guessed correctly, I am the last queen of the Elven race, who died 1,000 years ago. Now, what you are speaking to is but a remnant of my divine consciousness relying on the life tree. Gu Xing's pupils constricted. Consciousness? To be able to maintain consciousness for 1,000 years with just a remnant of divine awareness, how terrifying must the Elven Queen's power have been in life? Even a king-level beast master could never preserve consciousness after death for 1,000 years. Thus, the Elven Queen must be above the level of king. But then, he felt a tightening in his heart. Such a powerful existence had also fallen in that war 1,000 years ago. Then what about the strength of the demon race? The Elven Queen's green eyes seemed to pierce through Gu Xing's thoughts. Do not worry, the current demon race is no longer like the past. Moreover. She paused meaningfully. The human race possesses the most unique potential, unmatched by other races. For the different races in the alternate space, humans are like a cheat code. They can become beast masters and gather various races. And by reaching a certain level themselves, they also have considerable combat power. It's like being the favored child of the world. However, it is still unknown why. Until now, not a single existence above king level has emerged among the human race. That is why, before her fall, she set up trials that were nearly impossible to pass, just to select the geniuses among the humans who could ascend to God. And through her conversation with the Elven Queen, Gu Xing also grasped a glimpse of this world's iceberg. The alternate space everyone was in, rather than a world, was more like a battlefield. 10,000 races compete and contend within it. The demon race is a common enemy of all races. But ironically, powerful races often look down upon the weaker ones. The once proud Elven race looked down on other races, and the result was they paid a painful price. The shadow gently shook its head, pulling its drifting thoughts back. Fortunately, the Elven race still has the last spark. The shadow slightly extended its hand, and a green light slowly rose from the roots of the giant tree. Accompanied by the ancient bark cracking with a crack sound, the trunk slowly opened a channel that emitted dim light. Go, the shadow's voice began to become ethereal, may you treat her well. Before the last words were finished, the shadow had completely dissipated. It had fulfilled its mission. Xing looked at the channel that appeared before him without hesitation and walked straight in. If the Elven race had malice towards him, they wouldn't have gone to such great lengths to bring him here. Soon, he arrived at the end. A natural spring no more than 2 meters square came into view, with water shimmering in an odd silver-white glow. A small tree, not taller than a person, grows stubbornly by the spring, its tender green leaves still hanging with crystal-like dew. In the center of the spring, a green cocoon made of pure life energy floats quietly. Through the translucent cocoon wall, one can vaguely see a petite figure curled up inside. Is this a beast master? When Xing's gaze fell on the green cocoon in the spring, a data panel appeared before his eyes. Nature Spirit, Vera. Qualification, Mythical 1 star. Level, Awakening 0 stage. Status, Sleeping, cannot be contracted. Solution, enter the Beast Master Holy Pool for awakening. Mythical level qualification? Xing gasped, his pupils suddenly contracting. This level of Beast Master has never been contracted in all of human history. He carefully observed the spirit and noticed a few gray and white strands mixed in her light golden hair. It seems the 1,000-year seal has indeed had a significant impact on her. The Beast Master Holy Pool. Xing murmured quietly, a location flashing through his mind. The Xinbui Academy. As the highest academy of humanity, it indeed has the only Beast Master Holy Pool. With Leoli's cultivation materials, plus the Beast Master Holy Pool. It seems I must go to the Xinbui Academy. Xing took a deep breath, feeling the Beast Master space within him. Although he had not yet broken through to the extraordinary, he had already constructed the Beast Master space in advance. He carefully reached out his hand, trying to bring the light cocoon into the system space. Fortunately, there were no surprises. If he couldn't bring this little guy into the Beast Master space, carrying a mythical level Beast Master outside would still attract too much attention. Inside the Beast Master space, Leoli noticed the appearance of another Beast Master within the space. She was taken aback, but soon understood that this was her master's second Beast Master. Although she wanted to monopolize her master, it was clearly unrealistic. Looking at the tiny figure wrapped in the green cocoon, Leoli leaned slightly forward, feeling a faint sense of pressure coming from inside the green cocoon. Leoli's expression changed slightly. The new arrival seems to have somewhat strong talent. The status of her first Beast Master is no longer guaranteed. Thinking of this, Leoli immediately felt a sense of urgency rising in her heart. She must work even harder now. Outside the Beast Master space, Xing intended to turn and leave. But as he was leaving, his gaze landed on the spring. Spring of life, sacred object of the spirit race. Effect, can accelerate Beast Master's growth and repair injuries. Good stuff. Xing's eyes brightened as he immediately tried to bring it into the Beast Master space. With a burst of spatial fluctuation, the entire spring was actually completely stored. Then, his gaze fell on the small tree beside him, not taller than a person. Since I've taken the spring, why not take a tree too? Collect. Chapter 46, The Battle with Angel Miller. On the other side, Veronica was experiencing the greatest crisis of her life. She lay on the back of the mystical spirit leopard, tightly hugging the panther's neck with both hands. Not far behind, a 6-winged angel radiating golden light was relentlessly pursuing them, each flap of its wings sending forth blinding holy light. Miss Vero. The mystical spirit leopard's voice was filled with helplessness, its agile body darting swiftly through the dense forest. I clearly warned you not to provoke that angel. Things could have gone smoothly. They had already found the artifacts left by Veronica's grandfather, allowing for a safe departure from the secret realm. But this young lady unexpectedly got curious and insisted on exploring deeper into the secret realm. As a result, they bumped right into Miller, who had just entered the secret realm. At that moment, the mystical spirit leopard felt the danger. The pressure emanating from that angel was far beyond the ordinary, definitely an extraordinary level being. Just as she wanted to quietly retreat with her master, unexpectedly, Veronica stepped forward and asked, "Are you willing to become my Beast Master?" Miller originally planned to let this ignorant human go, but unexpectedly, the other party dared to provoke him like this. As one of the top races in this world, how could the angel tribe lower themselves to become a human's beast? Looking for death. The ghost spirit leopard reacted quickly, grabbing Veronica by the collar and starting to flee the moment Miller fell into a fury. And this action completely enraged the proud angel. Since his birth, no one had ever escaped from his hands. Watching the person and beast escape towards the center of the secret realm. This was exactly what Miller wanted. His destination was indeed the center of the secret realm. Leopard, I know I was wrong. Next time I will listen to you. I just wanted to find a powerful beast for breaking through the extraordinary early. The ghost spirit leopard shook her head helplessly. Although she knew it was an excuse, she couldn't find any blame to say. As the heir of the Vero family, how could Veronica worry about the beast she contracted? There were already dedicated people in the family who arranged everything for her. But now that it had come to this, blaming would not be of any use. Dodging another attack from behind, the ghost spirit leopard accelerated again. If it were an ordinary awakened beast, being chased by this extraordinary angel would have meant certain death. But she had actively signed a contract with Veronica, which resulted in her level being only awakening tier 9. Therefore, with years of combat experience and the speed of the ghost spirit leopard, she could barely maintain a distance from the angel behind her. Miss, hold on tight. A determined look flashed in the eyes of the ghost spirit leopard, her muscles tensed, and her speed increased again. Veronica tightly hugged the black leopard's neck, the fierce wind blowing her long hair wildly. Suddenly, a magnificent city outline appeared on the horizon. Seeing the city, the black leopard's eyes lit up. A city means life, they will surely be able to hold off this angel for a while. However, when Veronica saw the city, she hesitated. Wait. Leopard, they are innocent, right? The angel behind them could force the leopard to this extent, which meant that angel was very strong. If they chose to rush into the city, it could very likely bring disaster to that city. But the black leopard's steps did not hesitate at all, her voice serious unprecedentedly. Miss, you will inherit the Vero family in the future, and you must learn to make decisions at critical moments. But we clearly have ways to save ourselves. Miss. The black leopard interrupted sharply, her tone carrying the seriousness of an elder. Those trump cards come at a price. Since there is a chance to avoid it, why waste them? Not giving Veronica a chance to think, the black leopard charged toward the holy city. At this moment, the beast tribe, who had just experienced a battle, noticed something unusual. Look at the sky. What is that? A new demon tribe? No. Not a demon tribe, it looks like the angel tribe. Angel tribe? Could it be the companion of the prophet? Just then, Veronica on the black leopard's back entered their sight. The leading beastman captain's pupils suddenly contracted. No. That angel is chasing the person in front. Wait, that seems like another prophet. All units, on guard. The barrier opened a gap, and the black leopard seized the opportunity to leap forward, landing steadily inside the city with Veronica. Before they could catch their breath, they were surrounded by a group of fully armed beastmen. Not as a threat, but as protection. Veronica blinked, and when she heard the beastmen refer to her as prophet, she pointed to herself in disbelief. Me? The black leopard also raised her ears in confusion. After entering the secret realm, they headed straight towards their target location, completely unaware of what had happened in the secret realm during this time. Outside the city. Miller had already hovered over the holy city. He looked down from a great height, gazing at the rising protective barrier, his lips curling into a faint, contemptuous smile. Such a level of barrier. Head, truly worthy of the natives. Just when he was about to casually shatter the barrier, he suddenly felt an incredibly familiar aura in the air. This aura. His pupils suddenly shrank to the size of needle points. The aura of the Saraphim tribe? How is that possible? His father had clearly imprisoned the entire Saraphim tribe in the dungeon. Miller could be certain that, except for the Seraphim's residence, it was impossible for any Seraphim to be stranded outside. Wait. Miller suddenly remembered something, a flash of wild joy passing through his eyes. The daughter of the former clan leader. That little thing who was desperately sent out by the remnants of the Seraphim. Leoli. No matter how hard you search, you can never find it. Miller's mouth twisted into a cruel arc. His father had always been worried, fearing that this young Seraphim would grow up. After all, although the Seraphim tribe grew slowly, once they reached adulthood, their combat power far surpassed their war angel tribe. Now, he had found the trace of this troublesome threat. Miller looked down at the orcs below, who were standing ready, and slowly extended his right hand. A long sword, entirely gilded, began to form in his palm, ancient war angel runes winding around the blade. Kacha. He lightly sliced with the tip of the sword, and the seemingly sturdy barrier was torn open like thin paper, a hideous crack appearing. And it was with this sword that he was able to easily enter the secret realm. This sword was one of the treasures of the angel tribe. It could ignore all restrictions and barriers. The orcs, seeing that Miller easily entered the holy city, were on high alert. The orc warriors surrounded Veronica and the Black Panther in the center. "My lord, you all quickly leave, I'll hold him off." Seeing the orcs' desperate determination, Veronica glared fiercely at the Black Panther. They wanted to use these orcs as shields, but the orcs treated them as. Seeing this situation, even the Black Panther, who had lived for many years, felt a bit embarrassed. "Panther, are you still running? Can you live with yourself?" The Black Panther remained silent. Although she didn't want Veronica to pay the price, it was just a small price to pay. Seeing Veronica's resolute expression, the Black Panther slowly stepped forward. "It's just an extraordinary level angel." Back then, such beings were not even fit to tie her shoes. She took a step forward, ready to strike. It was at this moment Gu Xing emerged from the place of inheritance. Supports the most Douyin, Kuaishou, WeChat mini-program novel platforms across the internet, Taobao search store, Little Pig bookstore. Now supports 2,000 plus platforms, also includes video novels. This document is for reader preview and enjoyment only. Please delete within 24 hours. If you like the author, please support the official version. Attached, this work comes from the internet, and the author takes no responsibility, content copyright belongs to the author.